Welcome in, my friends. Tonight, we're embarking on a journey through time that's somehow both fascinating and incredibly soothing. The complete history of how humans learn to eat politely. And yes, I promise this will be gentle enough to lull you into the most peaceful sleep you've had in weeks. So before we begin, please take a moment to like the video and subscribe, and let me know where you are tuning in from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, get comfortable, and prepare to relax as we start. Close your eyes and imagine a time before forks existed, before napkins, before anyone ever told you to keep your elbows off the table. We're going back roughly 300,000 years to when your ancient ancestors were just trying to figure out this whole being human thing, and table manners ranked somewhere below avoid being eaten by large cats on their list of concerns. Picture early humans gathered around a fire as the sun sets, casting orange light across the landscape. There's no table, obviously. That innovation is still tens of thousands of years away. Instead, people crouch or sit on the ground, probably on whatever flat rock seemed most comfortable that day. The meal is simple. Perhaps some roasted meat from the day's hunt. Maybe roots or berries gathered from the surrounding area, all eaten with the original utensils, your hands. There's a certain poetry to this simplicity. No one worried about which fork to use because forks didn't exist. No one stressed about proper posture because there were no chairs to slouch in. The biggest etiquette concern was probably making sure everyone got their fair share, which is actually a form of table manners when you think about it. Just the most fundamental kind. The fire crackles softly. Someone tears off a piece of meat and passes it along. Fingers get greasy, and that's perfectly fine because the concept of finger bowls won't be invented for another several millennia. When you're done eating, you might wipe your hands on grass or simply lick them clean. The evening air is cool and bellies are full, and that's really all that matters. As thousands of years drift by like lazy clouds, humans start developing small rituals around eating. Not rules exactly, but patterns. Maybe the eldest person eats first. Maybe certain foods are shared while others are claimed individually. These aren't written guidelines, writing hasn't been invented yet, but they're the seeds of what will eventually become table manners. The rhythm of communal eating develops its own gentle cadence. There's something deeply soothing about eating together, sharing food prepared over the same fire. You can almost hear the soft sounds of prehistoric meals, the crackle of flames, the murmur of voices in early languages we'd never recognise, and the simple satisfaction of full stomachs and warm companionship. In caves across Europe, Africa and Asia, similar scenes play out night after night. The details vary. Different foods, different landscapes, different faces around different fires. But the essence remains constant. Humans eating together, developing the first social bonds that would eventually lead to civilization. Table manners, in their most primitive form, are really just the codification of respect and sharing. There's no stress in these ancient meals, no wondering if you're using the right spoon, or whether your napkin should go on your left or right. Just the simple act of eating together as darkness settles in around the fire's warm glow. Let that simplicity wash over you like a warm bath. Now we're going to fast forward, and you can feel time flowing like honey, slow and sweet, to around 3000 BCE, when civilizations in Mesopotamia and Egypt started getting fancy with their eating arrangements. This is where things start getting interesting in a wonderfully drowsy sort of way. The Sumerians, those clever people who invented writing and the wheel and beer, truly humanity's greatest hits, also began developing the first real dining customs. Imagine a wealthy Sumerian household where low tables appear for the first time. People still sit on the floor or on cushions, but now there's a designated surface for food. It's a small change that makes a big difference, like the first time someone decided beds were better than sleeping on bare ground. In these early Mesopotamian homes, bread served as both food and plate. You'd tear off a piece of flatbread and use it to scoop up stews, vegetables and meats. When you finished eating, you could eat your plate, It's brilliantly efficient and remarkably tidy, no dishes to wash afterward. The warm bread in your hands, slightly oily from whatever it had scooped, still radiating gentle heat from the oven. Egyptian dining customs evolved along similar lines but with their own special flourishes. The wealthy Egyptians loved a good feast, and they developed elaborate protocols around these meals. Servants would bring water and natron, a naturally occurring salt, for guests to wash their hands before eating. It's the first recorded instance of pre-meal hand washing, which means somewhere around 2500 BCE. Someone decided clean hands made for better dining. Picture yourself at an Egyptian banquet. The room is cool despite the desert heat outside thanks to thick mud brick walls. Palm fronds wave gently overhead, creating shifting patterns of shadow and light. You're seated on a low stool and before you is a small table laden with food. Roasted duck, fresh figs, bread still warm from the oven, and beer in a clay vessel that stays surprisingly cool. A servant approaches with a bowl of water and a clean cloth. You dip your fingers in the water. It's been infused with flower petals, and it smells faintly of lotus blossoms. The cloth is soft linen, woven so finely it feels like a whisper against your skin. This is civilization's way of saying, before we eat together, let's be clean together. It's a small gesture that carries enormous meaning. The Egyptians also pioneered the concept of dining in courses rather than having everything presented at once. First might come fruits and vegetables, then fish, then meat, each course arriving with its own subtle ceremony. There's a rhythm to this kind of eating, a gentle progression that mirrors the flow of the Nile itself, steady, predictable, soothing. In ancient China, around the same period, entirely different dining customs were emerging. The Chinese developed the use of chopsticks around 1200 BCE, and with them came a whole philosophy of eating. Chopsticks required patience, precision, and practice. They slowed down the eating process, which the Chinese sages believed was healthier for digestion and better for social interaction. Confucius, that wise teacher whose thoughts would influence Asian culture for millennia, had strong opinions about dining. He believed that the way you ate revealed your character. Food should be cut into small, manageable pieces in the kitchen, never at the table, where knives might suggest violence. Meals should be eaten slowly, with attention to flavours and textures. Conversation should be gentle and thoughtful. Can you feel how these ancient practices were already moving toward mindfulness? The Egyptians with their ritual hand-washing, the Chinese with their deliberate chopsticks, and the Mesopotamians with their orderly progression of courses, all of them were discovering that eating could be more than just fuel consumption. It could be meditation, ceremony, or art. In ancient Greece, symposiums became the height of civilized dining. Men would recline on couches, yes, lying down while eating. The Greeks really knew how to relax and enjoy course after course of food while discussing philosophy, poetry, and politics. Wine was mixed with water in special vessels called craters, and there were specific protocols for how much water to add depending on the seriousness of the discussion. The gentle clinking of ceramic cups, the soft rustle of robes as diners shifted on their couches, and the murmur of thoughtful conversation punctuated by laughter. Greek dining rooms must have had a wonderfully peaceful energy. Even the occasional heated debate would eventually smooth out into philosophical contemplation as the evening wore on and the wine-to-water ratio shifted. Romans, never ones to be outdone by Greeks, took the concept of elaborate dining and expanded it to almost absurd levels. A wealthy Roman dinner party, called a convivium, could last for hours, featuring dozens of courses, entertainment between dishes, and social rituals that made modern etiquette look simple by comparison. But here's what's lovely about Roman dining customs. Despite all the elaborate protocols, the underlying goal was comfort and pleasure. Couches were cushioned with the softest fabrics. Rooms were designed to catch cooling breezes in summer and retain warmth in winter. Servants moved silently, ensuring guests never had to reach for anything. The entire experience was engineered to help diners relax completely. Imagine reclining on one of those Roman dining couches, propped up on your left elbow as was customary, leaving your right hand free for eating. The cushions beneath you are stuffed with wool and covered in linen that's been washed so many times it feels like silk. The room smells of olive oil, herbs, and the faint smokiness of the kitchen fires. Someone is playing a lyre in the corner, very softly, just loud enough to fill the silence between conversations. These ancient civilizations were discovering something profound, that how we eat together shapes who we become together. Table manners weren't just arbitrary rules, they were frameworks for connection, opportunities for artistry, and pathways to peace. As you drift deeper into relaxation, let that understanding settle over you like a warm, gentle blanket. We're moving forward now through time like a slow river, arriving in medieval Europe around 1000 CE. This is when table manners started becoming truly codified, written down in manuscripts that nobles would study with the same seriousness we might apply to learning a new language. The medieval period is fascinating for table manners because it represents a kind of bridge between ancient informality and modern refinement. Castles and manor houses had great halls where dozens or even hundreds of people might eat together, creating a need for clear social rules about how to behave when you're sharing a trestle table with everyone from knights to kitchen staff. Picture a great hall on a winter evening. Torches and candles provide flickering light that makes shadows dance on stone walls. The fire in the central hearth crackles and pops, sending occasional sparks upward. Long wooden tables run the length of the hall, and people are beginning to gather for the evening meal. The air smells of wood smoke, roasting meat, and the musty scent of the rushes scattered on the floor. You're seated on a wooden bench. Chairs with backs are still mostly reserved for the very important people at the high table. Before you is a trencher, which is a thick slice of stale bread that serves as your plate. It's going to soak up juices and gravies from your meal, and by the end of dinner, it will be thoroughly saturated and delicious. Sometimes trenchers were given to the poor after meals, other times they were eaten by the diners themselves. Waste not, want not. Medieval table manners were spelled out in texts with wonderfully specific instructions. One 13th century guide advised, "Do not touch your ears or nose with your bare hands while eating." Another suggested, "Refrain from picking your teeth with your knife." These instructions tell us something important. They wouldn't need to write these rules down if people weren't doing these things. Medieval dining was clearly a work in progress. The concept of sharing was central to medieval eating. You didn't have your own cup, you shared one with your neighbour. Large serving dishes called messes were placed along the table, and groups of 4 to 6 people would eat from the same mess. This required cooperation and a certain amount of consideration. Taking too much meant your messmates would go hungry. Hogging the shared cup meant thirsty neighbours. Etiquette manuals from this period emphasise cleanliness, with an almost desperate urgency. Wash your hands before eating, they insist. Wipe your mouth before drinking from the shared cup. Don't put food back into the communal dish after you've bitten it. Reading between the lines, you can sense medieval people trying very hard to make communal dining more pleasant while working with limited resources. Forks were virtually unknown in medieval Europe. They wouldn't become common until the Renaissance. Instead, you ate with a knife and your fingers, which required a certain delicacy. You were supposed to eat with your thumb, index, and middle fingers only. Using all 5 fingers was considered boorish. It's oddly specific, but when you think about it, eating with just 3 fingers does require more precision and care than grabbing food with your whole hand. The rhythm of a medieval meal had its own soothing quality. First, servants brought basins of water around for hand washing. Then bread was placed on the table, not just the trenchers, but fresh bread for eating. Then came the first course, usually something in a sauce that could be scooped up with bread. Between courses there might be entertainment, a minstrel singing, a juggler performing, or simply conversation flowing up and down the long tables. Drinking customs had their own gentle ceremony. When you wanted wine or ale, you didn't just grab the shared cup and drink. You were supposed to wipe your mouth first, so you wouldn't leave food residue on the rim. Then you drank, Wipe the rim clean and pass the cup to your neighbour. It created a rhythm. Wipe, drink, wipe, pass. The cup was making its way around the table like a slow, companionable dance. One particularly charming medieval custom was the voider, a bowl placed on the table for bones, shells and other inedible scraps. The name itself is wonderfully descriptive. It's where food goes to be voided from the meal. Servants would periodically empty the voiders and bring fresh ones, keeping the table relatively tidy despite the absence of individual plates. As the evening progressed and the meal moved through its courses, the great hall would grow warmer from all the bodies and the fire, louder from wine and conversation, and somehow more intimate despite the crowds. There's something about sharing food from communal dishes and drinking from shared cups that breaks down social barriers, even in hierarchical medieval society. The highest-ranking people sat at the high table, which was literally elevated on a platform so everyone could see them. This created a theatre of dining, the noble family eating in full view while the rest of the hall watched and tried to emulate their manners. It was etiquette as performance art, teaching by example rather than lecture. By the end of a medieval feast, the trenchers would be soggy with gravy, the voiders full and the shared cups well circulated. More water would be brought for hand washing, even more important now than before the meal. Herbs might be chewed to freshen breath. Some households provided finger bowls scented with rosewater, a small luxury that made the clean-up process feel less like a chore and more like a ritual. As you imagine all of this, the warm hall, the friendly chaos, the shared dishes and cups, the gentle rhythm of medieval dining, let yourself relax into the communal nature of it all. There's something deeply comforting about eating together like this, connected by shared vessels and shared spaces, all of you experiencing the same meal in the same moment. Drift forward with me now through the 1400s and into the 1500s, as Europe awakens from its medieval slumber into the Renaissance. This is when table manners transformed from practical guidelines for group eating into an elaborate code that signalled education, status and sophistication. It's also when dining becomes genuinely beautiful, in ways that would have seemed impossibly fancy to our medieval ancestors. The Renaissance began in Italy, and so did many dining innovations. Italian nobles, flush with wealth from trade and banking, began competing to host the most impressive dinner parties. This competition drove innovation in everything from table settings to menu planning to the physical act of eating itself. Imagine being invited to a dinner at a Florentine palazzo in 1550. You enter a room that's been transformed into a work of art. The walls are hung with tapestries depicting classical scenes. The ceiling has been painted with clouds and cherubs. Candles, expensive wax candles, not smoky tallow, provide warm, steady light from silver candelabras. The table itself makes you pause. It's covered with white linen so fine you can almost see through it, and the cloth drapes to the floor in perfect folds. On this pristine white canvas, an entire landscape of dishes has been arranged. Silver platters, ceramic bowls painted with intricate designs, and glass vessels that catch the candlelight and throw rainbow sparkles across the tablecloth. And here's something new. Each guest has their own plate. Not a bread trencher, but an actual plate made of pewter or ceramic. Individual plates were a Renaissance innovation that changed everything about how people ate. Even more revolutionary, you have your own cup, made of glass perhaps, or silver if your host is particularly wealthy. It sits to your right, and it's yours alone for the entire meal. No more wiping and passing. You can drink whenever you want without coordination or consideration for others. It's a small change that represents a massive shift in dining philosophy, from communal to individual, from shared to personal. But the most significant innovation sits beside your plate, looking innocent but carrying revolutionary implications. A fork. The fork had existed for centuries in the Byzantine Empire and parts of the Middle East, but it was Catherine de' Medici who really popularised it in Western Europe when she brought the custom from Italy to France in 1533. At first, people thought forks were pretentious. even sinful. After all, God gave you fingers for eating. But slowly the fork's practicality won out. Using a fork required learning entirely new skills. You couldn't just stab at your food randomly. There was a right way and a wrong way. The fork went in your left hand, the knife in your right. You used the knife to cut and the fork to spear and lift to your mouth. It was a kind of dance, a coordination of both hands working together. Mastering it marked you as educated and refined. Italian etiquette manuals from this period are wonderfully detailed. They explain not just what to do, but why. Don't blow on your food to cool it. Wait patiently for it to cool naturally. Don't make noise when you eat. Chew quietly and deliberately. Don't gesture wildly with your hands while talking. Keep your movements controlled and graceful. Every action should demonstrate restraint, patience, and consideration. The Renaissance obsession with classical antiquity extended to dining. Wealthy hosts tried to recreate Roman banquets with similar reclining couches and elaborate courses. But they also added new elements, printed menus describing each course, decorative sculptures made of sugar or marzipan, and even mechanical devices that moved dishes around the table. Dining became theatre, spectacle, and art. Picture yourself at one of these elaborate Renaissance dinners. The first course arrives, a delicate soup served in painted bowls. You notice everyone picking up the bowl carefully, bringing it to their lips to sip rather than slurping from a spoon. The warmth of the soup, the subtle flavours of herbs and cream, the gentle clink of ceramic against the table. It's all very refined, very controlled. Between courses, servants appear with water and cloths for hand washing, even though you're using utensils and theoretically not getting your hands dirty. It's become more ritual than necessity, a pause in the meal that allows for conversation and digestion. The water is scented, perhaps with lavender or lemon, and the cloths are warmed. Even the practical aspects of dining have become luxurious. The French court took Italian refinement and elevated it further. Under Louis XIV, dining at Versailles became so elaborate that it required guidebooks. The Sun King dined in public like a medieval lord, but with such ceremony that watching him eat was considered entertainment. There were officials whose only job was to carry the king's napkin, others who tasted his food, and still others who managed the progression of courses. French etiquette introduced the concept of service à la française, French service, where all the dishes for each course were placed on the table simultaneously, creating an impressive display. You didn't simply eat. You surveyed the options, made choices, and constructed your own meal from the available dishes. It required both decision-making and restraint. You couldn't try everything without appearing greedy. Napkins evolved during this period into something approaching what we use today. Renaissance napkins were large squares of linen, often embroidered with family crests or decorative patterns. They had multiple uses, wiping your fingers and a mouth, protecting your clothing, and even being tied around your neck like a bib for particularly saucy dishes. Some etiquette manuals suggested elaborate napkin folds that could take servants hours to perfect. The seating arrangement at Renaissance dinners followed strict protocols. The most important guest sat to the host's right, the second most important to their left, and so on down the table in descending order of rank. Where you sat announced your social status to everyone present. This created a physical representation of social hierarchy, with the table itself becoming a map of power and prestige. Music often accompanied these elaborate meals, but it was carefully chosen to be soothing rather than stimulating. Soft lute music, perhaps, or a small ensemble playing gentle madrigals. The music filled the spaces between conversation without overwhelming it, like a sonic tablecloth underneath the sounds of dining. Even the music was refined, controlled, and perfectly pitched to enhance rather than dominate. As you imagine yourself in this Renaissance dining room, the candlelight, the music, the careful choreography of utensils and courses, notice how much more deliberate everything has become. Medieval dining was communal and energetic. Renaissance dining is individual and contemplative. Both have their charms, but there's something particularly peaceful about this new approach, where every movement is considered, every gesture meaningful. Let the refinement of it all wash over you. The careful placement of forks and knives, the gentle rhythm of courses, the soft candlelight reflecting off polished silver. This is dining as meditation, eating as an art form. Close your eyes and breathe in the lavender-scented water from the finger bowl, feel the smooth linen of the napkin, and hear the quiet clink of silver against ceramic. Everything is designed to create peace, beauty, and harmony. Now we're moving into the 19th century, and if you thought Renaissance dining was elaborate, just wait. The Victorian era took table manners and transformed them into something approaching rocket science. This was the peak of dining complexity, when knowing which fork to use could make or break your social standing. Settle deeper into your comfortable spot, because understanding Victorian table manners requires a kind of relaxed attention. If you try too hard to follow all the rules, you'll just get confused. Better to let them wash over you like a gentle, very particular wave. In Victorian Britain and America, the middle class was expanding rapidly. Suddenly, people who had grown up eating simple meals from simple dishes found themselves with enough money to host dinner parties. But having money wasn't enough. You also needed to know how to behave properly. This created a massive market for etiquette books, which multiplied like rabbits and filled pages with increasingly specific instructions. The Victorian dinner table was a marvel of organisation. At a formal dinner, you might have 6 or 7 different forks, each designed for a specific course. There was the fish fork with its slightly wider tines. The salad fork is smaller than the dinner fork, the oyster fork tiny and specialised. The placement of these utensils communicated the menu. You could read the table like a map of the meal to come. But forks were just the beginning. You also had multiple knives, a butter knife, a fish knife, a dinner knife, and a cheese knife. Multiple spoons, soup spoon, dessert spoon, and demi-tasse spoon for coffee. Multiple glasses, water goblet, red wine glass, white wine glass, sherry glass, and champagne flute. A fully set Victorian table could have 20 pieces of silverware and glassware per person. The rule for using all these utensils was actually quite simple, though memorising what went where was complex. Start from the outside and work your way in. The outermost fork was for the first course, the next one in for the second course, and so on. This meant you didn't need to know what each utensil was called, you just needed to know the sequence. Picture yourself at a Victorian dinner party. You're wearing formal clothing that's slightly uncomfortable, corsets for women, tight collars for men. The dining room is elaborately decorated with heavy curtains, ornate furniture, and multiple layers of table linens. The table itself is a landscape of china, crystal, and silver, all gleaming in the light from a chandelier overhead. The meal begins with soup served by gloved servants who move silently around the table. You pick up your soup spoon, the largest spoon at your place setting, and here's where it gets specific. You're supposed to spoon soup away from you, not toward you. This prevents drips from falling on your clothing. You sip from the side of the spoon, not the tip. You never, ever blow on the soup to cool it, no matter how hot it is. When you've finished your soup, you place the spoon on the plate beneath the bowl, handle pointing to the 4 o'clock position. This signals to the servants that you're done and they can clear your place. Every position of the utensils communicated something. Resting position meant you were pausing, and finished position meant they could clear. Between each course, servants would change not just the plates but also the utensils. What you'd eaten fish with would be replaced with fresh implements for the next course. This created a rhythm to the meal. Eat, pause while the table is cleared and reset, eat the next course, pause again. The pauses were for conversation, which was as choreographed as the eating. Victorian conversation rules were elaborate. You were supposed to talk to the person on your right during some courses and the person on your left during others. Topics were carefully circumscribed, nothing too political, religious or personal. The weather was safe, recent books were acceptable, garden design was perfect. The goal was pleasant, uncontroversial conversation that helped digestion rather than hindering it. Napkin use had evolved into an art form. When you sat down, you unfolded your napkin and placed it across your lap, never tucked into your collar like a bib. You used it to dab your mouth, not wipe vigorously. If you needed to leave the table temporarily, you placed the napkin on your chair. Only when the meal was completely finished did you put the napkin on the table, and even then, you didn't fold it neatly. That might suggest you expected to use the same napkin again, implying your host didn't have enough clean napkins for every meal. The Victorian era introduced what the French called service à la Russe, Russian service, which replaced the French style. Instead of all dishes appearing at once, Russian service brought one course at a time, already plated. This was more practical for homes without large staffs of servants, and created a more controlled, sequential dining experience. The meal became like a story unfolding chapter by chapter. Women's etiquette books had additional rules. You were never supposed to appear too hungry. You should eat slowly, in small bites, showing restraint and delicacy. Foods that required messy eating, lobster, artichokes, whole fruits, should be approached with extreme care, or avoided entirely in formal situations. The goal was to eat sufficiently without appearing to actually need food, which is quite the mental gymnastics when you think about it. Alcohol consumption was carefully regulated by social rules. Gentlemen could drink more freely, but even they were expected to maintain perfect composure. Ladies might have a glass of wine with dinner, but were encouraged to dilute it with water and sip rather than drink. Toasting was a complex ritual with its own protocols. Who could propose toasts, when, and how everyone should respond? The length of Victorian formal dinners could be astonishing. 7 or 8 courses spread over 3 or 4 hours wasn't unusual for an important dinner party. This required enormous stamina from both hosts and guests. You had to pace yourself, eating enough to be polite, but not so much that you would be uncomfortably full before the meal ended. Imagine how these long dinners must have felt. The initial excitement of arriving and seeing the beautifully set table. The careful attention required for the first few courses, making sure you used the right utensils and followed all the rules. The gradual relaxation as wine and conversation flowed. The slight fatigue set in around course 5 or 6. The gentle relief when dessert finally appeared, signalling the approaching end. What's interesting about Victorian table manners is how much they were about demonstrating control over your appetite, your emotions, your movements, and your conversation. Every aspect of dining became an opportunity to show that you were civilized, educated, and refined enough to belong in polite society. It was exhausting, but it was also strangely meditative. When every action is prescribed, you stop worrying about what to do and simply follow the pattern. As you drift in that pleasant space between waking and sleeping, imagine the soft clink of fine china, the gentle murmur of appropriate conversation, and the gleam of candlelight on crystal. Victorian dining rooms must have been peaceful in their own formal way, everyone following the same elaborate choreography, moving through the meal like dancers who all know the steps. Let that formality relax you rather than stress you. There's something soothing about knowing exactly what's expected, about moving through prescribed patterns. Victorian table manners might have been complex, but they created a framework that made social interaction predictable, and therefore, in its way, peaceful. As we move into the 20th century, something wonderful happens to table manners. They start absorbing influences from around the world. The elaborate European rules that had dominated for centuries begin mixing with customs from Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and the Americas, creating a richer, more diverse understanding of how people can eat together. Let your mind drift across the globe now, visiting different dining traditions, each with its own beauty and logic. We'll travel gently, like a slow boat on a calm sea, stopping at various ports to observe and appreciate. In Japan, table manners revolve around respect, for the food, for those who prepared it, and for your dining companions. Before eating, you say itadakimasu, which roughly translates to "I humbly receive this food." It acknowledges the plants and animals that gave their lives, the people who prepared the meal, and the natural forces that made it all possible. This single word turns eating into gratitude. Chopstick etiquette in Japan is wonderfully specific. Never stick chopsticks vertically into rice. That's how food is offered to the dead. Never pass food from chopstick to chopstick. That resembles a funeral ritual. Never point chopsticks at people or wave them around while talking. The rules aren't arbitrary. They all connect to deeper cultural meanings about respect and awareness. Picture a Japanese meal. You're sitting on a tatami mat, perhaps with a low table before you. Multiple small dishes are arranged beautifully, each one a miniature work of art. There's rice in a lacquered bowl, miso soup steaming gently, carefully arranged vegetables and perhaps some fish. You pick up your chopsticks, hold them correctly, which takes practice, and begin eating slowly, appreciating each flavour separately. The pace of a traditional Japanese meal is beautifully meditative. Small portions mean you eat slowly. The variety of dishes means you're constantly experiencing new flavours and textures. Slurping noodles is not just acceptable but encouraged. It cools the noodles and enhances the flavour. The sound of slurping noodles in a Japanese restaurant is the sound of appreciation, pleasure, and enjoyment. Travel with me now to India, where eating with your hands is not only common but also considered preferable for certain foods. There's a technique to it. You use your right hand only, and specifically your fingers, not your palm. You mix the rice or bread with curry or dal, forming a small ball, and lift it to your mouth with your thumb pushing from behind. This isn't careless or messy, it's actually quite precise. The temperature of the food, the texture, the way flavours combine, all of this is enhanced by the tactile experience of eating with your hands. Western utensils create a barrier between you and your food. Indian eating customs remove that barrier, making the meal more intimate and immediate. Indian dining etiquette emphasises hospitality above almost everything else. Guests are served first and encouraged to eat their fill. Refusing food is considered insulting to the host. There's a phrase in Hindi, Atithi Devo Bhava, which means the guest is God. This philosophy shapes everything about how meals are served and shared. Drift now to Ethiopia, where communal eating reaches a beautiful extreme with the practice of eating from a shared platter. Injera, a spongy flatbread, covers a large plate, and various stews and vegetables are spooned onto it. Everyone eats from the same platter, tearing off pieces of injera to scoop up the food. There are no individual plates, no personal portions, just shared abundance. There's even a practice called gursha, where you tear off a piece of injera with food and feed it directly to someone else at the table, usually a guest or someone you want to honour. This intimate act of feeding another person is a gesture of love and respect. It breaks down barriers between people more effectively than any formal etiquette rule could. In the Middle East, hospitality and generosity define dining customs. Coffee service becomes an elaborate ritual involving multiple rounds and specific protocols. Meals often begin with mezze, small dishes of appetizers that encourage lingering tasting and conversation. The pace is unhurried. Rushing through a meal would insult both the food and your companions. Traditional Middle Eastern dining often happens on floor cushions around a low table, or cloth spread on the ground. The posture itself, sitting cross-legged or with legs to the side, creates a relaxed atmosphere. You can't eat formal course after formal course when you're lounging on cushions. The environment encourages ease and comfort. Mexican dining customs blend indigenous and Spanish influences into something unique. The concept of sobremesa, the time spent lingering at the table after a meal, is central to Mexican food culture. The meal itself might last an hour. The sobremesa could last 2 or 3. This isn't wasted time. It's when real conversation happens, when relationships deepen, and when the community strengthens. Chinese banquets introduced the Lazy Susan, a rotating platform in the centre of the table that makes sharing dishes effortless. Everyone can access everything without reaching or asking for things to be passed. It's both practical and symbolic, representing the circular nature of community and the idea that everyone has equal access to shared resources. Korean dining brings side dishes called banchan, small portions of kimchi, vegetables and other items that accompany the main meal. These are communal and replenished throughout the meal. The number of banchan reflects the formality of the occasion. More banchan means more honour to the guests. It's a quantifiable demonstration of respect and care. What's beautiful about experiencing all these different traditions is realising that table manners aren't about arbitrary European rules. They're about creating frameworks for connection, respect, and community. Japanese chopstick etiquette, Indian hand-eating techniques, Ethiopian communal platters, and Middle Eastern hospitality, they're all saying the same thing in different languages. Eating together matters, and how we do it shapes who we become together. The 20th century saw these traditions increasingly interact as travel became easier, and immigration brought new communities to new places. A child growing up in London might experience chopsticks at a Chinese restaurant, eat with their hands at an Indian friend's house, and use a knife and fork at home. This mixing created people who were fluent in multiple dining languages and able to move comfortably between different food cultures. What emerges from this global exchange is a kind of meta-etiquette, the understanding that different situations call for different manners, and that being polite means adapting to the customs of your hosts rather than insisting on your own habits. If you're invited to a Japanese home, you remove your shoes and sit on the floor. If you're eating Ethiopian food, you share from the communal platter. Flexibility becomes the highest form of good manners. This also means that the rigid Victorian rules start loosening. Yes, there are still formal dinners with specific protocols, but they're increasingly seen as one option among many rather than the only correct way to eat. A casual meal with friends might involve pizza eaten with hands straight from the box. A business lunch might be salad at a desk. A celebration dinner might be an elaborate multi-course affair. Each context has its appropriate customs, and navigating them successfully requires awareness rather than memorization. As you imagine yourself moving between these different dining cultures, the tatami mats of Japan, the cushioned floor of a Moroccan home, the communal table of an Ethiopian restaurant, the formal dining room of a European-style dinner party, feel how each environment invites a different kind of presence. Some are meditative and precise, others are warm and communal, and still others are formal and structured. All of them are valid. All of them have something to teach. The blending of global influences also brings new foods to new places, and with those foods come new challenges for table manners. How do you eat sushi politely? Is it okay to use your hands for tacos? What's the proper way to approach po, with its complicated combination of noodles, broth, herbs, and condiments? These questions don't have single answers. They depend on context, company, and cultural sensitivity. What's delightful is watching how different cultures handle the same practical problems in different ways. Everybody needs to clean their hands before and after eating. The Japanese use oshibori, hot, damp towels. Middle Eastern cultures offer rose water in beautiful bowls. Europeans provide finger bowls with lemon. Americans might just gesture toward the bathroom. Same need, different elegant solutions. Similarly, every culture has developed ways to show respect for food and those who prepared it. Saying grace before meals, offering the first portion to elders, complimenting the cook, and leaving a small amount on your plate to show you've been well fed. These customs vary in detail but unite in purpose. They all acknowledge that eating is more than just a biological necessity. It's a spiritual and social act. Let yourself relax into this beautiful diversity. There's no single right way to eat, no universal code of table manners that applies everywhere. Instead, there's a rich tapestry of customs, each reflecting the values, environment, and history of the people who practice them. Understanding this can be liberating. You don't need to know every rule, just the willingness to observe, adapt, and show respect. As we drift into the 21st century, your time, the present moment, table manners find themselves in an interesting position. The elaborate Victorian rules still exist in certain contexts, but they're no longer the default assumption for every meal. Instead, modern table manners are situational, flexible, and increasingly focused on practical considerations rather than arbitrary status markers. The pace of modern life has changed how we eat in fundamental ways. Quick lunches at desks, grabbing dinner between activities, eating while commuting. These weren't options in previous eras. This creates tension between traditional notions of proper dining and the realities of contemporary schedules. The result is a kind of bifurcation. Some meals are formal and traditional, others are pragmatic and casual, and navigating between them requires a different kind of social intelligence. Think about your own meals over the past week. Probably some were eaten quickly, maybe while doing something else. Perhaps you had breakfast standing at the counter, lunch at your desk, and dinner in front of the television. These meals have their own informal etiquette, not the kind written in books, but the kind that emerges from shared understanding about what's acceptable. But then maybe you also had a meal that felt more significant. Dinner with family, where everyone sat down together, lunch with a friend at a restaurant, a holiday gathering with extended family. For these meals, different rules applied, not necessarily formal rules, but rules nonetheless. You probably put your phone away, engaged in conversation, and paid attention to your eating pace relative to others. This is the dance of modern table manners, knowing when to apply which standards, understanding the unspoken expectations of different situations, and being able to shift gears smoothly. It's actually more complex than Victorian etiquette in some ways, because at least Victorians knew the rules were always the same. Modern diners need to read contexts and adapt constantly. The smartphone has introduced entirely new etiquette questions. Is it okay to check your phone during dinner? To photograph your food? To scroll through social media between courses? The answers depend on who you ask and what the situation is. A casual lunch with close friends might include phones on the table. A formal business dinner definitely wouldn't. We're still collectively negotiating these norms. Food photography has become its own phenomenon. Millions of people photograph their meals and share them online, turning every plate into potential content. Traditional etiquette would probably faint at this practice, taking pictures of food before eating it, delaying a hot meal to get the right lighting. But modern manners are evolving to accommodate this new reality, with some restaurants even designing dishes to be photogenic. The rise of dietary restrictions and food preferences has also changed table manners. Vegetarians, vegans, people with allergies, and religious dietary requirements, all of these create situations that require new forms of consideration. Good hosts ask about dietary restrictions before planning menus. Good guests communicate their needs clearly and appreciate efforts made on their behalf. It's old-fashioned consideration applied to new situations. Environmental consciousness is influencing table manners too. Reducing food waste has become a form of politeness. Using reusable containers instead of disposables. Choosing sustainable foods. These might seem like personal choices rather than etiquette, but they're increasingly seen as part of being a considerate diner and community member. The concept of mindful eating has introduced meditative practices to mealtime. Eating slowly, paying attention to flavours and textures, and being present with your food rather than distracted by devices or thoughts. These practices borrow from Buddhist traditions and contemporary wellness culture. They're not quite table manners in the traditional sense, but they're definitely etiquette for how to relate to food and the act of eating. Tipping culture creates its own complex etiquette, varying dramatically by country and even by city. In some places, tipping is essential and expected. In others, it's insulting. The amounts vary, the situations where it's appropriate vary, and even the method of tipping varies. It's a minefield of social expectations that somehow everyone is expected to navigate without explicit instruction. Family dinner tables have changed dramatically. Where Victorian families might have formal dinners every night, modern families are lucky to gather everyone for meals a few times a week. This scarcity makes shared meals more precious but also less practiced. Children might grow up with fewer examples of table manners, learning them in fits and starts rather than through daily repetition. Yet there's also a counter-movement toward reclaiming the dinner table. Slow food movements, farm-to-table restaurants, cooking classes, and meal kit services, all of these represent people trying to make eating together more intentional, more valued, and more ceremonial. It's as if, having gone through a period of extreme casualization, we're collectively realizing that something important was lost and trying to get it back. Restaurant etiquette has evolved too. The rise of casual fine dining has created spaces where you might encounter amazing food without formal dress codes or elaborate protocols. You can eat Michelin-starred cuisine while wearing jeans. This democratization of fancy food has made high-quality dining more accessible, but also more confusing. How formal should you be in these spaces? Food delivery and takeout have created new situations with their own unwritten rules. Do you tip delivery drivers the same as restaurant servers? How do you tip for pickup orders? What's appropriate when ordering through apps versus calling directly? These questions didn't exist 20 years ago. Now they're part of everyday dining life. The pandemic added another layer of complexity, introducing concepts like outdoor dining, takeout cocktails, and virtual dinner parties. Some of these innovations will probably fade. Others might become permanent parts of how we share meals. Table manners are adapting in real time, and we're all participating in creating the new norms. What's interesting about modern table manners is that they're more democratic than they've ever been. Victorian etiquette was explicitly about class distinction. Knowing the rules marked you as upper class. Not knowing them marked you as an outsider. Modern etiquette is more about context and consideration. The goal isn't to demonstrate superior breeding, but to make everyone comfortable and show respect for the situation. This shift reflects broader social changes. We're less hierarchical than Victorians, more global than medieval Europeans, and more diverse than Renaissance Italians. Our table manners need to accommodate all of that complexity while still serving the fundamental purpose of making shared meals pleasant and meaningful. As you think about your own relationship to table manners, notice how much unconscious knowledge you actually have. You probably know when to use formal manners and when to relax. You likely adapt your behaviour based on who you're eating with and where you're eating. You've internalized thousands of small rules without ever explicitly learning them. This is how etiquette has always worked, really. The written rules are just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them is an ocean of unspoken understanding about consideration, respect, and social harmony. Modern table manners might seem chaotic compared to Victorian rigidity, but they're actually quite sophisticated in their flexibility and adaptiveness. Let that understanding settle over you like a soft blanket. You already know how to navigate these situations. You've been doing it your whole life, learning and adapting and reading social cues. Table manners aren't a test you need to pass. They're a dance you already know how to do, even if you've never formally studied the steps. As we approach the end of our journey through the history of table manners, let's pause to consider what all of this reveals about human nature. Because table manners, when you really think about them, are about much more than knowing which fork to use. At their core, table manners are about transforming a biological necessity, eating, into an opportunity for connection, beauty, and meaning. Every culture that has ever existed has developed some form of dining etiquette, which suggests that this transformation is something humans fundamentally need. We're not content to simply fuel our bodies. We want to make the process meaningful. Think about what table manners actually accomplish. They slow us down, making us eat more deliberately. They create predictable patterns that reduce social anxiety. When everyone follows the same rules, there's less uncertainty about how to behave. They demonstrate respect for food, for those who prepared it, and for our dining companions. They turn eating from a solitary act into a communal ritual. The evolution of table manners mirrors the evolution of civilization itself. As societies became more complex, table manners became more elaborate. As global connections increased, table manners absorbed more diverse influences. As social hierarchies shifted, table manners became more democratic. The history of how we eat together is, in miniature, the history of how we've learned to live together. There's something deeply comforting about this continuity. Your medieval ancestors worried about table manners. Your Victorian great-great-grandparents memorized fork placement. Your parents taught you to chew with your mouth closed. This chain of transmission, stretching back thousands of years, connect you to every human who has ever shared a meal and wondered about the right way to do it. The anxiety many people feel about table manners, worrying about doing something wrong, feeling uncertain in formal dining situations, is actually evidence of how much we care about connection and belonging. We worry because we want to show respect, because we want to be included, and because we recognise that how we behave at the table signals something important about who we are. But here's the beautiful secret that becomes clear when you study table manners across cultures and centuries. The specific rules matter much less than the spirit behind them. Victorian silver arrangements and Japanese chopstick protocols look completely different, but they're both expressing the same values: respect, consideration, mindfulness, and community. You can follow every rule perfectly and still be a terrible dinner companion if you lack those underlying values. This means that good table manners are ultimately about awareness of the food, of your fellow diners, of the context, and of your own behaviour. Whether you're using a fork or chopsticks or your hands doesn't matter as much as whether you're being thoughtful, considerate, and present. The most important table manner, the one that transcends all cultural variations and historical changes, might simply be this: pay attention. Pay attention to what you're eating, savouring flavours rather than mindlessly consuming. Pay attention to who you're eating with, engaging with them rather than being distracted. Pay attention to the moment, recognising that this meal, like all meals, is temporary and therefore precious. When you think about it this way, table manners become a form of meditation. The careful placement of utensils, the deliberate pace of eating, and the mindful conversation, all of these create a structured opportunity to be fully present. In a world that constantly demands our attention and fragments our focus, mealtimes offer a rare chance to be completely here, now, engaged with the physical and social reality immediately in front of us. This is perhaps why so many spiritual traditions include ritual meals. The Jewish Sabbath dinner, Christian communion, Islamic iftar, and Buddhist monks' meals. All of these use food and communal eating as vehicles for something transcendent. Table manners, at their best, point toward this same transcendence. They elevate the ordinary act of eating into something sacred. Even casual modern meals can carry this quality if we let them. That quick lunch with a colleague becomes an opportunity to strengthen a relationship. That family dinner, even if everyone's slightly distracted and someone's checking their phone, still creates a moment of togetherness. That solo meal, if eaten mindfully, becomes a practice of self-care and presence. The future of table manners is still being written. Will we return to more formal dining as a reaction against modern casualness? Will new technologies create entirely new eating situations that require new etiquette? Will global integration create a universal set of table manners, or will we maintain our beautiful diversity of customs? Probably all of these things will happen in different ways, in different places for different people. Table manners will continue to evolve because they've always evolved, adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their fundamental purpose, making the act of eating together more meaningful, more pleasant, and more human. As you lie there in comfort, full of new knowledge about how humans have tried to make eating civilized across the millennia, let yourself appreciate the simple fact that you're part of this long tradition. Every meal you share with others, whether formal or casual, whether you follow every rule or make it up as you go, connects you to every human who has ever broken bread with another person. Your table manners, whatever they are part of an ongoing human conversation about how we should live together. And that conversation, that continuous attempt to transform biological necessity into social art, is one of the things that makes us most human. Let's end where we began, imagining a meal, but now with all the accumulated wisdom of human history informing our vision. Picture the perfect meal, combining everything we've learned. It takes place at a table, maybe high, maybe low, maybe not a table at all, but a cloth spread on the ground. The setting is comfortable, whether that means formal chairs or floor cushions or something in between. The important thing is that you feel at ease, able to relax into the experience. The lighting is gentle, candles perhaps, or natural light filtering through windows, or the soft glow of a setting sun. Nothing harsh or clinical, just enough light to see the food and your companions clearly. The temperature is perfectly comfortable, not too hot or cold, with just enough air movement to feel fresh without being drafty. Before you is food that someone prepared with care. Maybe it's simple, maybe elaborate. Maybe it came from across the world, maybe from just down the road. The specifics don't matter as much as the attention that went into it. Someone thought about what would nourish and please and then made it happen. You have the right implements for eating, whatever those are for this particular meal. Fork and knife, chopsticks, a piece of flatbread, your hands. It doesn't matter, because you know how to use them and they feel natural in your grasp. The table is set appropriately for the occasion, with everything you need within easy reach. Around the table are people you care about. They might be family, friends, colleagues, or even strangers who will become friends by meal's end. Their presence makes the food taste better, the experience richer, and the moment more complete. You can see their faces clearly, hear their voices easily, and feel their presence without crowding. The meal begins with some acknowledgement, perhaps formal grace, perhaps a simple toast, perhaps just a moment of shared appreciation before the first bite. This brief pause creates a threshold, marking the transition from ordinary time to mealtime, from scattered activity to shared focus. You eat slowly enough to taste what you're eating. The flavours register fully, salt and sweet, bitter and sour, and the complex middle notes that make food interesting. Textures matter too. Crisp and soft, smooth and rough, and the way different foods play against each other in your mouth. You're not just consuming calories, you're experiencing something. The conversation flows naturally, with space for both talking and eating. No one dominates, everyone contributes. Topics range freely, but stay pleasant. This isn't the place for argument or stress, though real discussion is welcome. Laughter comes easily, along with the comfortable silences of people who don't need to fill every moment with noise. The pace is unhurried. If there are multiple courses, they arrive with enough time between them for digestion and conversation. If it's a single course, everyone eats at roughly the same speed, with no one feeling rushed or held back. Time becomes elastic, expanding to fill whatever space the meal needs. You're present, not thinking about what comes next, not dwelling on what came before, just here in this moment with this food and these people. Your phone is somewhere else, or at least silenced and ignored. The outside world can wait. Right now, there's only this table, this meal, this company. When the meal ends, and all meals must end eventually, it ends gently. There's no abrupt transition, no rushed clearing of plates. Perhaps there's coffee or tea, perhaps just a lingering at the table, extending the experience a few more precious minutes. The acknowledgement that it's ending makes the last moment sweeter. You leave the table satisfied but not overstuffed, nourished in body and spirit, and grateful for the food and the company and the time. The memory of this meal will settle into you, becoming part of the accumulated experience of all good meals you've ever had. All the moments when eating together created something larger than the sum of its parts. This perfect meal doesn't require perfect manners in the Victorian sense. It doesn't need elaborate settings or expensive ingredients or impeccable protocol. What it needs is attention, consideration, and presence. Everything else, the specific customs, the particular foods, the exact setting, are just variations on these fundamental themes. And here's the wonderful secret. You can create this perfect meal, or something close to it, almost any time you choose. It doesn't require wealth or special knowledge or ideal circumstances. It just requires deciding that this meal, this moment, matters enough to give it your full attention. As you drift now towards sleep, let yourself hold the image of that perfect meal. Feel the contentment of a good meal shared with good company. Taste the flavours, hear the gentle conversation, and feel the warmth of connection. Let it all settle into you like satisfaction after eating, that sense of being well fed in every way that matters. All around the world at this very moment people are gathering to eat together. They're using different utensils, following different customs, and eating different foods. But they're all doing the same essential thing, transforming the act of eating into an opportunity for connection, beauty and meaning. You're part of that global community of eaters, that vast human family that has always gathered around fires and tables and floors and picnic blankets to share food and lives. Your table manners, whatever they are your contribution to this ongoing human project of making eating together matter. Sleep well, knowing that tomorrow there will be more meals, more opportunities to practice presence and consideration, and more chances to turn the simple act of eating into something approaching art. The history of table manners is still being written, and you're one of its authors. Dream of feasts and quiet dinners, of perfect moments around imperfect tables, of all the meals yet to come and all the ways they'll connect you to yourself and others. Dream of humanity's long journey from eating raw food with our fingers around prehistoric fires to whatever beautiful new dining customs the future will bring. And when you wake, remember, the next meal is a fresh opportunity to make that history just a little bit more peaceful, a little bit more mindful, and a little bit more human. Sleep well, the table is always waiting. Ireland, that green island sitting in the Atlantic like a jewel that can't quite decide if it wants to be emerald or jade, has been collecting stories the way some people collect stamps or vintage teacups. Except these stories are much more interesting than stamps, and they involve considerably more magic than teacups, though Irish teacups do have their own quiet dignity. Long before anyone was writing anything down, Irish storytellers were spinning tales about how Ireland came to be populated. And here's the thing about Irish origin myths. They're like layers of a very elaborate cake, each group of settlers arriving and adding their own flavour to the mix. The first arrivals, according to the myths, were led by a woman named Cessair, who was supposedly Noah's granddaughter. Yes, that Noah, the one with the ark. Cessair showed up in Ireland 50 days before the biblical flood, which seems like cutting it rather fine, timing-wise. She brought 3 men and 50 women with her, which sounds like someone was either very optimistic or very bad at planning gender ratios for long-term survival. The flood came, as floods in these stories tend to do, and only one person survived, a fellow named Fintan who dealt with this apocalyptic inconvenience by transforming into a salmon. Because apparently, in Irish mythology, when things get difficult, the answer is often to become a fish. Fintan would later also become a hawk and an eagle, living for thousands of years and witnessing all of Ireland's subsequent history. He was essentially Ireland's first historian, except with more shape-shifting and fewer footnotes. After the waters receded, Ireland sat empty for a while, probably catching its breath and drying out its many, many hills. Then came the Partholonians, named after their leader Partholon. These folks were proper settlers who introduced things like brewing, agriculture, and the general concept of not living like refugees from a flood. They built houses, cleared plains, and created the first lakes. Though how one creates a lake through anything other than massive excavation projects is one of those mythological details that's best not questioned too closely. The Partholonians thrived for about 300 years, which is a good run by anyone's standards, but then a plague killed them all in 1 week. Every single one of them died on the same plane, which must have made for a very awkward situation afterward. You can imagine the first travellers stumbling across this scene and slowly backing away while making mental notes to maybe settle somewhere else. Next came the Nemedians, followers of Nemed, who arrived with his 4 sons. The Nemedians were basically the unlucky middle children of Irish mythological settlers. They had to deal with the Fomorians, think of them as Ireland's original antagonists, a race of monstrous beings who lived either under the sea or on islands, depending on which version of the story you prefer. The Fomorians were like that difficult neighbour who keeps complaining about your lawn, except they also demanded oppressive tributes and generally made life miserable. The Nemedians fought the Fomorians for years, won some battles, lost others, and eventually most of them died or left Ireland in despair. A few survivors escaped, and their descendants would return later with new names and better planning. It's like they went away for a few generations, regrouped, and came back with a revised business plan. This pattern of arrivals, battles, plagues, and departures sets the tone for Irish mythology. Nothing ever stays simple or peaceful for long, but there's always someone new, arriving with fresh ideas about how to make living on this rainy, beautiful island work. It's almost soothing in its predictability, except for all the plagues and monsters, which are less soothing and more the sort of thing that makes you appreciate modern medicine and the absence of sea demons. Now we're getting to the interesting part, which is saying something, because mythological plagues and shape-shifting historians are already fairly interesting. The Tuatha De Danann, whose name roughly translates to the people of the goddess Danu, were basically Ireland's pantheon of gods, though the myths are sometimes coy about calling them gods directly. They prefer terms like the people of skill or the fairy folk, which is very Irish. Why use one clear term when you can use several poetic but slightly ambiguous ones? The Tuatha De Danann arrived in Ireland in dramatic fashion, supposedly descending from the sky in a cloud. Some versions say they actually just sailed in from the north on boats, then burned their boats, and created the cloud as either A, dramatic effect, B, military tactics, or C, an elaborate insurance fraud scheme. The myths are genuinely unclear on this point. What made the Tuatha De Danann special was their mastery of magic and craft. They brought 4 magical treasures to Ireland, each from a different mythical city. From Phalius came the Stone of Destiny, which would cry out when touched by the rightful King of Ireland, basically an ancient Celtic verification system that was significantly more reliable than a driver's license. From Gorias came the Spear of Lugh, which guaranteed victory to whoever wielded it. No battle could be won against it, which seemed somewhat unfair and definitely violated several conventions of sporting conduct. From Findias came Nuada's sword, from which no one could escape once it was drawn. And from Marius came the Dagda's cauldron, which could feed any number of people without ever emptying, essentially the world's first all-you-can-eat buffet, but with more mystical properties and probably better food. The Tuatha De Danann found Ireland already occupied by the Firbolg, descendants of those Nemedians who had fled earlier. The Firbolg were decent folks who had been minding their own business, farming and fishing and generally existing in peace. Then these magical sky people showed up with their invincible weapons and started making proprietary claims about the island. The two groups met at the First Battle of Mag Tuired, which sounds more dramatic in Irish but basically means the Plain of Towers, or possibly the Plain of Pillars, depending on who's translating. The battle was fierce, and while the Tuatha De Danann won, they suffered a significant casualty. Their king, Nuada, lost his hand in combat. Now here's where Irish mythology gets interesting in its approach to disability and leadership. The Tuatha De Danann had a law stating that no one with a physical blemish could be king. This seems harsh until you remember that in these myths, physical perfection often symbolised spiritual and political wholeness. Nuada, despite being otherwise excellent at his job, had to step down because he was now missing a hand. The Tuatha De Danann replaced him with Bress, whose father was Fomorian and whose mother was Tuatha De Danann, essentially a peace treaty marriage candidate meant to unite the two peoples. Bress turned out to be terrible at his job. He was stingy, which in Irish culture was possibly the worst flaw a leader could have. A good king was expected to be generous, hosting feasts and distributing wealth. Bress did none of this. He was basically the opposite of a good Irish host, which made him deeply unpopular. Meanwhile, a physician named Dian Gecht and his son Miach were working on a solution to Nuada's problem. Dian Gecht created a silver hand for Nuada, that worked perfectly, a prosthetic so advanced it wouldn't be matched in actual technology for thousands of years. This made Nuada technically whole again, but there was still the question of whether a silver hand counted as a blemish. Then Miak, showing the kind of overachieving ambition that causes problems in families everywhere, went one better. He grew a new hand of flesh and blood for Nuada. This was medically impressive but politically problematic, as it completely overshadowed his father's work. Dian Checht, in a fit of professional jealousy that modern academic rivalries can only aspire to, killed his own son. Mythology is full of family dysfunction, but this takes it to another level. With his new hand, Nuada was restored to kingship, and Bress was sent packing. Bress, unsurprisingly bitter about losing his throne, went to his Fomorian relatives to raise an army. This led to the Second Battle of Mag Tuiried, which was even more epic than the first, and featured one of Irish mythology's most important heroes. Enter Lug, whose full title was Lug Lam Fada, Lug of the Long Arm, though this referred to his reach in battle, rather than any actual anatomical peculiarity. Lug was like the kid in school who was annoyingly good at everything: sports, academics, and arts, and also happened to be attractive and well-liked. Except instead of just winning spelling bees, Lug was a master of every skill the ancient Irish valued: warrior, craftsman, poet, musician, sorcerer, and physician. He was basically a walking Renaissance, except several thousand years before the actual Renaissance, which shows admirable initiative. Luz arrived at Tara, the seat of Irish kingship, while Nuada was preparing for war with the Fomorians. The gatekeeper asked Lug what skill he possessed, since Tara only admitted people who could contribute something unique. Lug listed his abilities one by one. He was a carpenter, a smith, a warrior, a harper, a poet, a historian, a sorcerer, and so on. To each skill, the gatekeeper responded that they already had someone who did that. This went on for a while, probably with increasing awkwardness, until Lug asked the practical question: did they have anyone who could do all of these things? The gatekeeper, recognizing a rhetorical checkmate when he heard one, let him in. Nuada was so impressed with Lug that he temporarily gave him command of the war against the Fomorians. This was either a sign of great wisdom or a symptom of severe imposter syndrome, but either way it worked out. Lug led the Tuatha Dé Danann in the Second Battle of Mag Tuiried, which was less a battle and more a mythological highlight reel of supernatural combat. The battle featured some truly memorable moments. The Dagda, whose name basically means the good god, in the sense of good at everything, rather than morally upright, met with the Fomorian sorceress Morrigan before the battle. Their encounter resulted in an alliance because apparently military strategy in Irish mythology sometimes involves supernatural romance with goddesses who could shapeshift into crows. The Dagda also visited the enemy camp before the battle, where the Fomorians decided to mock him by serving him a massive portion of porridge, his favourite food, in a crater-sized hole in the ground. The porridge contained whole sheep, pigs, and gallons of milk. The Fomorians expected this to humiliate the Dagda, but he simply ate all of it using a ladle so large it could hold 2 people lying down. Then he took a nap, because that's what you do after eating several livestock worth of porridge. During the actual battle, Lugh faced his grandfather Baylor of the Evil Eye. Baylor's eye was so poisonous that it took several men to lift the eyelid, and anyone who looked at it would die. This was simultaneously a formidable weapon and a significant vision impairment, but Baylor had made it work for him. Lug killed Baylor with a sling stone that drove the eye through the back of his head, causing it to look upon Baylor's own army and destroy them. This was poetic justice with practical military applications. The Tuatha Dé Danann won the battle, defeated the Fomorians definitively, and established themselves as the undisputed rulers of Ireland. Lug became one of their greatest kings, and his name echoed through Irish mythology for centuries. He was the father of Cuchulainn, Ireland's greatest hero, proving that being good at everything is apparently hereditary. The reign of the Tuatha Dé Danann represented a golden age in Irish mythology, a time when the gods walked the land, magic was commonplace, and every feast was a celebration of impossible abundance. But like all golden ages in mythology, it couldn't last forever. Someone new was coming to Ireland, and this time they'd be harder to defeat because they represented something the Tuatha Dé Danann had no defence against. They represented us. The Milesians, the sons of Meal, were the final wave of mythological invaders, and they were different from all the previous groups. They represented mortal humans, our ancestors, people without magical powers or divine heritage, who nonetheless had the audacity to think they could take Ireland from gods. The Milesians came from Spain, supposedly, though the Spain in Irish mythology is less a geographic location and more a vague concept of that warmer place to the south. They sailed to Ireland with the full intention of conquering it, which takes either impressive courage or significant ignorance of what they were up against. When the Milesians landed in Ireland, they encountered 3 goddesses who embodied the land itself: Banba, Fodla, and Eriu. Each goddess asked that Ireland be named after her. The Milesians, displaying the diplomatic skills that would later make Irish politicians famous, promised each goddess that Ireland would bear her name. All 3 names were used at various times, but Eriu's name eventually stuck, evolving into Éire, which is still Ireland's official name in Irish. The Tuatha Dé Danann tried everything to repel the invaders. They used their magic to create storms that drove the Milesian ships back from shore. They made the land appear inhospitable and cursed the invaders with various supernatural obstacles. But the Milesians had something the previous invaders lacked: persistence and an apparent immunity to being discouraged by impossibility. The poet Emergin, one of the Milesians, spoke an incantation when they finally managed to land, the first recorded poem in Irish mythology, and it's still remarkable today. He declared himself to be the wind on the sea, the ocean wave, the roar of the tide, and various other natural phenomena, essentially claiming Ireland through identification with the land itself. It was like announcing at a party that you're not just attending, you're actually the house. Bold strategy, but it worked. The conflict between the Milesians and the Tuatha Dé Danann came to a head in several battles, but the outcome was never really in doubt. The Milesians represented the inevitable transition from mythological to historical time, from a world governed by magic to one governed by human concerns. The Tuatha Dé Danann could win every battle and still lose the war, because they were fighting against narrative inevitability. The resolution was ingeniously Irish. Rather than a fight to the death, the 2 sides negotiated. The Tuatha Dé Danann agreed to retreat underground into the Sid, the fairy mounds and hills that dot Ireland's landscape. They would keep the spiritual sovereignty of Ireland while the Milesians held the physical land. Ireland was essentially divided horizontally, with humans getting the surface and the gods getting everything beneath. This arrangement explains one of the most distinctive features of Irish mythology and folklore. The gods never really left. They just moved underground, where they became the Éowsi, the fairy folk. Every hill might contain an entrance to their world. Every body of water might connect to their realm. And at certain times of year, particularly Samhain, Halloween, and Beltane, May Day, the boundaries between the worlds grew thin. This transition from gods to fairies is uniquely Irish in its practicality. Rather than killing off their gods or declaring them false, the Irish simply renegotiated their living arrangements. The Tuatha Dé Danann became the good people, the fair folk, beings who demanded respect and offerings, but who could also offer blessings and aid to humans who treated them properly. The relationship between humans and the fairy folk became central to Irish culture. You didn't build on fairy paths, you didn't cut down fairy thorns, and you definitely didn't offend them by calling them names they might interpret as insulting. This wasn't superstition so much as an elaborate system of environmental and cultural preservation, disguised as mythology. So the Milesians took possession of Ireland's surface, establishing the ruling families that would later claim descent from these legendary ancestors. Every significant Irish clan traced its lineage back to the Milesians, giving them both legitimacy and a connection to that mythological past when gods walked openly on the land. Now that we've established how Ireland came to be populated and how its gods and humans learned to coexist, let's talk about Ireland's greatest hero. Cuchulainn was born as Setanta, a fairly normal name that didn't hint at the absolutely abnormal life he would lead. His father was either the mortal warrior Swaltam or the god Lugh. The myth can't quite decide, but the general consensus is that he was probably Lugh's son, because otherwise his abilities don't make sense. As a boy, Setanta was already showing signs of being extraordinary. He asked his mother when he could join the boy troop at Emain Macha, the seat of Ulster's King Conchobar mac Nessa. His mother told him he was too young, but Setanta, displaying the impatience that would characterise his entire short life, decided to go anyway. He took his toy weapons and walked the considerable distance to Emain Macha. When he arrived, the boy warriors were playing hurling, an Irish sport that resembles field hockey, played by people with a death wish. Setanta, not waiting for introductions or permission, simply joined the game and promptly defeated all 150 boys single-handedly. This was either impressive athletic ability or a sign that Ulster's boy warriors needed better training programs. The incident that gave him his famous name happened when King Conchobar invited Setanta to a feast at the house of Cuchulainn the Smith. Setanta was delayed by games and arrived late after Cuchulainn had released his guard dog, a massive hound trained to protect the property and generally be terrifying to uninvited guests. The hound attacked young Setanta, who was armed only with his hurling stick and ball. In what must have been either exceptional aim or divine favour, Setanta hit the ball straight into the hound's mouth and down its throat, then followed up by smashing the dog's head against a stone. This was effective self-defence, but made him unpopular with Cuchulainn, who had just lost an expensive and well-trained guard dog to an 8-year-old with sports equipment. Setanta, feeling guilty, offered to serve as Cuchulainn's guard dog until a replacement could be trained. This is how he got the name Cuchulainn, the Hound of Cuchulainn. It's worth noting that he chose to be named after a dog he killed, which is very Irish in its combination of guilt, honour and probably not thinking through the long-term implications of your nickname. As Cuchulainn grew, he trained with the legendary warrior woman Scathach in Scotland. Scathach ran what was essentially a supernatural military academy, teaching warriors techniques that probably violated several conventions about ethical combat. She taught Cuchulainn the Gay Bolg, a barbed spear that entered the body as 1 point and exited as 30. This was either highly advanced weapons technology or simply cruel and unusual depending on your perspective. During his training, Cuchulainn also somehow found time to romance Scathach's daughter Uathach and defeat Scathach's rival Aife, whom he also romanced because apparently his training schedule wasn't full enough. His relationship with Aife produced a son, Conla, whose story ends tragically, but that's Irish mythology for you. Cuchulainn's most famous exploit was single-handedly defending Ulster during the Tyne Bó Cúailnge, the cattle raid of Cooley. Queen Medb of Connaught invaded Ulster to steal a legendary bull, and she timed her invasion for when the men of Ulster were affected by a curse that made them as weak as women in childbirth. This curse is one of Irish mythology's more creative military disadvantages. Cuchulainn, either immune to the curse or too young to be affected, stood alone at the ford and challenged Medb's army to single combat. For months he fought champion after champion, holding the fort through skill, determination and occasional berserker rages where he transformed into something so terrifying that the myths struggle to describe it adequately. These rages, called the Riastrad or warp spasm, transformed Cuchulainn into something barely human. His body contorted, one eye receded into his skull while the other bulged out, his hair stood on end with sparks flying from each strand, and a pillar of blood shot from his head. It was like watching a superhero transformation sequence directed by someone who took the concept of rage mode very literally. Despite being outnumbered thousands to one, Cuchulainn held the ford until the rest of Ulster recovered from their curse. His stand became legendary, the ultimate example of one warrior's determination defeating overwhelming odds. He embodied every virtue the ancient Irish admired: courage, skill in battle, loyalty to his people, and the kind of stubbornness that modern psychologists would probably flag as concerning, but ancient warriors considered admirable. Cu Chulain's death, when it came, was appropriately dramatic. Cursed and wounded, knowing he was dying, he tied himself to a standing stone so he could die on his feet, facing his enemies. The Morrigan, the war goddess, landed on his shoulder in the form of a crow, and that's how his enemies knew he was finally dead. Because only then did he stop being dangerous. After Cu Chulain's era came the time of the Fianna, Ireland's legendary warrior band. Think of them as a cross between special forces, park rangers, and wandering poets, because in Irish mythology you could absolutely be all three simultaneously. The Fianna served the High King of Ireland, but they operated with considerable independence. They lived outside normal society, camping in Ireland's wild places, hunting, training, and generally being available whenever the kingdom needed defenders. Their membership requirements were so demanding they made modern special forces selection look relaxed. To join the Fianna, a candidate had to prove their abilities through a series of tests. They had to compose poetry, because what good is a warrior who can't describe their victories in proper verse? They had to defend themselves while standing in a waist-deep hole armed only with a shield and a hazel stick, while 9 warriors threw spears at them. They had to run through the forest at full speed without breaking a twig, disturbing their braided hair, or having a weapon waver in their hands. These requirements effectively filtered out everyone except supernatural athletes with good hair and literary talent. The greatest leader of the Fianna was Fionn McCumhale, whose name means fair son of Cumhall. Fionn's father was killed before he was born, so his mother sent him away to be raised in secret, because apparently that's just what you did with legendary heroes in Irish mythology. He was trained by 2 druidesses who taught him poetry, the arts of war, and presumably how to cook for himself, though the myths are oddly quiet about domestic skills. The defining moment of Fionn's youth came when he was apprenticed to the poet Finnegas, who had spent years trying to catch the salmon of knowledge. This salmon had eaten hazelnuts from the trees of wisdom that grew around the well of Sagai's, thereby becoming the most educated fish in Irish mythology. Finnegas believed that eating this salmon would grant the knowledge of the world, which is either profound symbolism about education or proof that ancient Irish dietary advice was unusual. When Finnegas finally caught the salmon, he instructed young Fionn to cook it, but warned him not to eat any of it. Fionn obediently cooked the salmon, but while turning it, he burned his thumb on the hot fish, and instinctively stuck his thumb in his mouth to cool the burn. That tiny taste was enough to transfer all the salmon's wisdom to Fionn. From that point on, whenever Fionn needed knowledge, he would suck his thumb, which sounds silly until you remember he gained access to all the world's wisdom through this gesture. It was like having Google's search built into your body, except more reliable and with better privacy protections. Fionn led the Fianna through countless adventures. They fought giants, battled invaders, hunted magical boars, and generally kept Ireland safe from various supernatural threats. But Fionn's story is also notable for its romantic complications, because Irish heroes apparently couldn't just focus on their work without creating elaborate relationship drama. The most famous of these complications involved Grain, the daughter of the High King. Fionn, now old enough that people were politely referring to him as mature, was betrothed to young Grain. At the wedding feast, Grain looked at her much older fiancé, then looked at his younger, more attractive warrior Diarmuid, and decided she preferred the latter. She placed Diarmuid under a gace, a magical obligation, forcing him to elope with her. Diarmuid was in an impossible situation. He was bound by oath to serve Fionn loyally, but he was also bound by the gaze to protect Green. The resulting pursuit lasted years, with Fionn and the Fianna chasing the couple across Ireland, while Diarmuid repeatedly demonstrated that he could escape any trap, not because he was disloyal, but because he was obligated to survive. Eventually Fionn accepted the situation, and Diarmuid and Grain settled down to live peacefully. But Fionn's forgiveness had limits. When Diarmuid was later wounded by a magical boar, Fionn had the power to heal him. He needed only to give him water carried in his hands. 3 times Fionn went to fetch water, and 3 times he let it trickle through his fingers before reaching Diarmuid. This was revenge served very cold, and it effectively ended Diarmuid's life. The story of Fionn and the Fianna represents the last age of Irish legendary heroes before history began to be recorded with more reliability. They existed in that twilight space between mythological and historical time, their adventures becoming increasingly grounded in real geography, even as they retained elements of the fantastic. One of the most beautiful aspects of Irish mythology is how it's bound to the physical landscape. Unlike some mythologies that take place in vague, distant realms, Irish myths are grounded in specific locations you can actually visit. Every hill has a story, every ancient stone might mark something significant, and every body of water potentially connects to the other world. New Grange, that massive passage tomb older than the pyramids, was said to be the home of Engus Og, the god of love and poetry. The monument aligns perfectly with the winter solstice sunrise, which is either sophisticated astronomical knowledge or proof that ancient Irish people really cared about dramatic lighting for important days. Engus supposedly won the house from his father, the Dagda, through a clever word trick, because Irish gods appreciated wordplay almost as much as they appreciated magic. The Hill of Tara in County Meath served as the seat of the High Kings of Ireland. It's really more of a gentle hill than an imposing fortress, but in Irish mythology, it was the political and spiritual centre of the island. Kings were inaugurated there, laws were proclaimed there, and the Stone of Destiny stood there, crying out when touched by the rightful king. The site contains multiple earthworks and monuments spanning thousands of years, each layer adding another chapter to Ireland's story. The Giant's Causeway, with its 40,000 interlocking basalt columns, was said to be built by the giant Fionn MacCumhail. Yes, the same Fionn from the Fianna, who apparently moonlighted as a giant in some stories. According to legend, he built the causeway to reach Scotland so he could fight a Scottish giant. When he saw how large his opponent was, he disguised himself as a baby, and his wife told the Scottish giant that this infant was their child. The Scottish giant, reasoning that if the baby was this big, the father must be enormous, fled back to Scotland in terror, destroying the causeway behind him. It's a story that combines geology, mythology, and the eternal theme of solving problems through deception rather than direct confrontation. The Cave of Cruachan in County Roscommon was known as the entrance to the otherworld. It was from this cave that the destructive birds of Morrigan emerged, that supernatural animals escaped to wreak havoc in the mortal world, and that the boundary between worlds grew particularly thin. Medieval Irish texts describe it as Ireland's gate to hell, which seems harsh, but certainly increased the property's notoriety. Loughgur in County Limerick contains an island that appears and disappears, supposedly rising from the water every 7 years. The lake is associated with the goddess Ain, who represented sovereignty, fertility, and the sun. Once a year, according to tradition, you could see ancient warriors riding around the lake's shores, which would have been either a spectacular tourist attraction or deeply unsettling, depending on your perspective on ghostly cavalry. The Paps of Anu, 2 mountains in County Kerry, were named for their resemblance to breasts and associated with Anu, or Danu, the mother goddess of the Tuatha De Danann. Ancient peoples didn't mess around with subtle symbolism. If they wanted to honour a mother goddess, they pointed at breast-shaped mountains and said, "Those are definitely hers." These sacred sites weren't just backdrops for stories, they were characters in the mythology themselves. The land of Ireland was sentient in these myths, capable of blessing or cursing, accepting or rejecting rulers, and maintaining its own spiritual sovereignty regardless of who claimed political control. This relationship between land and mythology created a culture where geography itself carried meaning. You couldn't just look at a hill in ancient Ireland, you had to know its story, understand which gods or heroes were associated with it, remember what battles were fought there, and be aware of which fairy folk might call it home. The landscape was a book written in earth and stone, and the myths were the key to reading it. This tradition continues today in Irish place names. Nearly every town, river, mountain and field carries a name that tells a story. Dublin, Blackpool, became Dublin. Glen Neige Capel, Valley of the Horses, tells you what once happened there. The landscape itself is an archive of stories, each name a bookmark in Ireland's long narrative. As you drift deeper into sleep, imagine walking through this mythological landscape. Every step takes you through layers of story, each stone marking some ancient event, each spring connected to some tale of transformation or healing. It's a world where paying attention to the land meant understanding the stories that shaped your people's identity. Irish mythology's otherworld wasn't hell or heaven. It was Tir na Nog, the land of youth, or Mag Mell, the pleasant plain, or any of a dozen other names for what was essentially a parallel Ireland where everything was just slightly better and nobody aged. The otherworld could be reached in various ways, each more poetic than the last. Sometimes it was underwater. You could ride your horse into a lake and emerge in a crystalline kingdom where mer-people held court and time moved differently. Sometimes it lay beneath a fairy mound, accessed through doors that opened only on certain nights or to certain people. Sometimes it existed across the Western Sea, on islands that appeared and disappeared depending on weather, season, or the observer's worthiness. What made the Irish otherworld fascinating was its ambiguity. It wasn't a punishment or reward, it was simply another place running parallel to our own. The beings there weren't good or evil in any absolute sense. They were powerful, capricious, and bound by their own complex rules that didn't always make sense to mortal visitors. Time worked differently in the otherworld, following what fantasy writers would later call Rip Van Winkle rules. You might spend what felt like a single pleasant afternoon there, only to return home and discover that 300 years had passed. Oisin, the son of Fionn mac Cumhaill, made exactly this mistake. He fell in love with Niamh of the Golden Hair, who invited him to Tir na Nog. He went willingly, planning to visit briefly. In Tir na Nog, Oisin lived in perfect happiness with Niamh. The land was beautiful, the weather was always pleasant, and nobody grew old or sick. It was like a permanent vacation in the world's best resort, except the resort was an entire magical realm. After what seemed like 3 years, Oisin grew homesick and asked to visit Ireland, just to see his old friends and family. Niamh agreed, but warned him not to dismount from his horse or touch the ground of Ireland. She gave him a white horse and specific instructions about staying mounted, which in Irish mythology usually means the instructions are extremely important and will definitely be ignored. Oisin rode back to Ireland and found everything changed. His father was gone, the Fianna were gone, and 300 years had passed in what felt like 3 to him. He encountered people who were noticeably smaller and weaker than he remembered, which makes sense since he was still effectively a mythological hero visiting a more historical period. While helping some farmers move a stone, Oisin's saddle girth broke, and he fell to the ground. The moment he touched Irish soil, 300 years caught up with him instantly. He aged rapidly, becoming an ancient blind man in seconds. In some versions, he survived long enough to meet St. Patrick and tell him stories of the old days, creating a poignant conversation between Ireland's pagan past and Christian present. The otherworld's relationship with time wasn't cruel. It simply operated on different principles. A day there might equal a year here, or vice versa. The exchange rate varied depending on location, circumstance, and possibly the whims of whatever powers managed interdimensional customs control. Another route to the otherworld involved fairy music. Certain melodies could transport listeners across the boundary between worlds, which made being a musician in ancient Ireland either a prestigious calling or a dangerous occupation, depending on your ability to resist magical summons. Musicians who heard otherworldly music sometimes followed it into the fairy mounds and never returned, or returned changed, bearing knowledge of songs that mortal ears weren't quite meant to hear. The inhabitants of the otherworld were the Tuatha De Danann, those former gods who'd agreed to move underground. They lived in splendour beneath the hills, hosting eternal feasts where the food never ran out and the entertainment never bored. They sometimes invited mortals to join them, though these invitations were less requests and more tests of character, courage, or both. Food in the otherworld was particularly hazardous for visitors. Eating fairy food meant you'd be unable to return to the mortal world, trapped in the otherworld through some mystical contract formed by digestion. This was simultaneously the world's most effective immigration policy, and a warning about accepting dinner invitations from people who live under hills. The otherworld also served as a source of gifts and curses. Heroes would journey there to retrieve magical items, swords that never missed, shields that never failed, and cauldrons that never emptied. But these quests always came with conditions and consequences. Nothing was freely given. Every magical object came with strings attached, sometimes literally if it was a magical harp. Despite its dangers, the otherworld represented something important in Irish mythology, the idea that the mundane world wasn't all there was. Beyond the everyday struggles of farming, fishing, and trying to stay warm in Ireland's damp climate, there existed realms of beauty, magic, and possibility. The otherworld was hope made tangible, proof that wonder still existed if you knew where to look. Irish mythology's treatment of female divine figures is remarkably nuanced for ancient stories. These weren't passive princesses waiting for rescue. They were active forces who shaped events, chose their own partners, and wielded power that made mortal heroes tread carefully. The Morrigan was perhaps the most complex of these figures. Her name means either Phantom Queen or Great Queen, depending on translation, and she embodied sovereignty, prophecy, and war. But she wasn't just a war goddess in the sense of enjoying battle. She was war itself, the force that drove warriors to madness and determined who would survive combat. The Morrigan often appeared as three sisters, or three aspects of the same goddess: Badb, Macha, and Nemain, each representing different aspects of battle and fate. Badb appeared as a crow or raven on battlefields, presiding over carnage with the detached interest of someone evaluating their handiwork. Macha represented sovereignty, and could curse entire armies, as she did to the men of Ulster. Nemain's name means frenzy, and she induced panic and confusion in warriors, turning organised armies into panicked mobs. But the Morrigan wasn't simply destructive. Before the Second Battle of Mag Tuiread, she met with the Dagda, and their union helped secure victory for the Tuatha De Danann. She could prophesy the future, sometimes in cryptic poetry that made perfect sense only after the event she described had already happened, which is very like prophecy everywhere, really. Her interaction with Cuchulainn demonstrates the complex nature of divine attention. She approached the hero in various guises, offering help and affection. When he rejected her, not recognising who she was, she became his enemy. During the Tyne, she harassed him in the forms of an eel, a wolf, and a cattle stampede. Each time, Cuchulainn injured her, and each injury would later have consequences. After the fighting, the Morrigan appeared to Cuchulainn as an old woman milking a cow. She had 3 wounds, corresponding to the 3 injuries he'd inflicted on her animal forms. Cuchulainn, not knowing who she was, asked for milk. She gave him 3 drinks, and with each one he blessed her. These blessings healed her wounds, because blessings from a hero carried power. It was a moment of grace between enemies, though Cuchulainn's realisation of whom he'd helped probably came too late to matter. Other goddesses were associated with specific aspects of Irish life and landscape. Aine represented summer, wealth, and sovereignty, particularly in Munster. She could bless crops or destroy them, grant love or withhold it, and once took revenge on a king who assaulted her by turning him into a goose, which seems lenient until you consider what happens to geese at holiday meals. Brigid was a goddess so beloved that Christianity couldn't eliminate her, so she became Saint Brigid instead, maintaining much of her divine authority under a new title. She represented poetry, healing, and smithcraft, the 3 pillars of Irish culture. Her feast day, Imbolc, marked the beginning of spring and the lambing season, that moment when Ireland started transitioning from winter's harshness to the possibility of warmth. The goddess Eriu, for whom Ireland is named, represented the land's sovereignty itself. Kings weren't just political leaders, they were symbolically married to the land, and their fitness to rule was demonstrated through the land's fertility. Poor harvests suggested the king had lost the land's favour. Abundant harvests proved his legitimate sovereignty. This created a practical incentive for kings to take agricultural policy seriously. These goddesses rarely appeared as simple figures with single purposes. They contained multitudes, embodying contradictions that made them feel more like real powers than literary constructs. The Morrigan could be a generous lover and a terrible enemy, sometimes in the same story. Brigid represented both the creative spark of inspiration and the technical skill of metalwork. They couldn't be reduced to simple archetypes because they represented the complexity of life itself. The respect shown to these female divine figures suggests that Iron Age Irish society had different gender dynamics than many ancient cultures. Women could be warriors, poets, rulers, and property owners. The myths reflect this, showing goddesses and mortal women making their own choices, pursuing their own goals, and being taken seriously as independent actors rather than prizes or victims. When Christianity arrived in Ireland, something unusual happened. Instead of completely destroying the pagan mythology, Christian monks incorporated it, recorded it, and sometimes baptized it, literally adding Christian elements while maintaining the pagan structure. St. Patrick, Ireland's patron saint, supposedly drove the snakes from Ireland, which is a lovely story except Ireland never had snakes. The island's isolation prevented snakes from colonising after the last ice age. So Patrick's victory over snakes was either metaphorical, representing paganism, or the easiest pest control job in religious history. What Patrick and subsequent Christian missionaries actually did was more subtle and more interesting than snake removal. They learned the Irish language, studied Irish law, and worked within Irish cultural frameworks rather than trying to impose Roman Christian traditions wholesale. This created a uniquely Irish Christianity that maintained conversation with its pagan past. The monks who recorded Irish mythology centuries after Christianization could have simply destroyed these pagan stories as the work of devils. Instead, they wrote them down, sometimes adding explanatory notes like, "This is what the ignorant pagans believed," but preserving the stories nonetheless. These Christian scribes gave us the manuscripts that contain Ireland's mythological heritage, even while disapproving of their content. Sometimes the synthesis between Christian and pagan produced beautiful results. The Voyage of St. Brendan combined traditional Irish tales of otherworld journeys with Christian themes of faith and divine providence. Brendan and his monks sailed across the Atlantic, encountering islands of various wonders, some clearly mythological, others possibly based on real Atlantic islands. The voyage kept the structure of pre-Christian adventure tales while redirecting their spiritual meaning. The story of the children of Lear shows this synthesis clearly. The 4 children of King Lear were transformed into swans by their jealous stepmother, condemned to spend 900 years in bird form. They endured centuries of suffering on various Irish lakes, but when they were finally transformed back to human form, they were ancient and dying. A Christian monk baptized them just before their deaths, providing salvation at the story's end, a pagan tragedy given a Christian resolution. This interaction between Christian and pagan created a double vision in Irish culture that persists today. People could believe in Christian doctrine while still maintaining respect for fairy forts, still avoiding cutting down certain trees, and still recognising that the land itself held powers that transcended any single religious framework. St. Brigid's Day coincided with Imbolc, the pagan festival of the goddess Brigid. The saint inherited the goddess's associations with spring, fertility and renewal. Brigid's crosses, woven from rushes, decorated homes on her feast day, connecting Christian devotion to much older traditions of seasonal celebration and protection. Many Irish saints had adventures that closely resembled those of pagan heroes. They battled demons that looked suspiciously like Fomorians, performed miracles that resembled druidic magic, and generally behaved more like mythological heroes than the ascetic monks of continental Christianity. This wasn't confusion, it was cultural translation, expressing Christian themes through Irish narrative conventions. The holy wells scattered across Ireland illustrate this synthesis beautifully. Many were originally associated with pagan goddesses or local spirits. Christianity reassigned them to saints, but the practices remained similar. People still visited them for healing, still left offerings, and still walked around them in prescribed patterns. The form was Christian. The structure was much older. This ability to hold both Christian and pagan traditions simultaneously isn't contradiction so much as Irish pragmatism. Why abandon stories that connected you to your landscape and ancestors just because you'd accepted new religious beliefs? The past didn't need to be destroyed. It could be incorporated, reinterpreted, and allowed to inform the present. We need to talk about the Tainbo Cuailinge, the cattle raid of Cooley, because it's the closest thing Ireland has to the Iliad, except instead of Helen of Troy, the conflict centres on a bull. This is very Irish. The story begins with pillow talk, which is how many problems begin. Queen Medb of Connaught and her husband, King Ailill, were lying in bed comparing their possessions, because apparently that's what royal couples did for entertainment before television. They were evenly matched in wealth until Ailill mentioned his bull, Finnbennach the White-Horned. Medb, who had strong opinions about equality in marriage and wasn't about to let her husband claim superiority through livestock, remembered hearing about an even better bull, Don Cuailinge, the brown bull of Cooley, which belonged to a chieftain in Ulster. She decided to borrow it, and when the owner refused, she decided to take it by force. This was either a proportionate response or a massive overreaction, depending on how seriously you take cattle-based marital disputes. Medb raised an army from all of Ireland except Ulster, and invaded during the one time when Ulster's warriors were incapacitated by that curse we mentioned earlier. Only Cuchulainn was unaffected, so he stood alone at the ford, challenging the invaders to single combat according to the rules of war that made Irish warfare more organised than rugby, but less organised than modern military operations. For months, Cuchulainn fought champion after champion. Each morning a new warrior would face him at the ford. Each evening that warrior would be dead or defeated. The Táin describes these combats in loving detail, cataloguing wounds, tactics, and the various ways creative violence could be applied using Bronze Age weaponry. Between fights, Cuchulainn's divine father, Lugh, would appear to heal him, because even legendary heroes need medical support after months of continuous combat. The downtime also allowed for several subplots, including Cuchulainn accidentally killing his foster brother Ferdia, in a heartbreaking duel that neither wanted but honour demanded. The death of Ferdia represents one of Irish mythology's most human moments. The two men had trained together, fought together, and loved each other as brothers. But Ferdia was sworn to Medb's service, and Cuchulainn was defending Ulster, so they met at the ford and fought for 3 days. Each evening they stopped fighting, embraced as friends, shared food and medical supplies, and slept near each other. Each morning they resumed trying to kill each other. On the 4th day, Cuchulainn used the gay bolg, killing Ferdia instantly and immediately falling into grief over what duty had made him do. Eventually Ulster's warriors recovered from their curse and joined the battle. The conflict escalated from single combat to full warfare, though by this point Medb's army was somewhat demoralised from watching their champions die one at a time at the ford. The invasion became a fighting retreat, with Medb's forces trying to get the Brown Bull back to Connaught while Ulster pursued. The climax comes when the Brown Bull of Cooley and Finnbennach the White-Horned finally meet. Remember, this entire war was about bulls. The two animals fought across Ireland, their battle destroying landscape features and creating new ones. When the Brown Bull finally killed Finnbennach, it went mad with battle rage, charging across Ireland with parts of its dead opponent still hanging from its horns, before finally dying of exhaustion. So Medb got her bull, but it immediately died, making the entire war pointless. Ulster defended its territory but lost many warriors. Cuchulainn won every combat but lost his foster brother. Everyone lost something, and the only winners were the storytellers who got an epic poem out of the disaster. The Táin is strange by epic standards. There's no clear moral victor. The central conflict is simultaneously trivial and deadly serious, and the heroes spend as much time honouring their enemies as fighting them. But it captures something essentially Irish. The idea that honour and duty can lead to absurd situations, that conflicts escalate beyond their original causes, and that warfare is simultaneously glorious and tragic, sometimes in the same moment. Irish heroes didn't just carry ordinary weapons, they bore objects with histories, personalities, and often unfortunate side effects. These magical items were characters in their own right, and their stories reveal how the Irish thought about power, responsibility, and the cost of possessing extraordinary things. The Lia Fáil, the Stone of Destiny we mentioned earlier, would cry out when touched by the rightful King of Ireland. This was convenient for royal succession, but potentially awkward if you accidentally leaned against it while picnicking on Tara. The stone supposedly remains at Tara, though Scottish tradition claims an ancient Irish king gave it to Scotland, where it became part of the coronation throne. This dispute over a rock's location has continued for centuries, proving that even magical objects can cause political controversy. The Dagda's cauldron, Quoir Ansic, could feed any number of people without emptying. It was essentially infinite hospitality in cookware form, which perfectly embodied Irish values about generosity and community. No one ever left the Dagda's feasts hungry, which must have made him popular at parties and impossible to follow on the hosting rotation. The Sword of Nuada, from which no one could escape once drawn, sounds impressive until you consider the logistics. What if you drew it by accident? What if you wanted to practice sword maintenance? The myths don't address these practical concerns, focusing instead on its combat effectiveness and symbolic importance as a marker of rightful sovereignty. The Gay Bolga, Cuchulainn's barbed spear, was thrown with the foot, yes, the foot, and entered the body as a single point before expanding into 30 barbs. Removing it was fatal, leaving it in was fatal, and encountering it was generally fatal. The weapon's mechanics made no anatomical sense, but it was terrifyingly effective in mythology, which is what mattered. Musical instruments held special power in Irish myth. The Dagda possessed a harp that could play 3 strains, the strain of sorrow that made listeners weep, the strain of joy that made them laugh, and the strain of sleep that put them into slumber. This was either a remarkably versatile instrument, or proof that ancient Irish music had genuine psychological effects. Cloaks of invisibility appeared frequently, usually at convenient moments when heroes needed to sneak somewhere. These operated more reliably than modern streaming services and had better coverage, though presumably they required less buffering. Magical animals counted as possessions too. The horses of the Tuatha Dé Danann could travel across water as easily as land, which would have made ferry crossings much simpler. The salmon of knowledge we met earlier counted as a magical object, though eating it was a one-time benefit that couldn't be renewed, unlike modern subscription services. Cauldrons of rebirth could restore dead warriors to life, though the revived warriors couldn't speak, which seems like a significant limitation, but was apparently acceptable. These cauldrons made warfare less permanent but didn't solve the fundamental problems causing the conflicts, so armies kept killing each other knowing death might be temporary. This was either hope or horror, depending on your perspective on eternal return to the battlefield. What united these magical objects was their double-edged nature. Power came with limitations, gifts came with curses, and possessing something extraordinary meant taking on responsibilities that ordinary people didn't bear. The heroes who wielded these objects were changed by them, shaped by the weight of carrying items that normal rules didn't apply to. This theme resonates through Irish mythology, that power, whether political, magical or military, is never simple or purely beneficial. Every advantage creates new vulnerabilities, every gift imposes new obligations, and every magical object eventually demands payment for its use. As you sink deeper into sleep with the weight of the blankets and the gentle rhythm of your breathing, consider why these ancient Irish stories remain compelling enough to keep people talking about them over 1,000 years after the society that created them transformed into something different. Irish mythology survives because it addresses eternal human concerns through specific cultural expressions. The stories speak to universal experiences, love and loss, ambition and failure, the search for meaning, the acceptance of mortality, while remaining distinctively Irish in their telling. These myths also preserve something valuable through Ireland's various conquests and colonisations. When political sovereignty was lost, cultural sovereignty remained encoded in stories passed down through generations. The myths reminded Irish people who they were when external powers tried to tell them otherwise. The stories adapted remarkably well to changing circumstances. When Christianity arrived, the myths acquired new meanings without losing their essential character. When English colonisation threatened Irish culture, the stories persisted in both Irish and English languages. When modernity suggested myths were irrelevant, Irish writers like Yeats and Joyce demonstrated their continued artistic power. What makes Irish mythology unique among European traditions is this adaptability combined with continuity. The stories changed enough to remain relevant without changing so much they lost connection to their origins. The Tuatha De Danann transformed from gods to fairies to literary symbols without disappearing entirely. The relationship between mythology and landscape that we discussed earlier created deep roots. Stories attached to specific places became harder to erase than stories floating in abstract space. You could suppress the language, but the hills remained, and the hills remembered their names and their stories. Irish mythology also offered something that more austere religious traditions sometimes lacked: a sense of play, of cosmic humour, of gods and heroes who made mistakes and learned from them. The sacred and profane mixed freely. The profound and ridiculous coexisted comfortably, and dignity could survive embarrassment. These weren't stories about perfection or absolute moral clarity. They were stories about complicated people in complicated situations making difficult choices with limited information and living with consequences. This complexity made them more relatable than many mythologies built around clear distinctions between good and evil. As you finally drift into sleep, the stories continue their work. They've survived wars and famines, colonization and modernization, the deaths of the languages they were first told in, and their translation into languages that didn't exist when they were created. They've outlasted kings and conquerors, and outlived political systems and religious transformations. Tomorrow, when you wake, the world will seem ordinary again. But somewhere in Ireland, a hill still carries the name of a goddess, a lake still connects to the other world, and the boundary between myth and reality remains pleasantly uncertain. The stories wait patiently, as they have for millennia, ready to transport anyone who listens back to that time when gods walked the land and the impossible happened with comfortable regularity. Sleep well, knowing that you're connected to a tradition of storytelling that stretches back into the mists of time, when history and mythology were the same thing, and the world was young enough to still believe in magic. Imagine yourself on a Liverpool dock in 1838, watching what appears to be a sailing ship have an affair with a factory. Paddle wheels churn the water like enormous wooden washing machines. Smoke billows from tall funnels, and somewhere deep within this mechanical whale, coal fires burn hot enough to convert water into the steam that will take you across the Atlantic Ocean in just 18 days, rather than the customary 6 weeks. This marks the beginning of the steamship era, when travelling across the oceans became more like following a schedule rather than a prayer to the wind gods. One of the first specially designed steamships to frequently traverse the Atlantic, the Great Western was essentially a floating city with a very particular issue. How do you feed hundreds of people when the closest supermarket is thousands of miles away and won't be accessible for weeks? Prior to steamships, travelling by sea was similar to camping for wealthy people. You brought your own food, hoped it wouldn't go bad, and accepted that meals would consist of whatever the ship's cook could prepare using hardtack, salt pork and anything that wasn't mouldy. But everything changed with steamships. These were luxury hotels that just so happened to float, and luxury hotels require luxury dining. They weren't merely transport ships. The difficulty of the task was magnificent. Imagine attempting to stock a restaurant for 3 weeks, while your kitchen is always changing in 3 dimensions. You have limited storage space, no refrigeration other than what nature provides, and you are unable to go outside for fresh ingredients. Oh, and your patrons anticipate the same level of quality that they would find at the best restaurants in New York or London. This issue was resolved by ship designers using the same Victorian inventiveness that produced the Suez Canal and the London sewer system. They developed dining systems, inventive preservation techniques, and floating pantries that would make contemporary cruise ship designers swoon. In addition to overcoming distance, the steamship was also transforming the idea of what it meant to eat healthily while travelling. Launched in 1843, the SS Great Britain resembled a mechanical marvel crossed with a floating palace. It was the world's largest ship, measuring 322 feet in length, and its designers recognised that passengers were purchasing an experience rather than merely a ticket. In addition to reflecting the social structures of the era, the dining arrangements on these early steamships introduced new types of maritime hospitality that would shape ocean travel in the century that followed. The way that steamship dining addressed issues that had dogged maritime travel ever since people first tied logs together and aimed them toward the horizon was what made it so intriguing. Proper food storage and menu planning helped prevent scurvy, the vitamin deficit disease that made sailors' teeth into loose accessories. Multi-course meals that could compete with anything served on land replaced the boring diet of ship biscuits and salt beef. The true revolution, however, was not in what people ate, but rather in how dining became an integral part of the steamship experience. Like all communities, these ships were forming floating communities centered around communal meals. The ship's dining saloon developed into its social hub, where travelers from various backgrounds interacted, romances blossomed, and the simple act of sharing meals forged relationships that persisted long after the ship docked. Imagine yourself standing on that Liverpool dock as you fall asleep tonight, watching people board with their trunks and their expectations. The first meal service of a voyage that will redefine what it means to eat while travelling is already underway somewhere in the ship's belly as the whistle blows and the paddle wheels start their rhythmic churning. You're about to learn how these floating eateries catered to their patrons, serving everything from the most elaborate first-class feast to the most basic steerage meal, all while navigating the Atlantic Ocean's never-ending waves. You might not even realise you're on a ship when you enter the SS Great Eastern's dining saloon in 1860. Like a cathedral devoted to the art of eating, the room sprawls out in front of you. Long tables covered in immaculate white linen stretch into the distance like a royal banquet. Crystal chandeliers sway softly with the motion of the ship, and massive mirrors reflect gaslight off polished mahogany. During the Victorian era, these dining saloons were the answer to a very specific question. How can you create an atmosphere of refined elegance in a space that is surrounded by thousands of tons of cold seawater and is always in motion? Most people were unaware that the answer required more theatrical stagecraft. Every component, including the substantial furniture fastened to the deck, and the specially made fiddles, those elevated edges that prevented plates from slipping off tables, was thoughtfully arranged to preserve the appearance of stability and elegance. With 400 seats available at once, the Great Eastern's dining saloon was larger than the majority of eateries in New York or London. This one, however, had to operate while tilting, rolling, and occasionally lurching in ways that would cause a terrestrial maitre d' to go into cardiac arrest, in contrast to those land-based establishments. Ship designers used inventions that combined engineering prowess and magical thinking to overcome these obstacles. Wide, low tables with the characteristic raised edges that came to define dining at sea were constructed. Chairs were made to remain stationary in the event of choppy seas and were heavier than their cousins on shore. Thick carpets that absorbed sound and offered traction covered the floors, creating an acoustic space where diners could hear one another over the continuous hum of paddle wheels and steam engines. Lighting posed special difficulties of its own. Dining saloons were reliant on oil lamps and later gas fixtures, which had to be built to be safe even when the ship was pitching in severe weather, because candles were fire hazards on wooden ships. As a result, even basic meals felt refined and sophisticated thanks to the warm golden illumination. Many travellers recalled the entire experience more vividly than the places they were sailing toward because the food and passengers looked better and the whole thing took on an almost dreamlike quality. These dining saloons' social dynamics were meticulously planned out like a ballet. Based on their social standing, class of travel, and occasionally their nationality, passengers were given seats. Prominent passengers might find themselves dining with the ship's officers and exchanging tales that would eventually become part of maritime folklore at the captain's table, the most prestigious seating arrangement. The way these dining saloons managed the straightforward logistics of serving hundreds of meals at once, while the entire restaurant was constantly moving, was perhaps their most impressive feature. Waiters, also known as stewards, created methods that combined elements of martial arts and dance. They developed an almost supernatural ability to carry loaded trays across a rolling deck without losing a single dinner roll, as they learned to anticipate the movement of the ship and time their steps to its rhythm. There was nothing like the sound of a steamship dining saloon in full operation on land. The soft chatter of passengers, the clink of silverware, the rustle of stewards' feet on the plush carpet, and beneath it all, the steady hum of the engines that powered this floating eatery. As a reminder that this sophisticated social area was encircled by the vastness of the ocean, you may occasionally hear the distant sound of waves against the hull, or the cry of seabirds. Meals in the evening were especially magical events. In the midst of the trackless sea, the dining saloon turned into a cosy haven of civilization as the daylight dimmed and the lamps were lit. For a few hours, the difficulties and discomforts of sea travel would be replaced by conversation, delicious food, and the strange intimacy that arises when strangers share an extraordinary experience. Passengers were dressed to impress. Formal dining was expected on steamships. These dining saloons' menu cards are poetic odes to Victorian plenty. Each dish would be described in such a way that even the most basic preparations would seem like culinary masterpieces, and course after course would be listed in intricate script. This theatrical presentation, however, was based on a sophisticated understanding of what worked in maritime dining. Foods that could be prepared ahead of time, that travelled well, and that would retain their excellent flavour even after being served in a constantly moving room. Consider yourself in 1875 sitting down to dinner after becoming wealthy enough to reserve first-class passage on the RMS Britannic. With dishes like turtle soup, salmon with lobster sauce, roast beef with Yorkshire pudding, game pie, charlotte russe, and fresh fruit that somehow survived the journey from Mediterranean groves to your plate without wilting in the Atlantic spray, the menu in front of you reads like a love letter to Victorian excess. This was more than just dinner. It was a show of humanity's ability to overcome the inherent constraints of maritime travel. Every component on your plate symbolized a triumph over spoiling, and each expertly prepared dish was a protest against the ocean's attempt to turn your food into salted meat and hardtack. First-class passengers were purchasing temporary protection from the harsh realities of life at sea, not just a means of transportation. A contemporary supply chain manager would have been impressed by the logistics of these elaborate meals. Consider that fresh fruit. The ripeness of Spanish oranges, English apples, and French grapes had to be carefully chosen, packed to protect them from ship motion, and kept in specially ventilated compartments that allowed just enough air circulation to keep rot at bay, without allowing in the salt air that would destroy everything. The problems with meat were even worse. They didn't just throw that roast beef in the ship's pantry and hope for the best. It was a component of a well-planned system that also included traditional salt-preserved meats for longer voyages, live cattle kept in pens on deck, and cutting-edge preservation methods that stretched the limits of 19th century food science. Some ships even had their own ice houses, which were essentially floating refrigerators that allowed perishables to last far longer than they could have a generation ago. These luxurious steamships had wine cellars that were feats of engineering and taste. In order to maintain appropriate storage conditions, bottles needed to be fastened against the ship's continuous motion. The wine steward, who frequently held a highly esteemed position on board a ship, was knowledgeable about both wines and the unique difficulties of serving them in a constantly tilting environment. If handled improperly, a vintage Bordeaux that was excellent on land could become unfit for consumption while travelling across the Atlantic. First-class breakfasts, which catered to the international character of steamship travel, ranged from traditional English fare to continental delicacies and could last for hours. The ship's ovens, which had to work while the entire kitchen was rolling through ocean swells, baked fresh bread every day. Every morning the first-class corridors would fill with the aroma of freshly baked goods. a homely comfort that transformed the ship from a mechanical vehicle into a floating residence. However, the way first-class dining accommodated special dietary requirements and preferences was arguably its most remarkable feature. Wealthy passengers expected their shipboard meals to reflect the increasingly complex ideas about nutrition and health that were emerging in Victorian society. For passengers who were worried about their health, ships carried special preparations for invalids, kid-friendly meals, and even the earliest iterations of what we might now know as spa cuisine. First-class food was presented in a theatrical fashion. Each course became a miniature performance as silver-covered dishes arrived at tables and were simultaneously lifted by white-gloved stewards, resulting in dramatic reveals. At sea, hundreds of passengers were served meal after meal with the finest china, crystal, and silverware that would have been reserved for the most aristocratic homes on land. Protocols in the first-class dining saloon were as strict as those in the best hotels in London. The social graces that affluent passengers expected were taught to stewards in addition to food service. They knew how to clear courses in the right order, how to serve wine properly, and the delicate art of paying attention without being obtrusive. Many of these men brought land-based experience to the particular difficulties of maritime service, having previously worked in upscale homes or restaurants. First-class meals were scheduled according to patterns that represented both practical needs and social expectations. In order to allow passengers to wake up at their own pace, breakfast may be served from 8 to 10. Lighter fare was usually served at lunchtime. However, dinner was the focal point of the day, presented with such grandeur and ceremony that it was the culinary and social high point of life aboard ship. Passengers had to pack formal attire for what was effectively camping on water, because first-class dinner required evening dress. Women wore ornate gowns that had to be made to look elegant while taking into account the practicalities of life on a moving ship, while men showed up wearing white tie and tails. The end result was a fashion show every night that was on par with anything you might see at a grand ball or the opera. These sophisticated meals could become applied physics adventures depending on the weather. Even the most meticulously planned service could devolve into chaos when the ship encountered choppy waters. While novices frequently found themselves chasing their dinner rolls across the table or wearing their soup, seasoned travellers learned to time their movements to the ship's rhythm. However, even when the laws of gravity were momentarily suspended, the staff always managed to preserve an air of refinement and dignity. The lower levels of the ship were a different culinary universe, where the majority of passengers, emigrants, working-class travellers, and those seeking their fortunes in new lands, experienced steamship dining in ways that were both more basic and, in some ways, more authentic to the maritime experience. While first-class passengers were enjoying turtle soup and vintage wines, steerage passengers had to eat in cramped, utilitarian rather than aesthetically pleasing compartments that would have made contemporary airline seats appear roomy. Passengers used pewter utensils that could survive the rough treatment of shipboard life, ate from metal plates rather than china, and sat on benches rather than chairs in communal dining areas crowded with long wooden tables. However, don't think of this as a depressing experience. Steerage meals were filling, healthy, and frequently more interesting than what many passengers had experienced back home. Good food became one of the few consistent pleasures in their everyday routine, and ship cooks recognised that these travellers were frequently dealing with weeks of uncertainty and discomfort. Thick stews, freshly baked bread, hearty meat dishes, and straightforward desserts that were both comforting and nourishing with a focus, not elegance. Typically, steerage passengers' breakfast consisted of porridge, not the fancy oatmeal you might find in first class, but substantial, filling preparations that could keep hard-working people going for extended periods of inactivity. Bread, butter, and occasionally salt pork or bacon were served with this. Coffee or tea offered caffeine and warmth, two essentials when your quarters may be cold and your sleep is regularly disturbed by ship motion. Steel lunches were typically thick broths made with barley, vegetables, and whatever protein was on hand. In addition to being nourishing and filling, these soups could be made in bulk, and were comparatively simple to serve in inclement weather, when maintaining liquids in bowls became a skill and a matter of luck. The majority of meals were accompanied by ship's biscuits, a hardtack that had been refined over centuries of seafaring, and provided carbohydrates that could withstand any conditions the ocean might present. The substantial meal of the day for ordinary passengers was dinner, which frequently consisted of salt pork or beef, variously prepared potatoes, cabbage or other preserved vegetables, and occasionally fresh fish that the ship's crew had caught while at sea. Passengers from various backgrounds gathered around tables, exchanged stories, and developed the odd bond that arises when people share a remarkable experience during these communal meals. In actuality, serving first-class diners was easier than the logistics of feeding steerage passengers. Steerage could accommodate hundreds of people, all of whom needed to be fed effectively and affordably, while wealthy passengers might number in the dozens. Passengers rotated through the dining areas in groups that could fit the seating and serving personnel available, and meals were served in shifts. In steerage, water was a valuable resource that was mostly utilised for cooking and drinking, instead of the ornate table settings that were typical of first class. In order to make room for the next group of diners, passengers learned how to eat efficiently and clean their utensils quickly. In contrast to the formal service upstairs, this established a communal dining rhythm that was more personal and democratic. Many steerage passengers brought extra food such as nuts, dried fruits, preserved meats and other non-perishables to add variety to the ship's regular meals. The international nature of steamship travel was reflected in the informal networks of culinary exchange that were formed when travelling companions or new acquaintances shared these personal provisions. Steerage passengers had limited but adequate cooking facilities. Some ships gave passengers access to basic galleys where they could reheat food they had brought with them or make hot beverages. These communal kitchens developed into social hubs where people could exchange recipes, practice cooking, and create improvised fusion cuisine by combining the culinary traditions of various cultures. Special attention was given to the feeding of children in steerage. The ship's cooks were aware that young passengers had different nutritional needs and were more prone to travel-related illnesses like seasickness. Treats like sugar cookies or fruit preserves offered solace to homesick children who faced an uncertain future in foreign nations, while simple bland foods were available for those with sensitive stomachs. In steerage, the serving crew honed their own unique abilities. In contrast to first-class formal stewards, these employees had to be amiable, productive, and able to oversee sizable dining parties in confined spaces. By mediating between passengers who spoke different languages, resolving small arguments over seating, and upholding order in areas where tension and uncertainty could quickly degenerate into conflict, they turned into amateur diplomats. Steerage dining was more significantly impacted by weather than first-class service. Passengers would have to settle for cold food, bread, and whatever could be distributed without running the risk of getting hurt by flying plates or scalding liquids when the seas were rough, as it might be impossible to serve hot meals safely. Not only for comfort, but also as a practical measure to help passengers deal with the physical challenges of severe weather, the crew would frequently distribute extra rations of spirits during these times. Many steerage passengers had pleasant memories of their shipboard meals, despite the simpler fare and more basic accommodations. Eating together in that floating community and sharing food while travelling across the ocean, to start over was something that forged lifelong friendships and memories. Even though the meals were straightforward, they were infused with optimism, excitement, and the unique taste that comes from eating as one journeys toward an unknowable future. The true centre of maritime dining was located deep within a steamship's belly, beneath the crowded steerage compartments and elegant dining saloons, the ship's kitchens, or galleys as they were officially known. Combining the functionality of a professional restaurant kitchen with the space limitations of a submarine and the additional difficulty of functioning while continuously moving, these areas were marvels of compact efficiency. Imagine a kitchen that is about the size of a contemporary studio apartment and is set up to serve 200 to 2,000 people, 3 meals a day for weeks at a time. Every square inch was utilised, with storage compartments built into walls, cooking surfaces that could be secured during rough weather, and ingenious systems for managing everything from fresh water to food waste. It was similar to watching someone create a restaurant inside a running washing machine. On a large steamship, the head chef was a highly respected individual who was respected by both crew and passengers. An expert in food preservation, nutrition, psychology, and the odd physics of cooking in a constantly changing environment, this person was more than just a skilled chef. In order to address the particular difficulties of dining at sea, many head chefs on the great steamships were hired from the best restaurants in London, Paris, or New York. These galleys' cooking apparatuses were the pinnacle of 19th century technology. To avoid carbon monoxide poisoning, coal-fired ranges had to be built with efficient combustion and adequate ventilation. Despite the ship's motion, ovens had to keep their temperatures constant. To keep prepared foods warm without overcooking them, steam tables made use of the ship's power plant. Everything was designed to be safe, workable, and able to produce a lot of food in conditions that would be difficult for even the most seasoned chefs to handle. On steamships, storing food was like playing three-dimensional chess. Compartments that maximised air circulation and minimised temperature fluctuations were used to store fresh provisions. Meats that had been salt-preserved were hung in special areas that allowed for adequate ventilation without contaminating them. Containers used to store dry goods were made to withstand ship motion, while shielding their contents from moisture and rodents. In order to create floating farms that supplied fresh meat and eggs throughout the journey, some ships even carried live poultry and small livestock. Because feeding hundreds of people required constant preparation, the food service crew worked in shifts around the clock. While the majority of passengers were still asleep, bakers started working before dawn, making the bread for the day. In order to prepare elaborate meals, prep cooks had to spend hours chopping vegetables, making stocks, and doing the innumerable little chores. Despite the ship's continuous motion, the galley as a whole transformed into a choreographed dance of cooks, servers, and kitchen assistants cooperating during meal service. There were particular difficulties in managing fresh water for cooking. Large amounts of fresh water were transported by steamships for cooking and drinking, but each gallon needed to be carefully rationed and used effectively. Systems for cleaning utensils and dishes had to reduce water waste while upholding the hygienic requirements needed to keep people healthy in a ship's cramped quarters. To make the most of their valuable freshwater resources, some ships first cleaned with seawater and then rinsed with fresh water. Steamship galleys' waste management systems were engineering marvels. Food scraps needed to be disposed of properly to avoid attracting rodents or causing sanitary issues. To avoid contaminating the ship's water supply, grease and cooking oils needed to be handled carefully. Anything that could not be recycled or used again was either disposed of overboard in ways that would not interfere with the ship's ability to operate or fed to livestock that was transported on board. Controlling the galley's temperature was a never-ending struggle. These areas, which were deep inside the ship with little ventilation, produced massive amounts of heat from steam systems and cooking fires. Working in conditions that would make a contemporary restaurant kitchen seem refreshingly cool, cooks perspired in temperatures that could reach over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, even in moderate weather while donning bulky clothing to prevent burns. Steamship galleys' social structure was a reflection of both practical necessity and maritime tradition. With the authority of a ship's officer, the head chef oversaw the kitchen, making choices about menus, the use of ingredients, and meal timing that had an impact on the entire journey. One sous chef might specialise in roasted meats, another in soups and stews, and a third in the intricate desserts that are expected in first-class service. Systems that could work in spite of the ship's noise and the separation between the cooking and serving areas were needed for communication between the galley and dining areas. The intricate logistics of delivering hot food from the kitchen to the table, while upholding the passenger-expected presentation standards, were managed by hand signals, written notes, and timing systems. This communication was even more important during inclement weather, because safety concerns impacted all facets of food service. In steamship galleys, the night shift had a distinct personality. Skeletal crews kept the constant watchfulness needed to safely manage coal fires throughout the night, prepared the meals for the following day, and attended to slow-cooking dishes that would be ready for breakfast while passengers slept. The most intricate food preparation frequently took place during these quiet hours, including elaborate stocks that needed to simmer for hours, bread doughs that needed to rise for a long time, and desserts that needed to set overnight. Steamship galley menu planning struck a balance between passenger expectations and real-world constraints. Using ingredients that could withstand weeks at sea, efficient rather than adaptable cooking equipment, and storage systems that prevented the last-minute shopping that defined land-based restaurants, chefs had to produce a variety of intriguing meals. This restriction frequently resulted in creative pairings and methods that impacted culinary advancements well beyond the maritime realm. Steamship galley crew members acquired skills that made them employable long after their time at sea was over. They knew how to produce food on a large scale, manage resources effectively, and collaborate under pressure. Many went on to become prosperous hotel chefs, food service managers, or restaurateurs, bringing maritime efficiency to hospitality enterprises on land. Steamship companies realized that special occasions could turn a simple journey into a lifelong memory, and there's something magical about celebrating while surrounded by the vast emptiness of the ocean. These ships became floating stages for celebrations that blended maritime tradition with the unique intimacy that arises among travellers sharing an extraordinary experience, whether it was a passenger's birthday, Christmas Day in the middle of the Atlantic, or the customary ceremony of crossing the equator. On a steamship, Christmas took months of preparation and a great deal of imagination. Imagine trying to create a traditional holiday feast when your ingredients had to be selected and preserved weeks before departure. Your dining room was constantly in motion, and your guests included people from dozens of different countries with their own holiday traditions. In response to this challenge, the ship's chefs developed innovations that would shape holiday dining for many years to come. In 1875, the RMS Britannia's Christmas menu sounded like a celebration of preservation methods masquerading as festive plenty. Mince pies made with fruits candied and preserved using methods that stretched the limits of Victorian food science, plum puddings that had been maturing in the ship's stores since before departure, and roast goose that had been specially prepared and packed for the journey. The end product was a dish that represented outstanding accomplishments in maritime logistics and tasted traditionally familiar. Modern party planners would be impressed by the inventiveness needed to decorate for Christmas on a steamship. Since it was impossible to get fresh greenery, decorations had to be made of materials that wouldn't wilt or deteriorate after weeks at sea. Despite being surrounded by thousands of miles of frigid ocean, sterile dining saloons were transformed into festive spaces with paper flowers, fabric bunting, and creative arrangements made from the ship's own materials. Steamship New Year's Eve festivities developed their own distinctive customs. Because midnight is arbitrary when travelling across time zones at sea, people have come up with inventive ways to determine the exact start of the new year. While some ships observed the new year in accordance with the time zone of their departure port, others celebrated several times as they travelled across different meridians. As a result, passengers would frequently celebrate for hours on end, sipping champagne that somehow managed to stay perfectly chilled in spite of the lack of modern refrigeration. Birthdays, wedding anniversaries, and other private festivities gained particular meaning on steamships. Individual celebrations became shared experiences for all passengers due to the limited entertainment options and the close-knit community that formed during lengthy voyages. The ship's bakers became skilled at making unique cakes and desserts using few ingredients, and other travellers helped with the entertainment and decorations that turned these private milestones into group festivities. Crossing the equator is a tradition that has its own culinary traditions. The celebration of King Neptune's feast combined long-standing maritime customs with the pragmatic requirement to signal the halfway point of protracted voyages to Asia, Africa, or South America. The majority of passengers found these meals to be exotic, with dishes that reflected the international character of steamship travel, fish caught by the ship's crew, and tropical fruits obtained during recent port calls. When travellers from various nations were celebrating on the same ship during national holidays, it created intriguing problems. While British passengers expected the Queen's birthday to be properly recognised, American passengers might want to observe the 4th of July. Diplomatic meals that respected various customs without favouring any one nationality taught ship's officers how to handle these potentially delicate situations. One of the most eagerly awaited aspects of any steamship journey was the farewell dinner, which was served the final night before arriving at the destination port. In order to create memorable fare for passengers who had become temporary communities during their time at sea, the crew had the chance to demonstrate their best abilities by using up perishable ingredients that wouldn't survive to the next voyage. These meals frequently included fare that had been unattainable earlier in the journey, new goods brought in at recent port calls, complex dishes that could only be tried when the galley didn't have to budget for more days at sea. Although it may sound contradictory, seasoned steamship passengers created customs for commemorating the survival of exceptionally harsh weather. Passengers and crew would assemble for meals that commemorated their common experience of confronting nature's might and escaping safely once the threat had passed and the ship had returned to calmer waters. These were frequently straightforward events: hot soup, freshly baked bread, and anything else that could be made fast, but they carried emotional significance that went well beyond their culinary complexity. Steamships had to be considerate of the various religious beliefs of their international passengers when it came to religious observances. The ship's chefs developed the ability to create festive settings that could accommodate diverse worship customs while preparing meals that respected a range of dietary restrictions. The intricate cultural navigation needed on board these floating communities included Friday fish dinners for Catholic passengers, special preparations for Jewish travellers adhering to kosher dietary laws, an acknowledgement of Eastern Orthodox fasting periods. On steamships, crew and fellow passengers paid particular attention to the birthday celebrations of children. These young passengers, who frequently left home with their families in search of uncertain futures, were surrounded by a transient extended family of fellow travellers who helped to make their memorable special days. Shipbakers developed a skill for making easy yet delicious treats that could cheer up homesick kids who were struggling with life at sea. On steamships, the entertainment that went with special occasion meals represented the potential and constraints of life on board. In order to turn dining saloons into makeshift theatres, passengers staged their own musical performances, recited poetry, told stories, and invented diversions. These areas' acoustics, which were largely intended for conversation during meals, frequently produced surprisingly small performance spaces where unprofessional performers could showcase their skills to grateful audiences. Celebrations at ports celebrated the successful completion of ocean crossings and gave travellers a chance to talk about their experiences with newcomers getting ready for their own journeys. Major port cities like Liverpool, New York and Hamburg were transformed into stages for continuous maritime festivals, where the conclusion of one voyage served as the impetus for the next, thanks to these transitions, which produced an endless cycle of celebration and expectation. It's worthwhile to think about how those early steamships not only revolutionised transportation, but also profoundly changed how people relate to food, dining, and the idea of eating while travelling, as you curl up with your blanket and maybe take one last sip of tea. The necessity of feeding hundreds of people in floating metal boxes led to innovations that would eventually impact everything from airline meals to contemporary cruise ships, from restaurant service procedures to food preservation methods. The idea that meals on steamships could be more than just a means of subsistence was the most direct legacy of steamship dining. Eating while travelling was a survival strategy prior to the great steamships. You packed what you could, hoped it wouldn't spoil, and accepted that meals would be basic, repetitive, and frequently unpleasant. The groundbreaking notion that eating could be one of the joys of travel rather than one of its challenges was made possible by steamships. This change laid the groundwork for the modern field of hospitality management. Companies that operated steamships were among the first to realise that the customer experience encompassed all facets of service, from the time passengers boarded until they arrived at their destination. Hotel dining rooms, restaurant service standards, and the burgeoning tourism industry that would thrive in the late 19th and early 20th centuries were all impacted by the complex dining protocols established aboard these ships. The uses of food preservation methods developed on steamships extended well beyond dining on board. In order to transport produce over longer distances and prolong growing seasons by shipping foods from different climate zones, techniques for storing fresh fruits and vegetables during lengthy ocean crossings had an impact on agricultural distribution systems. The globalization of food that defines contemporary cuisine was facilitated by these inventions. The schedule and format of meals on steamships created trends that affected dining habits in newly popular tourist locations. Early airlines, resort hotels, and railroad dining cars all adopted aspects of steamship meal service, resulting in standardized methods for effectively serving large numbers of passengers while upholding standards for quality and presentation. What historians now acknowledge as one of the first truly global fusion cuisines was influenced by the international nature of steamship dining. Recipes were shared among crew members from different countries, passengers from different countries shared tables, and menu planning had to take into account a range of cultural preferences. Immigrant food customs, port city eateries, and the slow internationalization of urban dining, which would pick up speed throughout the 20th century, were all impacted by this cross-cultural culinary interchange. For generations, the hospitality industry was impacted by the professional standards established by staff training programs created for steamship dining service. Specialized skills were needed to manage large groups of diners with different expectations, serve meals efficiently in constantly moving environments, and maintain service quality under difficult circumstances. These skills led to workers becoming valuable employees in restaurants, hotels, and other service industries. Early models for modern supply chain management were established by the logistics systems developed to provide food to steamships. It took organizational abilities and methodical thinking to coordinate the procurement, storage, and distribution of thousands of ingredients across several ports, which had an impact on more general advancements in commercial food distribution and inventory control. Long into the modern era, commercial kitchen development was impacted by the kitchen design innovations that were first introduced aboard steamships. Advances in restaurant and institutional kitchen design were influenced by the need for small, effective layouts due to space constraints, the specialized equipment developed for cooking on ships, and the workflow patterns developed for producing large quantities of food under difficult conditions. The menu planning methods created for steamship dining created models for large-scale food service that affected institutional dining in schools, hospitals, and other places where a lot of people needed to be fed in an economical and efficient manner. Models that maintained their relevance long after steam power was replaced by diesel engines and jet aircraft were produced by striking a balance between variety and practicality, as well as between passenger expectations and operational constraints. Cross-class social mixing and attitudes toward public dining have changed as a result of the social aspects of steamship dining. Even though these ships upheld rigid social hierarchies, they also made it possible for members of various social groups to interact in ways that were not feasible in more conventional contexts. The modern era's broader social changes were influenced by the slow democratization of dining experiences. With its lavish buffets, specialty eateries, and 24-hour food service, modern cruise ship dining has its roots in the inventions made on the great steamships of the 19th century. The idea that a ship could function as a floating resort, with dining experiences as a major component of the total entertainment value, created trends that still affect leisure travel on the seas today. Despite its infamous reputation, airline meal service also adheres to the same standards set forth on those early steamships. Whether you're flying at 35,000 feet or steaming across the Atlantic, the difficulties of serving a large number of passengers effectively, safely, and palatable in a small space while traversing a potentially hostile environment are essentially the same. Early forms of hospitality industry research that would later develop into contemporary customer service analysis and menu engineering were established by the documentation practices developed aboard steamships, including detailed menu records, passenger feedback systems, and operational reports. These ships were some of the first companies to systematically research what their customers wanted and how to provide it on a regular basis. International maritime law regarding food safety, passenger welfare, and crew working conditions traces its origins to regulations developed during the steamship era. Legal precedents that still have an impact on maritime commerce were established as a result of the difficulty of overseeing food service in international waters, across multiple legal jurisdictions, and for passengers of different nationalities. Dining on steamships had a profound cultural impact that went well beyond the ships themselves. When immigrants crossed the Atlantic with sophisticated meal service, they returned home with higher standards and a wider understanding of cooking. Because of the cross-cultural interactions that took place on board these floating communities, port cities where these ships docked developed dining scenes and culinary customs that reflected the international nature of maritime travel. The psychological foundation for contemporary travel dining, the notion that meals eaten while travelling should be experiences that enrich rather than merely prolong the trip, was arguably most significantly established by steamships. The elaborate dining cars of luxury trains, the themed restaurants of contemporary theme parks, the celebrity chef venues aboard modern cruise ships, and the artisanal food courts in contemporary airports were all impacted by this idea. The need to reduce waste, increase efficiency, and use all available resources, the environmental consciousness that grew on steamships, established early models for sustainable food service that are now more relevant than ever in our current environmental era. Modern food service operations looking to lessen their environmental impact can learn from the closed-system thinking needed to run a ship's galley effectively. Labour organisation in the hospitality sector was impacted by the professional development programmes and staff hierarchies that were first implemented on steamships. Professional standards that influenced restaurant and hotel operations for generations were established by the career progression from galley hand to head chef, the specific training needed for various roles, and the emphasis on teamwork under pressure. The early forms of hospitality industry economics that impacted pricing strategies and profit management across the service sector were established by the financial models created for steamship dining, which included inventory management, food cost calculations, and balancing passenger expectations with operational constraints. Among the first companies to systematically examine the connection between customer satisfaction and service quality in a way that could be quantified and enhanced were these ships. Their dining innovations moved to new locations and uses as steamships changed, and eventually made way for quicker, more effective modes of transportation. Steamship dining was transformed into even more intricate forms of hospitality theatre. by the great ocean liners of the early 20th century. These customs have been turned into floating entertainment complexes by contemporary cruise ships, where meals are expertly planned performances meant to leave a lasting impression. Even the most commonplace elements of contemporary travel dining have their roots in inventions made on those first steamships. Solutions initially created to feed passengers travelling across the Atlantic under steam power gave rise to pre-plated meals, standardised portion sizes, specialised serving utensils, coordinated meal service, and methodical approaches to meeting dietary requirements. The cultural exchange that took place on steamships is largely responsible for the globalisation of food culture that defines contemporary dining. Food barriers that had previously kept national cuisines separate and distinct began to gradually dissolve as a result of international passengers sharing meals, crew members from different countries cooperating in ship galleys, and port cities modifying their restaurants to accommodate foreign visitors. The importance of ambiance in dining areas, the use of lighting and decor to improve the meal experience, and the timing of service to create seamless dining experiences are all examples of restaurant design concepts that started out as ways to make dining on ships, which were essentially floating restaurants that catered to captive audiences for weeks at a time, more enjoyable. The customer's experience is crucial. Attention to detail distinguishes between adequate and memorable service, and successful operations necessitate coordination between front-of-house presentation and back-of-house efficiency, all of which are reflected in the customer service philosophies that rule contemporary hospitality industries. These principles were first established aboard steamships. These ideas, which originated from the need to ensure passenger satisfaction during lengthy ocean voyages, became the cornerstones of the service economy as a whole. Lessons learned aboard steamships are still incorporated into training programs for contemporary hospitality workers. These lessons include how to remain composed and productive under pressure, how to serve a variety of populations with different expectations and cultural backgrounds, how to collaborate well in cramped spaces, and how to come up with innovative solutions when traditional ones aren't available. The measurement and analysis tools used by contemporary restaurants to monitor menu performance, customer satisfaction, and operational efficiency originated with steamships, where precise documentation was crucial for overseeing intricate food service operations for extended periods of time without the possibility of outside assistance or resupply, while passenger traffic, weather, and supply chain logistics created predictable patterns of busy and slow periods that required different operational approaches and staffing strategies. Even the seasonal and cyclical patterns that define modern hospitality businesses are reminiscent of rhythms established during the steamship era. As the gentle rocking of our imaginary steamship lulls you towards sleep, take a moment to appreciate the remarkable human achievement represented by those floating restaurants of the 19th century. Every time you take for granted the variety and quality of food available in modern life, every time you savour a thoughtfully prepared meal while travelling, or every time you appreciate thoughtful service in a restaurant, you are reaping the benefits of innovations initially pioneered by individuals who refused to accept that travelling meant forgoing the pleasures of fine dining. Imagine the SS Great Western approaching New York Harbour after 18 days at sea, with the sound of her final dinner bell resonating through the ship's corridors. The dining saloon, which has served as the passenger's social hub, entertainment venue, and daily meeting spot during the crossing, is where they come together one last time. A celebration of human ingenuity, a demonstration of the ability of hospitality to foster community among strangers, and a reminder that some of our greatest inventions stem from resolving the straightforward issue of how to meet one another's basic needs. The meal they share is more than just food. The multilingual discussions that took place around those tables, representing dozens of distinct cultural backgrounds, foreshadowed the increasingly interconnected world we live in today. The methods created to prepare, serve, and preserve those foods created habits that still affect our eating habits today. The hospitality customs that are still practiced in contemporary hotels, restaurants, and entertainment venues were established by the service standards designed to oversee those floating communities. Perhaps more significantly, though, those steamship dining experiences created the expectation that travel should improve rather than lower our quality of life, that transient groups of strangers could unite around shared meals, and that human ingenuity could overcome logistical obstacles that seemed insurmountable to create experiences that fed the body and the soul. When you pour your coffee tomorrow morning and make plans for the day, keep in mind that the coffee in your mug may contain beans that were transported across oceans using transportation systems developed from steamship innovations. that the breakfast you eat represents food preparation and preservation techniques initially perfected in ship's galleys, and that the very idea of beginning your day with a satisfying meal owes something to those Victorian travellers who maintained that civilization was portable, that comfort could be created anywhere, and that a good meal shared with fellow humans was worth whatever effort it took to make it possible. These days, steamships have been replaced by container ships that transport cargo more effectively, but disregard the comfort of their passengers, and by airliners that travel across oceans in a matter of hours rather than weeks, but serve meals that are insignificant in comparison to what those floating restaurants were able to accomplish with much less funding. However, their legacy endures each time we assemble around a table, transform a meal into a social gathering, and use food to foster community and make memories that endure long after the dishes are cleared away. Sweet dreams of paddle wheels churning through Atlantic swells, of dining saloons lit by gaslight and warmed by human conversation, of galleys where skilled cooks worked miracles with limited ingredients and unlimited creativity. Imagine a time when eating together could turn a group of strangers into a transient family, bound by their common quest for new opportunities, when travelling across the ocean was an adventure rather than a hassle, and when meals were occasions rather than stops for fuel. The final dinner service bell has rung, the great ship is steaming through the night toward port and the end of another amazing journey, the tables have been cleared, and the passengers have gone to their cabins. However, the inventions, customs, and uncomplicated human warmth that made those meals special continue on their own path through time, impacting our eating habits, travel habits, and interpersonal care in both significant and minor ways. Take comfort in the knowledge that you are carrying on a tradition that dates back to the first travellers who demanded that pleasant company. Excellent cuisine and courteous service could coexist peacefully in the middle of the vast frigid ocean. Every time we decide to make a meal special, invite strangers to our table, or reject the idea that civilization and comfort are extravagances that can only be enjoyed in ideal circumstances, their legacy endures. In every kitchen, restaurant and home where people come together to elevate the simple act of eating into something far more meaningful, a celebration of human community, creativity, and the limitless possibility that tomorrow's meal might just be the best one yet. The steamship dining bell has gone silent, but its call to gather, to share, and to turn necessity into pleasure still Ah yes, we're taking a gentle journey through time, back to a place where empires were built not by committees or corporations, but by dreamers who started with nothing more than a vision and a lot of stubborn determination. Our story begins in the hills of Anatolia, in what's now Turkey, around 1299. You know how sometimes the most extraordinary things start in the most ordinary places? Well, this is one of those stories. There was a man named Osman, and yes, that's where Ottoman comes from, though it got a bit lost in translation over the centuries, like a game of telephone played across continents. Osman was essentially a tribal leader, which in those days was a bit like being the mayor of a tiny, very mobile town. His people were nomads, moving their sheep and goats across the rolling hills, living in tents that could be packed up faster than you could fold a fitted sheet, though probably with considerably less swearing involved. In those days, the Byzantine Empire continued to plod along, akin to an ancient car that starts most mornings, but emits unsettling noises when it turns a bend. It had been the mighty Eastern Roman Empire once, but by Osman's time, it was more like a neighbourhood watch committee trying to patrol a city. The Byzantines controlled Constantinople and patches of territory here and there, but there were gaps, and Osman, being a practical man, noticed these gaps. What made Osman different from other tribal leaders wasn't that he was particularly fierce or clever, though he was both. It was that he had this knack for making people want to follow him. You know those people who just have that quality? They're not necessarily the loudest in the room, but when they speak, others listen. Osman was one of those. He started small, as most great things do. Osman consistently treated captured enemies with respect, a rare and noteworthy practice. While other leaders were busy making enemies, Osman was making allies. He'd capture a Byzantine fort and then hire the Byzantine soldiers to help him run it. It was like getting a promotion during a hostile takeover. His son Orhan continued this approach, expanding their territory bite by bite, like someone methodically working their way through a box of chocolates. Orhan figured out something important. If you want to build an empire, you need more than just warriors. You need administrators, engineers, teachers, and people who know how to keep things running when the exciting part is over. So the Ottomans began their peculiar habit of adopting the best ideas from everyone they encountered. They borrowed military techniques from the Byzantines, administrative systems from the Persians, and architectural styles from the Arabs. It was like being at a potluck dinner where everyone brings their best dish, except instead of casseroles, people brought entire civilizations. By the time Osman's grandson Murad came along, the Ottomans had crossed into Europe and were eyeing the Balkans like a cat eyeing a particularly plump bird. Murad established the Janissaries, elite soldiers who were recruited as children and trained in the finest military traditions. It sounds harsh by today's standards, but these boys often ended up with better educations and more opportunities than they would have had otherwise. Many became poets, scholars, and administrators, not just soldiers. The Ottomans were building something unprecedented, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that actually worked. Christians, Muslims, and Jews lived side by side, each contributing their skills and knowledge. The Ottomans operated akin to a medieval version of the United Nations, but with a focus on effective governance. By 1400, what had started as a small tribal confederation had become a regional power that made the remaining Byzantine territories look like a few islands in an Ottoman sea. The shepherd's dream was becoming reality, one careful step at a time. You know how some people are just natural at everything they try? Well, if the early Ottomans were good at empire building, their descendants were absolutely brilliant at it. As our narrative unfolds, we encounter one of history's most captivating figures, Mehmed II, who earned the moniker the Conqueror through challenging circumstances. Mehmed became Sultan in 1451 at the age of 19, which might seem young until you consider that most 19-year-olds today can barely conquer their laundry. This young man looked at Constantinople, the city that had stood unconquered for over 1,000 years, and essentially said, "Hold my coffee." Constantinople was like the ultimate medieval fortress. It sat on a peninsula surrounded by water on three sides, with massive walls that had turned back countless armies. The city controlled the Bosphorus, the narrow strait connecting Europe and Asia, making it one of the most strategically important locations in the world. Taking it would be like winning the lottery while simultaneously solving world hunger. The Siege of Constantinople in 1453 was a military operation that would inspire envy in modern generals. Mehmed didn't just attack the city, he reimagined how sieges could work. When his ships couldn't get into the Golden Horn because the Byzantines had stretched a massive chain across the entrance, Mehmed did something so audacious it sounds like fiction. He had his men drag 70 ships overland, across a hill, and launch them into the harbour behind the chain. Imagine being a Byzantine defender, looking out from your supposedly impregnable position, and seeing enemy ships sailing where ships had no business being. It was like finding your neighbour's car parked in your backyard. The Ottomans also brought the biggest cannons anyone had ever seen. These weren't your typical medieval siege engines, these were massive bronze monsters that could hurl stone balls the size of small cars. The largest cannon required 60 oxen for its transportation and on-site assembly. When it fired, the sound could be heard for miles and the ground shook like a minor earthquake. After 57 days of siege, Constantinople fell. The last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI, died fighting on the walls, ending an empire that had lasted for over 1,000 years. Mehmed immediately declared the city safe for all inhabitants, and began rebuilding it as his new capital, demonstrating the kind of class that made him a great leader. Mehmed and his successors transformed Istanbul into a global treasure. The Ottomans built stunning mosques, established schools and hospitals, and created a cosmopolitan atmosphere that attracted scholars, artists and merchants from across the known world. It was like Renaissance Florence, but with better coffee and more impressive architecture. The empire continued expanding under Bayezid II and then Selim I, who conquered Egypt and Syria, bringing the holy cities of Mecca and Medina under Ottoman control. These events made the Ottoman Sultan the protector of Islam's holiest sites, adding religious authority to their growing temporal power. But the real showstopper was Suleiman the Magnificent, who took the throne in 1520. If Mehmed was the conqueror, Suleiman was the perfecter. He combined military genius with administrative brilliance and a genuine love of arts and culture. Under his rule, the Ottoman Empire reached its golden age, stretching from the gates of Vienna to the shores of the Persian Gulf. Suleiman's armies operated smoothly and efficiently. They moved with precision, fought with discipline, and conquered with style. The Janissaries had evolved into one of the most formidable military forces in the world, and Ottoman engineering had reached new heights. They built roads that connected distant provinces, aqueducts that brought fresh water to cities, and bridges that stood for centuries. The empire wasn't just about conquest anymore, it was about creating a civilization that could last. The Ottomans developed a sophisticated legal system, established trade networks that connected Europe with Asia, and fostered an atmosphere of learning that attracted the best minds of the age. By 1520, the Ottoman Empire had emerged as the dominant force of its era, causing European kings to lose their sleep and merchants to dream of profit. The thunder of conquest had built something magnificent. Settle back a bit deeper into your chair, because we're entering what might be the most remarkable period in our story. The era when the Ottoman Empire wasn't just powerful, but genuinely magnificent. Picture the late afternoon sun casting long golden shadows across palace courtyards, illuminating an empire at its absolute peak. Suleiman the Magnificent ruled for 46 years, from 1520 to 1566, and during this time, the Ottoman Empire became something unprecedented in world history. It wasn't just the largest empire of its time, it was arguably the most efficiently run, most culturally diverse, and most economically sophisticated political entity on Earth. Let's talk about what daily life was like for you, an ordinary person living in this empire. If you were a merchant in Istanbul, you might start your morning in the Grand Bazaar, one of the world's first shopping malls. The Grand Bazaar wasn't just a market, it was a city within a city, with 4,000 shops, its own police force, and even its own banking system. You could purchase silk from China, spices from India, furs from Russia, and amber from the Baltic, all within the same premises. It was like Amazon, but with more carpet dealers and better coffee. The coffee, by the way, was a recent innovation. Coffee houses had started appearing in Istanbul in the 1540s, and they quickly became centres of social life. Men would gather to drink this new beverage, play chess, discuss politics, and share news from across the empire. The government was initially suspicious of these establishments. They worried that people gathering to drink stimulants and talk politics might lead to trouble. They weren't entirely wrong, but coffee had already conquered the empire more thoroughly than any army ever could. If you were a student, you might attend one of the many schools the Ottomans had established throughout the empire. The Ottoman educational system was remarkably advanced for its time. Students could study mathematics, astronomy, medicine, law, theology, and literature. The best students, regardless of their background, could rise to the highest positions in government. It was a meritocracy wrapped in an empire, which was unusual enough to be revolutionary. Women in the Ottoman Empire had rights that would have shocked their European contemporaries. They could own property, engage in business, and even appear in court to defend their interests. The Ottoman legal system recognised different laws for different communities. Christians followed Christian law in civil matters, Jews followed Jewish law, and Muslims followed Islamic law. It was like having a legal system with multiple operating systems, all running smoothly on the same computer. The empire's military was equally impressive. The Janissaries had evolved into a professional army that was feared and respected throughout Europe and Asia. They weren't just soldiers, they were engineers, administrators, and often scholars. They received training in everything from siege warfare to diplomatic protocol, and many were proficient in multiple languages. Suleiman himself was a fascinating character. He was called the Magnificent in Europe, but his people called him the Lawgiver because of his contributions to the empire's legal system. He was also a poet who wrote under the pen name Muhibbi, which means lover. Imagine a world leader today publishing poetry about love and philosophy alongside military campaigns and diplomatic negotiations. The empire's tolerance was remarkable for its time. In 1492, when Spain expelled its Jewish population, the Ottomans welcomed them with unwavering hospitality. Suleiman reportedly said that the Spanish king had impoverished his country to enrich the Ottoman Empire. These Jewish refugees brought with them skills in medicine, finance, and craftsmanship that greatly benefited their new home. Ottoman architecture during this period was breathtaking. The great architect Mimar Sinan designed buildings that seemed to defy gravity, with domes that appeared to float and minarets that reached toward heaven. The Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul, completed in 1557, was his masterpiece, a building so perfectly proportioned that it seems to have grown from the earth rather than been built by human hands. Trade flourished under Ottoman rule. The empire controlled the routes between Europe and Asia, and Ottoman merchants became wealthy, facilitating this exchange. The empire's currency was stable, its roads were safe, and its legal system was predictable. It was like having a medieval version of the European Union, but one that actually worked efficiently. By 1600, the Ottoman Empire controlled 3 continents and influenced the lives of millions of people. It was an empire built on practical tolerance, administrative efficiency, and military excellence. The golden afternoon shone brightly, casting long shadows that extended far into the evening of history. You know how some evenings just seem to go on forever, with the light fading so gradually that you don't notice it's getting dark until you're already reaching for the lamp? That's what happened to the Ottoman Empire in the 17th century. The sun was still shining, but the shadows were definitely getting longer. The problem started, oddly enough, with success. The empire had grown so large that it was becoming difficult to manage. Imagine trying to run a family business that had expanded from a corner store to a multinational corporation, but you were still using the same filing system you'd started with. The Ottoman administrative system, which had worked brilliantly for a smaller empire, was starting to creak under the weight of governing territories from Hungary to Yemen. The sultans were changing too. The early Ottoman rulers had been warriors who led from the front, learning statecraft through experience. But by the 1600s, sultans were increasingly isolated in their palaces, surrounded by advisors who told them what they wanted to hear. It was like getting all your news from social media. You end up in a bubble that doesn't reflect reality. Sultan Ahmed I, who ruled from 1603 to 1617, was a decent man who built the beautiful Blue Mosque in Istanbul. But he was also the first sultan in Ottoman history to come to power without having served as a provincial governor. He learned to be an emperor by being an emperor, which is a bit like learning to drive by entering the Indianapolis 500. The empire's military was facing new challenges too. The Janissaries, once the empire's greatest strength, were becoming a problem. They had evolved from an elite fighting force into something more like a privileged guild. They married, had children, and began to think of their positions as hereditary rights rather than earned privileges. Worse, they were becoming politically active, sometimes deposing sultans they didn't like. It was like having your army double as a very well-armed union with strong opinions about management. Meanwhile, European military technology was advancing rapidly. The Ottomans had once been the innovators in military engineering, but now they were falling behind. European armies were becoming more professional, more disciplined and better equipped. Lighter, more mobile artillery was surpassing the Empire's once world-renowned great siege cannons. The economy was struggling too. The discovery of the Americas had shifted global trade routes, reducing the Ottoman Empire's role as the middleman between Europe and Asia. It was like being a travel agent in the age of the internet. Your old business model was becoming obsolete, but you hadn't figured out what to replace it with yet. The Empire suffered a major defeat at the Battle of Vienna in 1683, when a coalition of European powers turned back the Ottoman siege of the Austrian capital. This wasn't just a military defeat, it was a psychological one. The Ottoman Empire found itself clearly on the defensive for the first time in centuries. The empire that had once seemed unstoppable was now being stopped regularly. But here's the thing about the Ottomans. They were remarkably adaptable when they needed to be. The Köprülü Grand Viziers, a family of administrators who effectively ran the empire for several decades, implemented serious reforms. They reorganized the military, reformed the tax system, and tried to root out corruption. It was like having a phenomenal management consulting firm come in and restructure your entire organization. The empire also began to modernize its military along European lines. They hired European advisors, imported new weapons, and established new training programs. The Janissaries resisted these changes naturally, but gradually the empire began to adopt more modern military practices. Cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. The Ottomans continued to build beautiful mosques, write poetry, and maintain their reputation for religious tolerance. Istanbul was still one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, and Ottoman scholars continued to make contributions to mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The empire's diplomatic corps became more sophisticated too. Ottoman ambassadors were sent to European capitals, and the empire began to engage more actively in the European balance of power. They learned to play the diplomatic game according to European norms, forming alliances and forging treaties with former enemies. By 1700, the Ottoman Empire was still a major power, but it was no longer the superpower it had once been. The long twilight was beginning, but it would last for more than 2 centuries. The empire was changing, adapting, and learning to survive in a world that was already rapidly changing. As we enter a new century, it's as if we're witnessing a person attempting to renovate a house during a thunderstorm. The Ottoman Empire in the 1700s was simultaneously trying to modernize, fight wars, and maintain its identity, all while the world around it was changing faster than a teenager's mood. Europe was experiencing its enlightenment, and the Ottomans were falling behind. It wasn't that Ottoman scholars weren't brilliant. They were. It was more like being excellent at chess while everyone else was learning to play a completely different game. The scientific revolution, new military technologies, and changing economic systems were transforming the world, and the Ottomans found themselves playing catch-up. Sultan Ahmed III, who ruled from 1703 to 1730, tried to bridge this gap by embracing what historians call the Tulip period. The period wasn't just about flowers, though the Ottomans did develop a serious obsession with tulips that would have made Dutch investors blush. Ahmed III encouraged European-style art, architecture and literature. He invited European experts to Istanbul and sent Ottoman students to study in European universities. The result was fascinating, but also a bit awkward. Imagine trying to blend traditional Ottoman culture with European Enlightenment ideas. You'd get beautiful palaces that looked like they couldn't decide whether they were Turkish or French, and poetry that mixed classical Ottoman themes with European romantic sensibilities. It was cultural fusion before anyone knew what to call it. The military reforms were more urgent and more controversial. The Janissaries were now thoroughly entrenched as a hereditary caste, more interested in their privileges than in fighting. They were like a medieval labour union that had somehow acquired cannons and a really strong opinion about management decisions. Any attempt to reform them met with resistance that could turn violent. Sultan Selim III, who ruled from 1789 to 1807, made a serious attempt at comprehensive reform. He created a new military force called the Nizam-i Jadid, New Order, trained by European officers and equipped with modern weapons. He also tried to reform the tax system, modernise the navy, and establish permanent diplomatic missions in European capitals. The timing was particularly challenging because Europe was convulsing with revolutionary changes. The French Revolution had begun in 1789, the same year Selim III came to power. The Ottomans watched nervously as European monarchs were overthrown and traditional authority was challenged. It was like trying to renovate your house while your neighbours were having a very loud, very violent block party. Selim III's reforms were ultimately undone by a Janissary revolt in 1807. The Janissaries, supported by conservative religious leaders, deposed him and installed his cousin Mustafa IV as Sultan. It was a clear message that change would not come easily to the Ottoman Empire. The empire's territorial losses continued throughout the century. The Austrians and Russians made steady gains in the Balkans and around the Black Sea. The empire lost control of Hungary, much of Ukraine and the Crimea. Each loss felt like losing a portion of the family business to more efficient competitors. Economic challenges were equally pressing. The empire's traditional role as a middleman in global trade was diminishing as European merchants found new routes and established direct relationships with Asian suppliers. Ottoman artisans found themselves competing with mass-produced European goods. It was like being a skilled craftsperson in the early days of industrialization. Your products were often superior, but they cost more and took longer to make. Yet the empire showed remarkable resilience. Provincial governors, often acting independently, implemented their reforms and maintained stability in their regions. The empire's cultural and religious diversity remained a source of strength, as different communities contributed their skills and knowledge to the common cause. The Ottomans also proved adept at playing European powers against each other. They formed alliances with France against Austria, then with Britain against Russia. It was like being Switzerland, but with more territory and stronger opinions about who could use your mountain passes. By 1800, the Ottoman Empire was clearly no longer the superpower it had once been, but it was still a major regional power with global influence. The struggle to modernize and reform, while maintaining identity and preserving stability, would continue into the next century. The empire was learning that survival in the modern world required constant adaptation, but also that adaptation didn't necessarily mean abandoning everything that made you who you were. Lean back and take a deep breath. because we're about to witness one of history's most dramatic attempts at reinventing an empire. The 19th century for the Ottomans was like watching someone try to rebuild a ship while sailing through a hurricane. Technically possible, but requiring extraordinary skill, luck, and determination. The century began with another attempt at military reform. Sultan Mahmud II, who came to power in 1808, was determined to succeed where his predecessors had failed. But first, he had to deal with the Janissaries, who were like a cancerous growth that had to be removed, even though the operation might kill the patient. Mahmud II spent years carefully preparing for what he knew would be a decisive confrontation. He built support among other military units, gained the backing of religious leaders, and created alternative institutions that could function if the Janissaries were eliminated. Then, in 1826, he struck. When the Janissaries revolted against his latest reform efforts, Mahmud II used artillery to bombard their barracks in Istanbul. The Janissary Corps, which had existed for nearly 5 centuries, was destroyed in a single day. The event was called the Auspicious Incident, which sounds like the kind of euphemism you'd use to describe a particularly successful corporate restructuring. But it worked. With the Janissaries gone, Mahmud II could finally implement serious military reforms. He created a new army trained by European officers, established a military academy, and began the process of modernizing the Ottoman military along European lines. The reform period that followed, known as the Tanzimat reorganization, was like a comprehensive makeover of the entire empire. The Ottomans tried to modernize everything at once: the legal system, the administrative structure, the educational system, the economy, and even the empire's relationship with its diverse population. The Hatta-Sherif of Gulhane, issued in 1839, was essentially the Ottoman Empire's declaration of modernization. It guaranteed the security of life, honour, and property for all subjects, regardless of their religion. It promised equality before the law and an end to arbitrary taxation. It was like a constitutional monarchy's greatest hits album, performed in Ottoman Turkish. The results were mixed but fascinating. The empire built railways, telegraph lines, and modern schools. It established a modern legal system based on European models while maintaining religious courts for personal matters. Ottoman students studied in European universities and returned with new ideas about science, technology, and government. The empire also became increasingly connected to the global economy. Ottoman merchants traded with partners around the world, and European investors began to take interest in Ottoman projects. Unfortunately, these developments also meant that the empire became dependent on European loans to finance its modernization efforts. It was like renovating your house with credit cards. You get a beautiful result, but you're also deeply in debt. The Crimean War of 1853 to 1856 marked a pivotal moment. The Ottomans found themselves allied with Britain and France against Russia, and for the first time in centuries, they were on the winning side of a major European conflict. The victory demonstrated that the Ottoman military reforms were working, but it also showed how dependent the empire had become on European support. The later part of the century saw the empire grappling with nationalism. The Greek War of Independence in the 1820s had been just the beginning. Throughout the 1800s, various ethnic groups within the empire began demanding independence or autonomy. The Bulgarians, Serbs, Romanians, and others all sought to create their own nation-states. It was like managing a large family where all the teenagers had suddenly decided they wanted to move out and start their households. The empire's response was complex. Sometimes it fought to maintain control, sometimes it negotiated autonomy arrangements, and sometimes it simply acknowledged the inevitable and granted independence. The Ottomans were learning to be flexible, but each loss of territory was painful and expensive. Sultan Abdulhamid II, who ruled from 1876 to 1909, tried a different approach. He emphasized the empire's Islamic identity and appealed to Muslim solidarity to hold the empire together. He also invested heavily in infrastructure, building schools, hospitals, and railways throughout the empire. His reign was marked by economic growth and cultural flowering, but also by increasing authoritarianism as he tried to control the forces of change. The empire's cultural life remained vibrant throughout this period. Ottoman writers, poets, and artists engaged with European ideas while maintaining their own distinctive traditions. The Ottoman press flourished, at least when it wasn't being censored, and Ottoman intellectuals debated questions of identity, modernization, and reform. By 1900, the Ottoman Empire had been transformed. It was no longer the medieval empire it had been in 1800, but it wasn't quite a modern European state either. It was something new and unique, a multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire trying to find its place in the modern world. The desperate dance of reform had changed the empire fundamentally, but it had also left it exhausted and vulnerable. Settle in for the final chapter of our long journey, dear listener. Sometimes the most poignant stories are about endings, and the story of how the Ottoman Empire finally laid down its burden is both heartbreaking and strangely beautiful, like watching the sun set over a city you've loved for a lifetime. The 20th century began with what seemed like promise. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908 restored the Ottoman constitution and seemed to offer a path toward genuine modernization and democratic governance. The empire's remaining territories were buzzing with new ideas about citizenship, nationalism, and progress. It was like watching someone finally get their life together after years of struggle. However, the empire was about to face a formidable challenge. The Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913 stripped away most of the empire's remaining European territories. Bulgaria, Serbia, Montenegro, and Greece formed an alliance and attacked the Ottomans, who found themselves fighting on multiple fronts simultaneously. It was like being mugged by a gang while you were already dealing with family problems. The Young Turks, led by figures like Enver Pasha and Talat Pasha, tried to salvage the situation through a combination of modernization and nationalism. They promoted the idea of Ottomanism, the notion that all citizens of the empire, regardless of ethnicity or religion, could be Ottoman patriots. It was a noble idea, but it came too late and in too difficult circumstances to really take hold. Then came the Great War, and with it, the decision that would ultimately doom the empire. The Ottoman leadership, convinced that Germany would win, entered World War I on the side of the Central Powers in 1914. It was akin to placing a bet on the family farm in a horse race, where winning could theoretically be achieved, but losing could be catastrophically costly. The war was devastating for the empire. Ottoman forces fought bravely on multiple fronts, against the British in Mesopotamia and Palestine, against the Russians in the Caucasus, and against the Allies at Gallipoli. The Gallipoli campaign in particular showed that the Ottoman military could still fight with distinction when properly led and equipped. Under the command of Mustafa Kemal, later known as Ataturk, Ottoman forces turned back a major Allied invasion. However, the empire's resources faced extreme strain. The economy collapsed under the strain of total war. Famine spread through many provinces. The empire's infrastructure, which had been steadily improving throughout the 19th century, began to crumble under the demands of military logistics. The war also witnessed some of the darkest chapters in Ottoman history. The deportation and massacre of Armenians in 1915 was a tragedy that stained the empire's legacy. The Young Turks, under pressure from multiple rebellions and invasions, made decisions that violated the empire's traditional values of tolerance and diversity. It was like watching someone you'd admired for years make choices that were completely out of character. When Germany and its allies finally surrendered in 1918, the Ottoman Empire was effectively finished. The empire had lost not just the war but most of its territory, its economic base, and its political legitimacy. Allied forces occupied Istanbul, and the Treaty of Sèvres in 1920 would have reduced the empire to a small rump state in central Anatolia. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. From the ashes of the Ottoman Empire rose something new and different. Mustafa Kemal, the hero of Gallipoli, organised a nationalist resistance movement that rejected both the Sultan's authority and the Allied occupation. The Turkish War of Independence that followed was like a phoenix rising from the ashes, something new and vital emerging from what everyone thought was a complete destruction. The last Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed VI, was deposed in 1922, and the empire that had lasted for over 6 centuries finally came to an end. The new Turkish Republic, proclaimed in 1923, was explicitly not an empire but a nation-state. It was like watching a family business that had been passed down through generations finally close its doors, but with the family members going on to start successful new ventures. The Ottoman Empire's end wasn't just the conclusion of a political entity, it was the end of a way of organising human society. The Ottomans had shown that it was possible to govern a diverse, multi-ethnic, multi-religious population with relative justice and stability. Their empire had been a bridge between Europe and Asia, between Christianity and Islam, and between the medieval and modern worlds. As we close our story, it's worth remembering that the Ottoman Empire's legacy lived on in the institutions, customs and cultures of the dozens of countries that emerged from its former territories. From the coffee houses of Istanbul to the architecture of Budapest, from the legal systems of the Balkans to the culinary traditions of the Middle East, the Ottoman influence permeated the fabric of entire civilizations. The empire that began with a shepherd's dream in the hills of Anatolia had grown to encompass 3 continents and influence the lives of millions. It had been magnificent, flawed, adaptable, and ultimately mortal, much like the human beings who built it, sustained it, and finally let it go. And now, as we finish our journey together, perhaps it's time to turn off the lamp and let the gentle darkness of a well-told story carry us toward our dreams. You know how sometimes the most ridiculous moments in history happen when powerful people try to do something perfectly normal? Well, settle in, because you're about to hear about the time Napoleon Bonaparte, conqueror of Europe, Emperor of France, the man who redrew the map of the world, got completely overwhelmed by a bunch of fluffy rabbits. Imagine Napoleon in July 1807, when his power was at its peak. He has just signed the Treaty of Tilsit with Russia, which essentially divides Europe between him and Tsar Alexander the Hun as if they are splitting a pizza. The treaty negotiations took place on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, which sounds uncomfortable, but was apparently the fashionable way to conduct international diplomacy back then. Napoleon is feeling pretty good about himself. He's 37 years old, ruler of an empire that stretches from Spain to Poland, and he's just convinced one of Europe's most powerful rulers to be his friend instead of his enemy. In his mind, the occasion calls for a celebration. This is not just any celebration, but one that is fittingly imperial and manly. So what does the Emperor of France decide to do? He wants to go hunting. Specifically, he wants to go rabbit hunting. Now, this may seem like a perfectly reasonable way for a powerful man to decompress. After all, hunting was the traditional pastime of European nobility. It showed you had leisure time, excellent aim, and weren't afraid to get a little dirt under your fingernails. This is where Napoleon's personality begins to emerge. Napoleon cannot simply go hunting like any other individual. Everything has to be grand, everything has to be perfect, and everything has to make a statement. He doesn't want to wander through the woods hoping to spot a rabbit or two. He desires a hunt that is not only grand but also spectacular, a hunt that will leave a lasting impression. He turns to his chief of staff, Alexandre Berthier, and tells him to organise a rabbit hunt. This is not just any rabbit hunt, but a hunt fit for an emperor. Berthier, who has dealt with Napoleon's grandiose ideas for years, probably sighs internally, but immediately gets to work. After all, if your boss has just conquered most of Europe, you don't argue with him about party planning. The location chosen is the grounds around Malmaison, Napoleon's country estate. It's a beautiful property with rolling hills, scattered woods, and plenty of open space, perfect for a hunting party. The plan is simple. Invite all the important military officers and government officials, release hundreds of rabbits into the countryside, and then have a grand time chasing them down. You can imagine Napoleon's excitement as the plans come together. He's probably pacing around his study, hands clasped behind his back in that famous pose, detailing exactly how he wants everything arranged. The weapons must be cleaned and prepared, the refreshments must be perfect, and there must be many rabbits. This phase is where Berthier starts to earn his reputation as one of history's most competent staff officers. He understands that his emperor doesn't just want a hunting party. He wants a hunting party that will become a legend. Berthier starts the planning process with the same meticulousness he would apply to a military campaign. First, he needs to secure the hunting grounds. The estate must be properly prepared, with beaters positioned to drive the rabbits toward the hunters. Then there's the matter of weapons. Fine hunting rifles for all the guests, properly maintained and sighted. Food and drink should also be provided for the guests, as they will undoubtedly engage in a lengthy day of outdoor activities. They need to arrange transportation to and from the hunting grounds. It's starting to sound less like a casual afternoon and more like a logistical operation. But most importantly, Berthier needs rabbits. Berthier requires an abundance of rabbits. The year is 1807, so it's not like he can just call up a rabbit supplier and place an order. He needs to find someone who can provide hundreds of rabbits on short notice, and they need to be the right kind of rabbits, healthy, numerous, and suitable for an imperial hunting party. As you drift off tonight, picture Napoleon in his study, completely absorbed in planning what he thinks will be a perfect day of hunting, with no idea that he's about to face one of the most embarrassing moments of his career. So there's Berthier, Napoleon's most trusted organiser, facing what might seem like a simple task: get some rabbits for the Emperor's hunting party. But you know how it is when your boss wants something done perfectly. Suddenly even the simplest job becomes complicated. Berthier starts by doing what any sensible person would do. He asks around. Where does one acquire several hundred rabbits for a hunting party? It's not exactly the kind of question that comes up in normal conversation. Oh, by the way, do you know anyone who has a few hundred rabbits lying around, asking for an emperor? The answer, it turns out, is local farmers and rabbit breeders. In early 19th century France, rabbit farming was actually quite common. Rabbits were a reliable source of meat and fur. They reproduced quickly, and they didn't require much space or expensive feed. Your average French farmer probably had a dozen or so rabbits in hutches behind his house. But Berthier doesn't need a dozen rabbits. He needs hundreds. So he starts sending out his assistants to every farm and rabbit breeder within a day's travel of Malmaison. The message is simple. The Emperor needs rabbits, and he needs them by a specific date. Money is no object. Now you can imagine the conversations this must have sparked in French farmhouses. The Emperor wants our rabbits. Does the Emperor want them all? For hunting? Well, if Bonaparte wants rabbits, Bonaparte gets rabbits. It probably seemed like the most patriotic thing a rabbit farmer could do for France. Word spreads quickly through the farming communities. Imperial agents soon contact every rabbit breeder in the region. The demand is so high that people start bringing rabbits from farther and farther away. Carts full of rabbit cages start rolling toward Malmaison from all directions. But here's where things get intriguing, and where Berthier makes what historians now recognise as a crucial error. He's so focused on getting enough rabbits that he doesn't pay close attention to what kind he's getting. You see, there are basically two types of rabbits you might encounter in this situation. There are wild rabbits, the kind that live in the woods and fields, that are naturally wary of humans and will run away the moment they are released. These are the rabbits that would make for proper hunting, skittish, swift, and inclined to scatter in all directions the moment they sense danger. Then there are domestic rabbits, the kind that farmers raise for meat and fur. These rabbits have been bred for generations to be docile, well-fed and comfortable around humans. They're used to being handled and used to being fed by people, and they associate humans with food and safety rather than danger. Berthier, in his rush to fulfill Napoleon's order, ends up with a mix of both types. But here's the problem. The domestic rabbits vastly outnumber the wild ones. Most local farmers and breeders are supplying domestic rabbits because they have a larger quantity of them. And domestic rabbits, it turns out, behave very differently from wild rabbits when released into the countryside. As the day of the hunt approaches, hundreds of rabbits in wooden cages are being transported to Malmaison. The logistics alone are impressive. You've got dozens of carts, each loaded with rabbit cages converging on Napoleon's estate. The rabbits are fed and watered, kept in the shade, and generally treated better than many soldiers in Napoleon's army. The staff at Malmaison is probably a bit bewildered by the whole operation. The stable boys are suddenly dealing with hundreds of rabbits instead of horses. The groundskeepers are being asked to help prepare release points for the rabbits. The kitchen staff is also involved, as they must provide food for all the rabbits until the hunt day. Meanwhile, Napoleon is getting more and more excited about his upcoming hunting party. Napoleon is likely examining his hunting rifle, strategizing with his officers, and envisioning the tales that will unfold from this magnificent hunt. In his mind, it's going to be a perfect day. Good weather, good company, and plenty of rabbits to provide exciting sport. Berthier, meanwhile, is dealing with the practical details. Could you please advise on the optimal location for releasing the rabbits? How many should be released at once? Should they be released all at the same time or in waves to keep the hunting interesting throughout the day? These are the kinds of questions that don't come up in military planning, but they're crucial for a successful hunting party. The decision is made to release all the rabbits at once from several different points around the hunting grounds. The move should provide plenty of targets and ensure that the rabbits scatter in all directions, giving everyone a good chance at some hunting. It seems like a perfectly reasonable plan. As you go to bed, imagine the rabbits in their cages, unaware that they are about to make history in the most unexpected way. The morning of the great rabbit hunt dawns clear and bright. the kind of summer day that makes you want to be outside doing something active. Napoleon wakes up in an excellent mood, probably humming to himself as he gets dressed in his hunting outfit. He's chosen his clothes carefully, elegant but practical, befitting an emperor who's about to demonstrate his prowess in the field. You can picture him standing in front of his mirror, adjusting his coat, making sure everything is perfect. This isn't just a hunting trip, it's a performance. Napoleon wants to present himself as a masterful huntsman to all the important people in his government and military who will be present. The guests start arriving at Malmaison in the late morning. These aren't just casual friends invited for a day of sport. These are the power brokers of the French Empire. Military officers who've helped Napoleon conquer Europe, government officials who run his administration, and diplomats who negotiate his treaties. Everyone's dressed in their finest hunting attire, carrying beautiful rifles, looking forward to a day of imperial entertainment. The atmosphere is festive and relaxed. After years of constant warfare, everyone's ready for a break. The Treaty of Tilsit has brought a temporary peace to Europe, and for the first time in years, Napoleon's inner circle can gather without discussing military campaigns or political crises. It's just going to be a pleasant day of hunting, tasty food, and masculine camaraderie. Berthier, meanwhile, is running around making sure everything is perfect. He's coordinating with the beaters who will drive the rabbits toward the hunters, checking that the refreshment stations are properly stocked, and making sure all the rifles are in excellent working order. He's also supervising the final preparations for the rabbit release. Throughout the hunting grounds, the rabbits themselves are placed in key locations. Hundreds of cages are scattered through the woods and fields, each one containing several rabbits ready to be released on signal. The plan is beautifully simple. When Napoleon gives the word, all the cages will be opened simultaneously, releasing a small army of rabbits into the countryside. The hunters will then fan out and begin their sport. What nobody realizes is that the majority of these rabbits have spent their entire lives in captivity. They've been hand-fed by farmers, handled by humans, and generally treated as livestock rather than wild animals. They don't have the instincts that would make them good hunting targets. They don't know they're supposed to be afraid of humans. The hunting party gathers in the main field, and Napoleon gives a little speech about the day's activities. He's in his element, commanding attention, setting the tone for what he expects to be a memorable day. The rifles are loaded, the beaters are in position, and everyone's ready for the grand release. Berthier gives the signal, and all across the hunting grounds, cage doors swing open. Hundreds of rabbits hop out into the sunshine, probably blinking in the sudden brightness, and looking around to get their bearings. For a brief moment, everything appears to be proceeding as planned. The hunters spread out across the field, rifles ready, expecting the rabbits to scatter in all directions and provide them with moving targets. Napoleon himself takes a position in the centre of the field, probably feeling very satisfied with how well everything is organised. But then something unexpected happens. Instead of running away from the humans, the rabbits start moving toward them. Not just a few rabbits, but dozens of them, then hundreds. They're hopping across the field with what appears to be determination, heading straight for the hunting party. At first, the scene probably seems amusing rather than alarming. Maybe Napoleon chuckles and makes a joke about brave rabbits. Maybe some of the officers laugh about rabbits that don't know they're supposed to be afraid of hunters. It's quirky and unexpected, but not necessarily problematic. But the rabbits keep coming, and more rabbits keep emerging from the woods. And instead of providing moving targets running away from the hunters, they're converging on the humans like they're expecting something, which, of course, they are. They're expecting to be fed, just like they've been fed every day of their lives. The hunting party starts to realise that something is going very wrong with their carefully planned day of sport. These aren't wild rabbits behaving like wild rabbits. These are domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, and domestic rabbits have very different ideas about what humans are for. As you drift off to sleep, imagine Napoleon standing in that field, rifle in hay, observing hundreds of rabbits hopping toward him with an unmistakable confidence, and beginning to realise that his perfect hunting party is about to transform into something entirely different. Do you recall the moment when you become aware of a dire situation, yet uncertain about how to address it? That's exactly where Napoleon finds himself as hundreds of rabbits continue hopping toward the hunting party with what can only be described as enthusiasm. At first, the situation is more puzzling than alarming. These are supposed to be prey animals, after all. They're supposed to run away when they see humans with rifles. Instead, they're approaching like they're expecting a handout. Some of the officers are still chuckling nervously, making jokes about fearless French rabbits showing their patriotic spirit. But the rabbits keep coming, and they're not just approaching, they're surrounding the hunting party. It's like watching a slow-motion avalanche of fur and floppy ears. The rabbits hop closer and closer, and some of them start doing what domestic rabbits do when they want attention from humans. They start climbing. Imagine Napoleon, the Emperor of France and conqueror of Europe, standing in a field as rabbits begin hopping onto his boots, then onto his legs, then up with his coat. These aren't tiny rabbits either. These are well-fed farm rabbits, some of them weighing several pounds each, and they're treating Napoleon like he's their favourite farmer coming to feed them. The other hunters are experiencing the same problem. Rabbits are climbing all over them, getting tangled in their hunting gear, and generally behaving like overly friendly pets rather than wild game. Some of the officers are trying to gently push the rabbits away, but there are too many of them, and they keep coming. Napoleon's initial amusement is rapidly turning to irritation. This is not how an imperial hunting party is supposed to go. He's supposed to be demonstrating his marksmanship, enjoying civilized sport with his colleagues, and creating stories that will enhance his reputation. Instead, he's being overwhelmed by affectionate rabbits. The situation gets worse when the rabbits start exhibiting more aggressive behaviour. They are not aggressive in the sense of attacking, but aggressive in the sense of relentlessly pursuing their desires. And what they want, having been trained by a lifetime of human interaction, is food and attention from these humans who have appeared in their territory. Some of the larger rabbits begin to exhibit bolder behaviour. They're not just climbing on the hunters, they're exploring pockets, chewing on clothing, and generally treating the hunting party like a mobile petting zoo. Napoleon finds himself with rabbits in his coat pockets, rabbits tugging at his buttons, and rabbits that seem determined to climb all the way up to his shoulders. The rifles, intended for hunting, turn into completely useless tools. You can't shoot at rabbits that are climbing all over you without risking injury to yourself or your fellow hunters. And even if you could get a clear shot, these rabbits are so tame and friendly that shooting them would feel less like hunting and more like massacre. Berthier, watching this disaster unfold, probably realises exactly what went wrong. Instead of encountering wild rabbits, Berthier has encountered domestic rabbits, who view humans as sources of food and comfort, rather than as potential predators. But realising the problem and fixing it are two different things, especially when you're dealing with hundreds of determined rabbits. The hunters try various strategies to deal with their situation. Some attempt to walk away from the rabbits, but the rabbits simply follow them, treating the scenario as a fun game. Others try to shoo the rabbits away, but the rabbits interpret this as playful interaction and become even more enthusiastic. Napoleon, meanwhile, is getting genuinely frustrated. He's trying to maintain his imperial dignity while literally covered in rabbits. Every time he manages to remove one rabbit from his person, two more take its place. His carefully planned hunting outfit is getting covered in rabbit fur and possibly other things that rabbits leave behind. The other members of the hunting party are having their struggles. These men, important government officials and military officers, are accustomed to receiving respect and deference. Instead, they're being treated like walking rabbit toys by an army of overly friendly farm animals. The beaters, who were supposed to drive the rabbits toward the hunters, are standing around looking confused. Their job was to make sure the rabbits ran in the right direction, but these rabbits don't need to be driven anywhere. The rabbits are precisely where they should be, swarming all over the humans they believe are there to feed them. As the situation continues to deteriorate, Napoleon starts giving orders. He's a military commander after all, and his instinct when faced with a crisis is to take charge and start issuing commands. What exactly do you instruct when you're being surrounded by amiable rabbits? Retreat from the rabbits doesn't sound very imperial. Tonight, as you settle in, picture Napoleon standing in that field, his imperial composure beginning to crack as he realises that he's about to suffer one of the most ridiculous defeats of his career, at the hands of creatures that weigh less than his boots. Every disaster culminates in a realisation that maintaining dignity is no longer a luxury. For Napoleon, that moment arrives when a particularly large rabbit manages to climb all the way up his coat and perch on his shoulder like some kind of furry, floppy-eared parrot. The Emperor of France, the man who has stared down the armies of Austria, Prussia and Russia, finds himself in the utterly ridiculous position of being unable to dislodge a single rabbit from his person without losing his balance and potentially falling over. Naturally, dozens of other rabbits surround his feet, hopping back and forth, rendering any abrupt movement hazardous. You can imagine the thoughts going through Napoleon's head at this moment. This is supposed to be a relaxing day of sport, a chance to unwind with his closest associates and enjoy some traditional aristocratic entertainment. Instead, an army of overly affectionate farm animals is treating him like a jungle gym. The other hunters are faring no better. The creatures that eat lettuce are defeating these seasoned military officers who have charged into battle without flinching. Some of them are trying to maintain their composure, but it's hard to look dignified when you're covered in rabbit fur and there's a rabbit trying to nest in your hat. The situation reaches its peak when someone, history doesn't record who, makes the fatal mistake of trying to run away from the rabbits. Perhaps it's one of the younger officers, someone who thinks he can simply outrun the problem, but running turns out to be exactly the wrong strategy, because it triggers every rabbit's instinct to chase after something that's moving. Suddenly, instead of just climbing on the stationary humans, the rabbits start hopping after the running humans. And rabbits, it turns out, are surprisingly fast when they want to be. They can hop at speeds of up to 25 miles per hour, which is considerably faster than most humans can run while carrying hunting rifles and wearing formal hunting attire. Napoleon, seeing one of his officers being chased across the field by a horde of bouncing rabbits, probably realizes that the situation has moved beyond embarrassing and into the realm of the completely absurd. This is the kind of scene that would be funny if it were happening to someone else, but is absolutely mortifying when it's happening to you. The decision is reached, though it is not entirely clear who made it, that the hunting party should retreat. It's not a tactical repositioning or a strategic withdrawal, but a genuine retreat from an army of rabbits. Napoleon, who has never retreated from a human enemy, is about to retreat from a bunch of farm animals. But retreating from rabbits turns out to be more complicated than retreating from, say, Austrian cavalry. The rabbits don't understand military protocol, they don't recognise surrender flags or ceasefire signals, they just see their favourite humans trying to leave, and they're determined to follow. The hunting party starts moving toward their carriages, but the rabbits move with them. It's like trying to evacuate a building while being followed by hundreds of overly enthusiastic pets. Every step toward the carriages is accompanied by a bouncing escort of rabbits, who seem to think their presence is the most entertaining thing that's ever happened to them. Napoleon, trying to maintain some semblance of imperial dignity, walks as calmly as he can toward his carriage. But it's hard to look imperial when you're brushing rabbits off your coat every few steps, and there's rabbit fur floating around you like some kind of barnyard snowstorm. The carriages, when they finally reach them, present their problems. The rabbits completely terrify the horses. Horses and rabbits don't normally interact, and the horses aren't sure what to make of these small bouncing creatures that keep hopping around their hooves. Some of the horses are dancing nervously, others are trying to back away, and the coachmen are struggling to keep them under control. Getting into the carriages becomes an operation in itself. The moment someone opens a carriage door, rabbits start trying to hop inside. They're not being malicious, they just want to continue their interaction with these fascinating humans. But having a carriage full of rabbits is not exactly what Napoleon had in mind for his dignified departure. The scene becomes increasingly chaotic as the hunting party tries to separate themselves from their rabbit admirers. Some of the officers are literally having to pick rabbits off themselves and set them down before climbing into carriages. Others are trying to create barriers to keep the rabbits from following them. Napoleon finally makes it to his carriage, probably with less grace than he's used to displaying in public. The coachman, who's never dealt with a rabbit siege before, is doing his best to keep the rabbits from climbing onto the carriage itself. Some of the more athletic rabbits are actually managing to hop onto the running boards and peer into the windows. As you drift off tonight, imagine Napoleon sitting in his carriage, looking out at a field full of rabbits, who are probably wondering why their new human friends are leaving, and trying to figure out how he's going to explain the matter to anyone. The carriage ride back to Malmaison is probably one of the most awkward journeys in Napoleon's life. Here he is, the Emperor of France, fresh from one of the most embarrassing defeats in military history, and he has to sit there with rabbit fur still clinging to his coat while pretending that what just happened was somehow normal. You can imagine the silence in that carriage. How do you address the situation after being unexpectedly overrun by a group of domestic rabbits? How might one present that in a way that appears impressive rather than absurd? Napoleon, who typically possesses a wealth of words, likely spends the entire journey attempting to contextualize this disaster. The other carriages are dealing with their own awkward situations. These are high-ranking military officers and government officials who have just experienced something that defies all their training and experience. They've been in battles, they've negotiated treaties, and they've dealt with political crises, but none of that prepared them for being climbed on by overly friendly farm animals. Some officers may be joking to lighten the mood, but what do you joke about when rabbits have just defeated your emperor? Others are maintaining a dignified silence, pretending that nothing unusual has happened. A few are probably already trying to figure out how to tell this story to their wives without sounding completely insane. Meanwhile, back at the hunting grounds, Berthier is left to deal with the aftermath. Berthier must decide how to handle the hundreds of rabbits roaming the estate. He can't just leave them there, they're not wild rabbits, so they don't know how to survive on their own. But he also can't exactly round them all up and return them to their original owners, because that would require admitting what happened. The estate staff is probably having the strangest day of their careers. The groundskeepers, who were expecting to help with a normal hunting party, are now dealing with a rabbit population explosion. The stable hands are trying to calm down horses who are still spooked by the morning's events. Everyone is attempting to restore some semblance of normalcy to the once peaceful country estate. Word of the rabbit incident starts spreading almost immediately, despite everyone's best efforts to keep it quiet. Servants talk to other servants, coachmen share stories with other coachmen, and pretty soon the tale is making its way through the social circles of Paris. But the stories that spread aren't exactly accurate. They're embellished, exaggerated, and twisted into something even more ridiculous than what actually happened. Meanwhile, Napoleon grapples with a crisis of public relations. Napoleon has established his reputation by being invincible, mastering every situation, and never letting anyone catch him off guard. The idea that he could be defeated by a bunch of rabbits is exactly the kind of story that his political enemies would love to spread around Europe. The official version of events that emerges is carefully sanitized. The hunting party was successful and enjoyable, the emperor demonstrated his excellent marksmanship, and everyone had a thoroughly imperial time. Any mention of rabbits behaving unusually is carefully omitted from the official records, but you can't completely suppress a story this good. Whispers and private letters circulate the rabbit incident as a historical anecdote. Military officers tell the story to their friends, government officials share it with their families, and gradually it becomes part of the unofficial history of Napoleon's reign. The irony lies in the fact that this absurd rabbit defeat occurs during the pinnacle of Napoleon's power. He's just negotiated the Treaty of Tilsit, he controls most of Europe, and he's at the peak of his political and military influence. However, he finds himself completely powerless against a group of domestic rabbits who merely seek food and affection. Years later, when Napoleon is in exile on St. Helena, he probably has plenty of time to reflect on the rabbit incident. The story becomes increasingly humorous over time and distance, yet it also serves as a poignant illustration of how even the most powerful individuals can succumb to unforeseen circumstances. Berthier, meanwhile, learns a valuable lesson about the importance of understanding your resources. He has successfully managed military logistics for some of the most complex campaigns in European history, but his failure to distinguish between wild and domestic rabbits has led to his defeat. It's probably not a mistake he'll ever make again. The rabbits themselves, having had their brief moment of historical significance, are eventually rounded up and returned to more conventional lives. Some probably end up back on farms, others might be relocated to areas where they can live more naturally. But for one morning in 1807, they were the most important creatures in France. As you settle in for the night, think about how this story reveals something essential about human nature. No matter how powerful or important we become, we're all just one encounter with unexpected rabbits away from looking completely ridiculous. The beautiful thing about Napoleon's rabbit incident is how it perfectly captures the absurdity that lurks beneath all human pretension. Here we have the most powerful man in Europe, someone who has literally reshaped the political landscape of an entire continent, and he's brought down by creatures most people consider suitable for children's petting zoos. The story's continued survival, despite everyone's best efforts to suppress it, adds to its delight. Napoleon's government certainly didn't want this story getting out, and most of the participants probably preferred not to talk about their morning being overwhelmed by farm animals, but the story was simply too good to stay buried. Over the years, the rabbit incident has taken on a life of its own. Each telling, like all good historical anecdotes, embellishes and exaggerates the story. In certain renditions, thousands of rabbits completely overwhelm Napoleon. In other versions, the rabbit attack actually injures Napoleon. Some stories claim the rabbits were deliberately released as part of a practical joke, while others suggest they were trained to attack rabbits deployed by his enemies. The truth, as you now know, is both more mundane and more amusing than the legends. It wasn't thousands of rabbits, and they weren't trying to attack anyone. It was simply a case of domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, treating humans as sources of food and comfort rather than as predators to be avoided. But the story endures because it reveals something important about power and human nature. Napoleon dedicated the majority of his career to demonstrating his ability to surmount any challenge through his unwavering determination, strategic planning, and exceptional organisational skills. He defeated armies, conquered nations, and rewrote the laws of entire societies. However, he was unable to overcome a group of hungry rabbits. There's something deeply satisfying about this story, especially for those of us who sometimes feel overwhelmed by the ordinary challenges of daily life. If rabbits can defeat Napoleon Bonaparte, perhaps our own minor setbacks don't carry such embarrassment. Maybe getting flustered by a technology problem, or being outwitted by a household pet, or failing to assemble a piece of furniture properly puts us in pretty good company. The rabbit incident also highlights the importance of understanding your resources and your environment. Berthier was an excellent organiser, but he failed to ask the right questions about the rabbits he was acquiring. He focused on quantity rather than quality, and he didn't consider how the rabbits' background might affect their behaviour. It's a lesson that applies to everything from military campaigns to dinner parties. The details matter, and assumptions can be dangerous. Modern historians have used the rabbit story as an example of how even the most carefully planned events can go wrong in unexpected ways. It's become a case study in the limits of control and the importance of contingency planning. Military academies sometimes use it as a humorous example of how intelligence gathering should include seemingly trivial details. This story has also become a favourite among those who study the psychology of power. Napoleon's reaction to the rabbit incident, his apparent inability to laugh at himself, his focus on damage control rather than enjoying the absurdity, reveals something about how absolute power can make people lose their sense of humour about themselves. But the rabbit incident's most lasting lesson is that life is unpredictable and absurd, no matter who you are or how powerful you are. Napoleon could plan brilliant military campaigns and reorganise entire legal systems, but he couldn't plan for the possibility that hundreds of domestic rabbits would mistake him for their favourite farmer. The rabbits, of course, were completely innocent in all this. They were just being rabbits, following their instincts and their training. They saw humans and expected food and attention, just as they'd been conditioned to expect throughout their lives. From their perspective, the humans were the ones behaving strangely by running away instead of providing the expected carrots and lettuce. In the end, the rabbit incident becomes a perfect metaphor for the gap between our plans and reality, between our self-image and how the world actually works. Napoleon saw himself as the master of Europe, but the rabbits saw him as a potential source of breakfast. Both perspectives were valid, but only one of them was prepared for what actually happened that morning. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that no matter how important our plans seem to us, somewhere there are rabbits who have their ideas about how things should work, and sometimes, just sometimes, the rabbits win. Margaret Holloway had always prided herself on being the sort of person who read instruction manuals. Particularly for toasters, her insurance company continued to mention the incident from 19 years ago in hushed, traumatised tones. So when she inherited her great-aunt Millicent's peculiar collection of antiques, including what appeared to be a medieval astrolabe made of suspiciously modern materials, she naturally assumed there would be documentation. There wasn't. What there was, tucked behind the device like a guilty afterthought, was a post-it note reading, "Don't touch the blue bits when Mercury is in retrograde. M." Margaret, who possessed both a master's degree in library science and a healthy scepticism toward astrological nonsense, promptly touched the blue bits. It was Tuesday morning. She had already dealt with 3 passive-aggressive emails from her supervisor, and Mercury could frankly retrograde itself into the sun for all she cared. The astrolabe hummed. This was Margaret's first indication that perhaps Great-Aunt Millicent had been more eccentric than previously documented. The second indication was the way her kitchen began folding itself inside out like origami designed by a mathematician having an existential crisis. "Oh, bollocks," and Margaret said, which were destined to be the last words spoken in her ranch-style home in suburban Ohio for approximately 700 years. The world transformed into a pretzel, infused with cosmic salt, and offered itself to the universe, accompanied by temporal displacement. Margaret found herself lying face down in what smelled suspiciously like a combination of horses, unwashed humans, and regret. When she lifted her head, she discovered she was wearing a brown woolen dress that itched in places she didn't know could itch, and her sensible flats had been replaced by leather things that appeared to have been crafted by someone who had only heard footwear described second-hand. Around her, a medieval village conducted its morning business with the sort of casual chaos that suggested this was perfectly normal Tuesday behaviour. A man chased a pig while shouting what Margaret assumed were medieval profanities. A woman emptied a chamber pot from a second-story window with the practiced aim of someone who had clearly done this before. Children played in the dirt with sticks, apparently finding the activity the height of entertainment. Margaret sat up slowly, her librarian instincts immediately cataloguing the historical inconsistencies. The architecture was wrong for any specific period she could identify. The clothing was a mixture of styles spanning roughly 3 centuries. Was the man over there wearing what appeared to be a digital watch? "Is this your first time?" asked a voice behind her. Margaret turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing robes that managed to look both authentically medieval and suspiciously well-tailored. Her smile was knowing, and her teeth were far too straight for someone living in the pre-dental era. "May I ask for your pardon?" Margaret asked. Margaret asked, then immediately regretted it. In her experience, begging anyone's pardon in an unfamiliar situation typically led to complications. "Time travel," the woman clarified, as if the solution were obvious. "You've got that look. You've recently realised that physics is more of a suggestion than a law. I'm Sister Agatha, formerly Dr. Agnes Whitmore, of the Cambridge Medieval History Department. And you're clearly not from around here, temporally speaking." Margaret stared. "This is impossible." "Oh, honey," Sister Agatha laughed, a sound that carried distinct notes of hysteria carefully controlled through years of practice. "Impossible was last Tuesday. This is just inconvenient. Come on, let's get you oriented before the anachronism police show up." "The what now?" But Sister Agatha was already walking away, her robes swishing with the authority of someone who had learned to navigate both medieval politics and university bureaucracy. Margaret scrambled to follow, her new shoes making sounds like frustrated cats on the cobblestones. As they walked through the village, Margaret noticed more inconsistencies. A blacksmith hammered what looked suspiciously like a smartphone case. A merchant sold authentic medieval remedies from bottles that clearly bore modern safety seals. And everywhere people moved with the particular sort of resigned efficiency that Margaret recognised from her office environment. "Right," Sister Agatha said, stopping outside what appeared to be a tavern with a sign reading, "The Temporal Refugee." "Here's the situation. Welcome to Kronos Commons, the accidental dumping ground for temporal tourists, displaced individuals, and the generally temporally confused. We've got Romans, Victorians, a perplexed gentleman from 1623 who keeps asking about the location of the nearest Starbucks, and last week we acquired a flapper from the 20s who has already revolutionised our cocktail menu." Margaret felt a familiar sensation that she usually associated with faculty meetings, the gradual realisation that she was trapped in something that made no sense but would somehow become her responsibility. "How do I get home?" she asked. Sister Agatha's smile took on the sort of kindness typically reserved for delivering catastrophic news. "Well, that's the question, isn't it? Some people figure it out, others don't. But the good news is, we've developed quite a nice little community here. We've got running water, thanks to a Roman engineer, decent food courtesy of a Victorian chef, and surprisingly progressive social policies implemented by a group of suffragettes who arrived last spring." Margaret looked around at the village with new eyes. It wasn't medieval at all, she realised. It was something entirely new, a place where time had hiccuped, collected its mistakes, and decided to make the best of things. "How long have you been here?" she asked. 5 years is a subjective time. It could be 5 minutes or 5 decades in the real world. Time's a bit wobbly here. Sister Agatha shrugged. "But I've got to say the research opportunities are unparalleled. Where else can you get primary source material from actual primary sources? Margaret felt herself beginning to panic, which was unfortunate because panic had never been particularly useful in her experience. "But I have a job, I have a mortgage, I have a cat." "Had," Sister Agatha corrected gently. Past tense is crucial when you're dealing with temporal displacement, but look on the bright side. No more mortgage payments. The temporal refugee turned out to be precisely what it sounded like. A tavern for people who had accidentally fallen through the cracks in time and were making the best of it with varying degrees of success. The proprietor was a cheerful woman named Gladys, who claimed to be from 1943 and had arrived during the Blitz expecting to find an air raid shelter. Instead, she'd found herself the accidental mayor of history's most confused municipality. "New arrival," Gladys announced as Sister Agatha led Margaret through the door. "Welcome to the club that no one desired to join, yet everyone inextricably finds themselves a part of. The first drink is free, the second is on credit, and the third is your responsibility because you should know our economy by then." The tavern's interior was a fascinating collision of architectural periods. Tudor beams supported what appeared to be Art Deco light fixtures, while Roman mosaics decorated floors laid with Victorian tiles. The overall effect was like walking into time and having an identity crisis. At a corner table, a man in what looked like 18th century clothing was engaged in animated conversation with a woman wearing a 1960s mod dress, and a Roman centurion who had apparently decided to keep his armour but update his attitude. Their discussion appeared to centre around the best methods for organising a democratic government when your citizenry spanned roughly 2,000 years of political evolution. "That's our steering committee," Sister Agatha explained. "We found that representative democracy works surprisingly well when everyone's equally confused about the present situation. Thomas, who hails from the year 1776, arrived shortly after signing a document he describes as terribly important, which is why he has strong opinions about governance. Veronica, who is from 1967, holds strong opinions on a wide range of topics. Marcus has strong opinions about military organisation, primarily suggesting that all disputes should be settled through combat." Margaret accepted a drink from Gladys that tasted like it had been invented by someone who remembered alcohol fondly, but had to work with medieval ingredients. Although it wasn't entirely unpleasant, the drink felt like a metaphor for her entire situation. "So how does this work?" Margaret asked. "The day-to-day, I mean. You can't all just sit around drinking and forming committees." "Oh, heavens no," Gladys laughed. "We've got quite the economy going. It turns out when you put together people from different times, you get a lot of useful knowledge exchange. Marcus taught us Roman construction techniques, which the Victorian engineer improved with modern material science, which Thomas enhanced with democratic labour practices, which Veronica revolutionised with modern efficiency methods." She gestured toward the window where Margaret could see people working on what appeared to be a construction project involving both medieval stonework and suspiciously modern-looking plumbing. "We're building a proper town hall," Sister Agatha explained, "complete with meeting rooms, a library, and what Veronica insists on calling a social services department. Apparently temporal displacement comes with its own unique set of bureaucratic needs." "But surely someone's trying to get home?" Margaret asked. The tavern went quiet in a way that suggested she'd touched on a sensitive subject. Gladys polished a glass with unnecessary intensity, while Sister Agatha developed a sudden interest in the pattern of the tablecloth. "Well," Thomas said from the corner table, his colonial American accent carrying clearly across the room, "that's rather the central question, isn't it? Some folks spend all their time trying to figure out the way back. Others come to the conclusion that staying in the present isn't necessarily a bad thing. And some..." He trailed off. "Some?" Margaret prompted. "Some discover that home isn't quite what they remembered," Veronica finished, her London accent crisp despite the anachronistic setting. "Turns out when you've been gone for subjective years, certain assumptions about what you want to return to start looking rather questionable." Marcus, the Roman centurion, nodded gravely. "I was fleeing Gaul when I arrived here. The situation, which involved a superior officer's wife and a misunderstanding about Roman marriage customs, was rather embarrassing. Point is, going back would involve considerably more crucifixion than I'm comfortable with." Margaret felt the weight of her life settling around her like an ill-fitting coat. Her job at the library, while stable, had become increasingly automated and decreasingly fulfilling. Her marriage had ended 2 years ago when her husband discovered that his midlife crisis required a motorcycle, and a 25-year-old named Crystal. Her mortgage was for a house that had always felt too large for one person and too small for the life she'd imagined she'd have. "How do you know if you want to go back?" she asked quietly. "That," said Sister Agatha, "is the question everyone asks, and nobody can answer for anyone else. But I will say this, in 5 years here, I've published more original research than I did in 20 years at Cambridge. It turns out that primary source material is much easier to obtain when your sources are sitting at the next table." Gladys set down her glass and leaned against the bar. "I've been thinking about that night in London when I ended up here. The sirens were going off, bombs were falling, and I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. But I was also more alive than I'd felt in years. 3 years had passed since my husband's death. My children had grown and left, and I was merely existing. You need me here. I'm building something." "But don't you miss it?" Margaret asked. "Your real life?" "This is my real life," Gladys said simply. "The other one was just what happened before I started living." The tavern door abruptly opened, suggesting either extreme urgency or poor door maintenance. A young man stumbled in wearing clothes that looked like a confused merger between medieval peasant wear and what Margaret was beginning to recognise as the standard-issue temporal refugee uniform. "Emergency committee meeting," he announced breathlessly. "We've got anachronism police incoming, and they're asking about unauthorised timeline modifications." The tavern erupted into organised chaos. Thomas immediately began drafting what he called emergency protocols for democratic crisis management. Veronica started organising people into what she termed efficiency groups. Marcus began discussing defensive strategies that involved words like phalanx and tactical retreat. "Anachronism police," Margaret asked Sister Agatha about the commotion. "Time travel's governing body," Sister Agatha explained grimly. "Consider them to be the universe's hall monitors, but with the authority to erase entire timelines if they think things have gotten too messy. They don't like places like this. Too many variables, too much potential for paradox. What do? Best case scenario, they relocate us to approved temporal zones. Worst case scenario, they decide we're too much of a risk and..." Sister Agatha made a gesture that could be interpreted as either poof or obliteration. Margaret felt that familiar librarian instinct kicking in, the one that appeared whenever someone threatened to reorganise her carefully maintained systems without consulting her first. It was the same feeling she got when patrons tried to return books to the wrong shelves, or when her supervisor suggested improving efficiency through methods that would clearly make everything worse. "Right," she said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. "What actions are necessary?" The emergency committee meeting took place in what Gladys optimistically called the community centre, which was actually the tavern with the tables pushed together and everyone trying to look official, although half of them were drinking ale at 10 in the morning. Margaret found herself appointed as Secretary of Records primarily because she was the only one present who knew what carbon paper was and could also operate the hand-cranked printing press that a Victorian gentleman named Nigel had constructed from memory and spare parts. "Right then," Thomas said, calling the meeting to order, with the sort of gravitas that suggested he'd had practice at this sort of thing. "Jeremiah, report." Jeremiah, the young man who'd brought the news, stood up and consulted what appeared to be notes written on bark. 3 anachronism police officers arrived this morning via what looked like a temporal vortex disguised as a travelling merchant's wagon. They are staying at the inn and asking questions about unauthorised timeline modifications and dangerous temporal accumulations. "Dangerous temporal accumulations," Sister Agatha repeated thoughtfully. "That's what they call places like us. We have an excessive number of individuals from various eras residing in one place. We're apparently creating what they term chronological instability." "Bollocks," said Veronica firmly. "We're creating a chronological community. There's a difference." Marcus nodded approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when the bureaucrats arrive, hide the wine and sharpen the swords." "We're not hiding wine or sharpening swords," Thompson said quickly. "We're civilised people having a civilised discussion about how to handle a bureaucratic situation through proper democratic channels." "Have you met bureaucrats?" Gladys asked dryly. "In my experience, proper democratic channels work about as well for people in London during the Blitz as they do now. That is, not at all, and you mostly have to muddle through and hope for the best." Margaret found herself taking detailed notes, partly out of professional habit and partly because writing things down helped her think. As she wrote, patterns began to emerge. The anachronism police seemed concerned about their community's effect on the timeline. but from what she could gather, they hadn't actually done anything to affect it. They were just living their lives in a place that technically shouldn't exist. What exactly is the timeline we're supposedly affecting? She asked. The room went quiet. Margaret was beginning to recognise this particular type of silence. It was the same one that occurred in library staff meetings when someone asked obvious questions that revealed fundamental problems with the entire system. "Well," Sister Agatha said slowly, "that's rather complicated. See, technically none of us should be here. We should all be in our original times, living our original lives, making our original contributions to history. But we're not affecting our original times," Margaret pointed out. "We're not there. If anything, our absence should have more impact than our presence here." "Ah," said Nigel, the Victorian engineer, speaking up for the first time. "That's where it gets intriguing. My research, which I've dedicated a significant amount of time to, indicates that our disappearances have received compensation." "Compensated how?" Thomas asked. "Replacements," Nigel said simply. "The timeline has generated substitute versions of us to fill the gaps we left behind. My wife believes I died in a factory accident. Sister Agatha's university believes she took early retirement. Margaret's library believes she moved to Florida to care for an elderly relative. Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the medieval heating system. So there's another version of me living my life?" "A timeline-generated approximation," Sister Agatha confirmed. "Close enough to maintain continuity, but not actually you. Think of it as temporal autocorrect." "That's deeply unsettling," Margaret said. "Welcome to time travel," Gladys said cheerfully. "Nothing about it makes sense, and the more you think about it, the more you realise that sense was always overrated anyway." The meeting continued for another hour, with various committee members proposing solutions that ranged from diplomatic negotiation, Thomas, to strategic misdirection, Veronica, to trial by combat, Marcus predictably. Margaret found herself thinking about the other version of herself living in her house, doing her job, and presumably feeding her cat. Was that version of her fulfilled? Was she living the life Margaret had been too afraid to lead? "I propose," she said, interrupting a discussion about the proper protocol for addressing temporal law enforcement, "that we find out what the anachronism police actually want before we decide how to respond to them." "Revolutionary thinking," Veronica said approvingly. "Gather intelligence before forming strategy. I like her." "It's called reconnaissance," Marcus added. "Basic military procedure." "It's called common sense," Gladys said. "But I suppose that's revolutionary enough in most situations." Thomas nodded thoughtfully. "Margaret raises an excellent point. We've been assuming they want to shut us down or relocate us, but perhaps their concerns are more specific. Jeremiah, what exactly were they asking about?" Jeremiah consulted his bark notes again. They wanted to know about unauthorized historical documentation, anachronistic technological development, and unsanctioned temporal education programs. Margaret felt her librarian instincts tingling. Those are very specific concerns, not general timeline protection, specific activities. "Sister Agatha's been writing papers about medieval life based on direct observation," Nigel said slowly. "I've been developing hybrid technologies using knowledge from multiple times, and we've all been sharing knowledge across historical boundaries. We've been learning from each other," Margaret said, "and apparently that's what they're worried about." The room fell silent again, but this time it was the thoughtful silence of people realising they were in more trouble than they'd initially understood, but also possibly more right than they'd dared to hope. "So," Thomas said finally, "we're not just temporal refugees, we're temporal revolutionaries." "Accidental temporal revolutionaries," or Sister Agatha corrected. "The best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction. "Nobody expects the accidental revolutionaries." Margaret looked around the room at her fellow temporal misfits and felt something she hadn't experienced in years. The sense that she was precisely where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. She appeared to be tasked with challenging the fundamental principles of temporal law enforcement by radically establishing a functional community. "Right then," she said, surprising herself again with her decisiveness. "Let's go talk to these anachronism police and find out exactly what kind of revolution we're accidentally leading." Based on her experience with various forms of bureaucratic authority, Margaret expected the anachronism police to be polite, efficient, and firmly convinced that their approach was the only logical one. They had taken up residence in the village's only inn, which was run by a cheerful woman from the 14th century who had adapted to her unusual clientele by developing what she called a flexible approach to customer service. The three officers were sitting in the inn's common room when Margaret's diplomatic delegation arrived. Thomas had insisted on formal protocols, Veronica had insisted on strategic positioning, and Marcus had insisted on bringing weapons, ceremonial purposes only, he'd assured them, while checking the edge on his gladius. Margaret had insisted on bringing tea service because, in her experience, any difficult conversation went better with proper refreshments. The lead officer was a woman who introduced herself as Inspector Kronos, which Margaret suspected was either an assumed name or evidence that the Anachronism Police had a department devoted entirely to ironic nomenclature. She was wearing what appeared to be a uniform designed by someone who had been told to create timeless professional attire and had interpreted the term as a boring grey suit that could plausibly exist in any century. "Thank you for meeting with us," Inspector Kronos said as Margaret arranged the tea service on the inn's largest table. "We appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Our pleasure," Thomas replied smoothly, "though I confess we're uncertain about the nature of the matter that requires our cooperation." Inspector Kronos consulted a tablet that definitely hadn't existed in any time period Margaret could identify. "You're aware that this settlement exists in violation of several temporal accords?" "We weren't aware there were temporal accords," Sister Agatha said mildly. "Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Margaret poured tea while listening to Inspector Kronos explain the complex legal framework that apparently governed time travel. According to the temporal accords, unauthorized time travel was prohibited, temporal settlements were forbidden, and cross-temporal knowledge sharing was considered a Class 3 chronological offence punishable by timeline rehabilitation. "Timeline rehabilitation sounds ominous," Veronica observed. "It's a humane process," Inspector Kronos assured her. "We simply relocate individuals to appropriate temporal zones where they can live productive lives without disrupting historical continuity." "Separate us, you mean," Margaret said, offering the sugar cubes. "Send us back to our original times whether we want to go or not." "The personal preferences of temporally displaced persons are secondary to the stability of the timeline," Inspector Kronos replied, accepting her tea with the sort of politeness that suggested she'd been trained in diplomatic protocols but found them tedious. Margaret felt that familiar librarian anger rising, the specific fury that came from dealing with people who prioritised systems over people and called it necessary efficiency. And who decided that timeline stability was more important than personal autonomy? Inspector Kronos looked genuinely puzzled by the question. "The temporal authority, of course. Timeline stability maintains the proper order of historical events." "Whose proper order?" Thomas asked, his colonial revolutionary instincts clearly activated. "Who gave this temporal authority the right to determine how people should live their lives?" "The authority derives from temporal law, which exists to prevent paradoxes and maintain historical accuracy," Inspector Kronos explained patiently, as if speaking to children who couldn't understand basic concepts. "Historical accuracy according to whom?" Sister Agatha asked. "I've spent 5 years here conducting primary research that's revealed significant errors in accepted historical narratives. Are you more interested in preserving factual accuracy or in upholding your own interpretation of accuracy?" Margaret watched Inspector Kronos' face carefully. Years of dealing with library patrons had taught her to recognise the exact moment when someone realised their position might not be as unassailable as they'd assumed. Inspector Kronos was having that moment right now. "Your research is part of the problem," one of the other officers said, speaking for the first time. "You're creating unauthorised historical documentation that could alter scholarly understanding of past events." "You mean it could improve scholarly understanding," Margaret said sweetly, refilling his teacup. "Isn't that what research is supposed to do?" "Not when it disrupts established historical consensus," the officer replied. "Established historical consensus has been wrong before," Veronica pointed out. "I should know. I lived through the 60s, and the established historical consensus about that decade is almost entirely bollocks." Margaret could see that this conversation was heading toward the sort of philosophical impasse that typically resulted in either violence or very long meetings. In her experience, violence was messier, but often more efficient than meetings. However, both typically ended with someone feeling aggrieved and nothing actually resolved. Inspector Kronos, she said, interrupting what appeared to be the beginning of a lecture about the importance of historical stability. May I ask you a personal question? Inspector Kronos looked wary. I suppose. When did you last have a vacation? The question clearly wasn't what Inspector Kronos had expected. That's not relevant to this investigation. Humour me, Margaret said, employing the same tone she used with particularly stubborn library patrons. When did you last take time off from work? Temporal Authority agents don't take vacations, Inspector Kronos said stiffly. We have important work to do. Everyone needs time off, Margaret said gently. Otherwise work becomes the only thing that gives life meaning, and that's not healthy for anyone. Trust me, I speak from experience. She gestured around the inn's common room, where the afternoon light was streaming through windows that had been designed by someone from the 18th century, built by someone from ancient Rome, and decorated by someone from the 1960s. The result was chaotic, but somehow harmonious, like a visual representation of their entire community. This place works, she said. We have people from a dozen different times living together, sharing knowledge, building something new. We're not disrupting the timeline. We're creating something the timeline never had before. Something beautiful. Unauthorized beauty is still unauthorized, Inspector Kronos said, but her voice lacked conviction. According to the temporal accords, yes, Margaret agreed. But have you considered that the temporal accords might be wrong? The silence that followed was different from the previous uncomfortable silences. This silence was the result of someone who had blindly followed the rules for years, suddenly forced to question their logic. The accords exist for good reason, Inspector Kronos said finally. I'm sure they do, Thomas said diplomatically, but good reasons can become bad reasons if circumstances change. In my experience, the best laws are the ones that can adapt to new situations. What if, Sister Agatha suggested carefully, instead of shutting us down, you studied us? We could be a pilot program for controlled cross-temporal community development. Think of the research opportunities. Margaret could see Inspector Kronos wavering. Years of bureaucratic training were warring with what appeared to be genuine curiosity, and possibly the first intriguing conversation she'd had in decades. That would require authorization from the Temporal Authority, Inspector Kronos said slowly. Then let's get authorization, Margaret said briskly. I assume there's some sort of application process? Inspector Kronos stared at her. You want to apply for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community? Why not? Margaret shrugged. We're already here, we're already functioning, and apparently we're already breaking the rules. Might as well break them officially. Applying for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community turned out to involve approximately 17 different forms, each of which had to be filled out in triplicate using writing implements appropriate to the time period of the person filling them out. Margaret found herself wielding a quill pen for the first time in her life, while cursing whoever had decided that bureaucracy should be deliberately difficult. This is ridiculous, Veronica muttered, struggling with what appeared to be a form designed to assess cross-temporal cultural integration protocols. They want to know our policy for resolving conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices. We don't have conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices, Thomas pointed out, working his way through a form about democratic governance in multi-period communities with the sort of methodical precision that suggested he'd had experience with colonial paperwork. Exactly, Sister Agatha said. Marcus handles military justice, Nigel handles infrastructure disputes, you handle governance issues, and Gladys handles everything else because she's the only one who's actually good at managing people. Margaret looked up from Form 47B, Justification for Temporal Cohabitation, and realised something important. They hadn't just accidentally created a community, they'd accidentally created a functioning government. And not just any government, but one that actually worked because everyone involved was too confused and too practical to waste time on politics. We need to document this, she said suddenly. Document what? Inspector Kronos asked. She had remained at the inn to oversee the application process, but Margaret suspected that her primary reason for staying was her interest in their community, which she found far more engaging than her usual assignments. This is how we govern ourselves, Margaret explained, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. If we're applying to be an experimental community, we need to show that our experiment actually produces results. Over the next several hours, Margaret found herself doing what she did best, organising information. With input from the others, she documented their decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation systems, and their integration protocols. What emerged was a picture of a community that had organically developed solutions to problems that political scientists spent decades debating. "This is extraordinary," Inspector Kronos said, reading over Margaret's documentation. "You've created a functional multi-temporal democracy with built-in cultural sensitivity protocols and adaptive governance structures." "We've muddled through," Gladys corrected, bringing them all another round of tea. "We've made the best of it, just like anyone else who finds themselves in an unexpected situation." "But that's precisely the point," Inspector Kronos said, excitement creeping into her voice for the first time since Margaret had met her. "Most temporal displacement results in psychological trauma, cultural isolation, and eventual breakdown. You've created something that not only works, but actually enhances the lives of everyone involved." Margaret looked around the inn's common room, where their impromptu government session had attracted an audience of curious community members. Marcus was explaining Roman military organisation to a group that included a Viking warrior, 2 medieval merchants, and what appeared to be a flapper who had arrived just that morning. Nigel was sketching engineering diagrams on a napkin, while a Renaissance artist offered suggestions about aesthetic improvements. Thomas and Veronica were deep in discussion about the practical applications of democratic theory, with a gentleman who claimed to be from the court of Louis XIV. "It works because we need it to work," Margaret said. "We can't go home, so we have to make this place home, and that means figuring out how to live together even when we come from entirely different worlds." "The temporal authority should see this," Inspector Kronos said. "They've been trying to solve the problem of the temporal displacement for centuries, and you've accidentally discovered the solution." "What's the problem with temporal displacement?" Sister Agatha asked. "Displaced persons typically suffer from severe temporal culture shock," Inspector Kronos explained. "They can't adapt to their new time, but they can't return to their original time either. Most end up in specialised care facilities or isolated temporal reservations." Margaret felt a chill. Temporal reservations? "Quarantine zones where displaced persons can live out their lives without affecting the timeline," Inspector Kronos said, apparently not noticing the horror on everyone's faces. "It's considered the most humane solution." "Humane?" Thomas repeated flatly. "You isolate people from society and call it humane." "It's better than the alternative," Inspector Kronos said defensively. "Uncontrolled temporal displacement can cause paradoxes, timeline disruptions, and even reality cascades." "Has that actually happened?" Margaret asked. "Or is it theoretical?" Inspector Kronos paused. "Well, theoretical. But the risk is theoretical," Margaret finished. "Meanwhile, the reality is that you're condemning people to isolation based on theoretical risks." She stood up, feeling the same sense of righteous indignation that had sustained her through years of fighting budget cuts and bureaucratic interference at the library. "Inspector Kronos, I think it's time the temporal authority met with some people who have actually made temporal displacement work." "You want to petition the temporal authority directly?" Inspector Kronos asked, looking alarmed. "I want to invite them to visit," Margaret corrected. "Let them see what we've built here. Let them meet our community. Let them understand that temporal displacement doesn't have to be a problem to be managed. It can be an opportunity to be embraced." The room went quiet again, but this time it was the excited silence of people who had just realised they were about to do something either very brave or very stupid, and weren't entirely sure which. "That," said Veronica slowly, "is either brilliant or completely insane." "In my experience," Gladys said cheerfully, "the best ideas are usually both." Inspector Kronos looked around the room at the faces of people who had accidentally revolutionised temporal community planning, and were now proposing to take their revolution directly to the highest levels of temporal authority. Margaret could see her trying to calculate the potential consequences, weigh the risks against the benefits, and figure out whether supporting this plan would advance or destroy her career. "I'll need to send a preliminary report first," she said finally. "Prepare them for the possibility of an unconventional solution to the displacement problem." "Unconventional solutions are the best kind," Marcus said approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when conventional tactics fail, try something so unexpected that your enemies defeat themselves through confusion." "Did Romans actually say that?" Thomas asked. "No," Marcus admitted cheerfully, "but they should have. It's excellent advice." Margaret looked at Inspector Kronos. who was staring at their community with the expression of someone who had come to enforce the rules and instead discovered that they might need changing. "Inspector," she said gently, "when did you last do something that made you excited about your work?" Inspector Kronos was quiet for a long moment. "I can't remember," she said finally. "Then maybe it's time to try something new," Margaret suggested. "Maybe it's time to help us show the temporal authority that some problems are actually opportunities in disguise." The temporal authority's response to Inspector Kronos' preliminary report arrived 3 days later in the form of what appeared to be a medieval messenger who rode a horse that moved slightly too smoothly and cast no shadow. The message itself was written on parchment that looked authentic but felt like high-quality printer paper, and the ink had the peculiar property of remaining wet until someone read it, at which point it dried instantly. Margaret had become fascinated by these temporal inconsistencies. Everything about the temporal authority seemed designed to look period-appropriate while functioning with modern efficiency, as if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to blend in with history or transcend it entirely. "They're sending a delegation," Inspector Kronos announced, reading the message aloud to the assembled community. "Senior Inspector Paradox, Inspector Causality, and Director Temporal will arrive tomorrow to assess the viability of Kronos Commons as an experimental temporal community." "Director Temporal?" Sister Agatha asked. "That's either a critical person or someone with a deeply unfortunate name." "Both, probably," Veronica said. "In my experience, the most important bureaucrats always have the most ridiculous titles." Margaret felt the familiar flutter of anxiety that preceded any important inspection, whether it was library auditors, health department officials, or, apparently, temporal law enforcement. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Excitement. For the first time in years, she was part of something that mattered, something worth fighting for. "Right then," she said, standing up with the sort of decisiveness that surprised everyone, including herself. "We have one day to prepare for the most important visitors this community has ever received. I suggest we show them exactly what we've accomplished here." The next 24 hours passed in a blur of organised chaos that would have made any event planner weep with either admiration or despair. Gladys organised a feast that showcased culinary techniques from 12 different times. Nigel provided the entire village with a comprehensive overview of infrastructure improvements, highlighting the innovations that emerged from the fusion of Roman engineering, Victorian precision, and modern material science. Thomas prepared a presentation on their governance structure that managed to be both academically rigorous and practically applicable. Margaret found herself coordinating the entire effort, which felt remarkably similar to organising the library's annual fundraising gala, except with more times involved and significantly higher stakes. She discovered that her years of managing library events had prepared her surprisingly well for managing temporal diplomacy. The delegation arrived precisely at noon, stepping out of what appeared to be a travelling merchant's wagon that definitely hadn't been there moments before. Director Temporal turned out to be a woman who looked like she could have been anywhere between 30 and 300 years old, wearing robes that managed to suggest both medieval authority and modern professionalism. Senior Inspector Paradox was a tall man with the sort of precisely groomed appearance that suggested he took temporal regulations very seriously indeed. Inspector Causality was younger, with the eager expression of someone who had recently been promoted and was determined to prove worthy of the position. "Welcome to Kronos Commons," Margaret said, stepping forward with the sort of confidence usually reserved for dealing with particularly difficult library board members. "We're honoured by your visit." Director Temporal looked around the village square, where the community had assembled to greet their visitors. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Margaret caught her pausing to study the architectural innovations, the way people from different times were naturally interacting, and the general atmosphere of purposeful activity. Inspector Kronos has submitted a preliminary report suggesting that this community represents a viable alternative to traditional temporal displacement protocols, Director Temporal said. "We're here to assess the accuracy of that assessment." "We'd be delighted to show you around," Thomas said, stepping forward with colonial diplomatic charm. "Perhaps we could begin with our governance centre." What followed was the most unusual tour Margaret had ever participated in. They showed the delegation their democratic decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation system, and their integration protocols. At each stop, community members demonstrated not just how their systems worked, but why they worked. The key insight, Sister Agatha explained as they stood in what had become their informal research centre, is that temporal displacement doesn't have to mean cultural isolation. When you put people from different times together, they don't just adapt to each other, they enhance each other. She gestured to a wall covered with research notes, engineering diagrams, artistic collaborations, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of democratic theory written in 4 different languages by authors from 4 different centuries. We're not just preserving historical knowledge, she continued. We're creating new knowledge by combining historical perspectives in ways that have never been possible before. Inspector Causality was taking in emailed notes, while Senior Inspector Paradox maintained an expression of professional skepticism. Director Temporal, however, was studying the research wall with the sort of intense focus that suggested she was seeing something she hadn't expected. "This is unprecedented," she said finally. "Cross-temporal knowledge synthesis on this scale. The implications are extraordinary." "The implications are what we live with every day," Gladys said cheerfully, appearing with a tray of refreshments that somehow managed to appeal to taste preferences from across the centuries. Turns out when you stop worrying about the implications and start focusing on the practicalities, most problems solve themselves. The tour continued through the afternoon, with the delegation observing everything from Marcus's conflict resolution sessions, which involved more shouting than Margaret was comfortable with but seemed to work, to Nigel's engineering workshops, which had produced innovations that probably shouldn't have been possible with available materials. However, Margaret was aware that the evening feast would determine the success or failure of their argument. As the community gathered around tables that had been built by combining Roman construction techniques with Victorian craftsmanship and modern ergonomic principles, she watched the delegation observe something that couldn't be documented or measured: the simple fact that their community was genuinely happy. "I have a question," Director Temporal said as the meal wound down. "What happens when someone wants to leave?" The question lingered in the air, akin to an uncomfortable truth that everyone had been evading. Margaret felt her stomach clench because this was the one aspect of their community they hadn't fully addressed. "Well," Thomas said slowly, "that's rather complicated. We haven't actually figured out how to leave, even if someone wanted to." "But would you?" Inspector Causality asked. "Want to leave, I mean? If you could." Margaret looked around the table at faces that had become more familiar to her than her family. These people had become her colleagues, her friends, her chosen community in a way that her old life had never provided. "I think," she said carefully, "that's the wrong question. The right question is, would we want to go back to the lives we were living before we came here?" "And the answer to that question?" Director Temporal asked. Margaret smiled. "Ask me tomorrow." The temporal authority's decision came in the form of an official proclamation that somehow managed to be both bureaucratically precise and genuinely revolutionary. Kronos Commons was granted experimental status as the first authorised cross-temporal community development project, with funding, legal recognition, and most importantly, official permission to continue existing. "Congratulations," Director Temporal said, presenting Margaret with a document that looked like a medieval charter, but contained clauses about innovative temporal integration methodologies and sustainable anachronistic community planning. "You've accidentally solved a problem we've been working on for centuries." "We've accidentally solved several problems," Veronica corrected. "Temporal displacement, cross-cultural integration, sustainable community development, and Margaret's midlife crisis." Margaret laughed because it was true. Somewhere between organising emergency committee meetings and negotiating with temporal bureaucrats, she had discovered that her midlife crisis hadn't been about her age or her circumstances. It had been about the fact that she hadn't been living a life that felt like her own. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Now," Director Temporal said, "you become a model for other temporal displacement situations. We'll be sending observers, researchers, and probably a few more accidental time travellers your way. You're going to be busy." "We're already busy," Gladys pointed out. "But we're good at busy. Busy is what happens when you're doing something that matters." As the temporal authority delegation prepared to leave, Inspector Kronos approached Margaret privately. "I've submitted a request for reassignment," she said. "I'd like to stay here as a permanent liaison between the community and the authority." "Why do you want to be reassigned?" Margaret asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. "Because for the first time in decades I'm engaged in work that feels significant," Inspector Kronos stated plainly. "And because someone needs to document what you're accomplishing here. Future temporal communities are going to need guidance, and you've already figured out most of the answers." Margaret nodded. We'll need help with the paperwork anyway. Temporal bureaucracy is even more complicated than regular bureaucracy. That evening, as the community gathered for what had become their traditional end-of-day meeting, Margaret reflected on the strange journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago, she had been living a life that felt too small, too predictable, and too much like settling for less than she deserved. Now she was helping to pioneer a new form of human community that existed outside normal time and space. "Any regrets?" Sister Agatha asked, settling into the chair beside her. Margaret considered the question seriously. Did she miss her old life? Did she miss her house, her job, her routine? Or did she miss the person she had been when those things had felt like enough? "I miss my cat," she said finally. "Cats are adaptable. If he could see me now, he'd probably approve. He always thought I was capable of more than I believed." "Cats are excellent judges of character," Thomas agreed. "They see potential that humans often miss." "Speaking of potential," Veronica said, "what do we want to be when we grow up? Now that we're officially experimental, we get to decide what we're experimenting with." The question sparked the sort of enthusiastic discussion that Margaret had learned to associate with her new community. Ideas flew around the room like butterflies, establishing a university for cross-temporal studies, developing sustainable technologies that combine knowledge from multiple time periods, creating artistic collaborations that had never been possible before, and writing the definitive guides to temporal community planning. "We could change how people think about time itself," Nigel suggested. "Demonstrate that past, present and future aren't separate things. They're different perspectives on the same human experience." "We could revolutionize historical research," Sister Agatha added. "Imagine what we could learn if historians could actually talk to the people they study." "We could perfect democracy," Thomas said with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent centuries thinking about political theory. "Test different approaches with people who have lived under different systems. We could just keep being ourselves and see what happens," Gladys said pragmatically. "In my experience, the best revolutions are the ones that happen naturally, because people are living the lives they want to live." Margaret listened to the conversation swirl around her and felt something she had never experienced before, complete certainty that she was precisely where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, with exactly the people she was meant to do it with. "I have a proposal," she said, and the room quieted to listen. "What if we stop defining ourselves and just become who we want to be? We're not just a temporal community or an experimental project or an accidental revolution. We're people who found each other across time and space and decided to build something beautiful together." "That," said Marcus approvingly, "is the sort of proposal that wins wars." "Are we at war?" Inspector Causality asked, looking alarmed. "We're at war with the idea that people have to accept the lives they're given instead of creating the lives they want," Margaret said. "We're at war with the notion that different is dangerous instead of wonderful. The belief that the future must mirror the past, simply because it's the norm, is what we're fighting against." "Revolutionary wars are the best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction, "especially when you win them by accident." As the meeting wound down and people began drifting back to their homes that had been built by combining architectural knowledge from across the centuries, decorated with art created through cross-temporal collaboration, and filled with the sort of contentment that came from living in a community where everyone belonged, Margaret stepped outside to look up at stars that had witnessed all of human history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new visitors, and new opportunities to prove that their accidental experiment in temporal community building could work on a larger scale. There would be more paperwork, more bureaucracy, and more negotiations with authorities who still weren't entirely convinced that rules were meant to be broken. But tonight, Margaret was simply a woman who had accidentally time-travelled into the best life she had never imagined living, surrounded by friends she had never expected to make, working on projects that mattered in ways she was still discovering. She thought about the other version of herself, living in her old house, working at her old job, probably wondering why life felt so unsatisfying. Margaret had been awaiting approval to pursue her desired life. This Margaret had learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is stop waiting for permission and start creating the life you deserve. The stars looked exactly the same as they had in her time, which somehow made everything else feel possible. Time was more flexible than anyone had imagined, community was more important than anyone had realised, and revolution could happen accidentally, when people simply decided to treat each other with kindness and respect across the barriers that were supposed to divide them. Margaret smiled and went inside to help Gladys plan tomorrow's menu, because even accidental revolutionaries had to eat, and someone needed to coordinate the logistics of changing the world one shared meal at a time. After all, she was still a librarian at heart, and librarians understood that the most important revolutions were the ones that happened quietly, one person at a time, through the simple act of helping people find exactly what they were looking for, even when they hadn't known they were looking for it. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a vast tropical forest that stretches from horizon to horizon like a green ocean frozen in time. This is the Maya world, a realm that encompasses what we now call southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras and El Salvador. But forget your modern maps for a moment and see this land as the Maya did. Not as separate countries, but as one living, breathing ecosystem where every mountain, river and cenote held sacred meaning. The landscape here reads like poetry written by ancient gods. In the north, the Yucatan Peninsula spreads like a limestone platform, its surface so flat you might think giants used it as their dining table. Beneath this seemingly solid ground lies a hidden world of underground rivers and caverns, occasionally opening into cenotes, those magical circular pools of crystal clear water that look like doorways to the underworld. And in Maya belief, that's exactly what they were. Travel south, and the land begins to rumple and fold like a blanket pulled from sleep. Mountains rise in green waves, their peaks disappearing into clouds that seem perpetually caught in the act of kissing the earth. Rivers wind through valleys like silver ribbons, carrying stories from highland to lowland, from the cool mists of Guatemala's volcanic peaks to the humid embrace of Caribbean shores. The climate here doesn't follow the neat four-season schedule you might be used to. Instead, it dances to an older rhythm, the ancient waltz of wet and dry that has shaped life in the tropics for millions of years. From May through October, the sky opens like a vast reservoir, sending down rains that turn the world into a verdant paradise, where everything grows with almost embarrassing enthusiasm. Plants reach toward the sky with the urgency of children stretching for cookies on a high shelf, and the very air seems to pulse with life. Then comes the dry season, when the rains retreat and the sun rules unchallenged. The landscape doesn't exactly sleep during these months, but it does pause, conserve and prepare. Trees shed their leaves not from cold but from thrift, saving water like careful housekeepers storing supplies for lean times. It was during these dry months that the Maya traditionally did much of their building, when limestone could be quarried and mortar could dry properly under the patient sun. This alternating rhythm of abundance and restraint shaped Maya civilization in profound ways. They learned to work with water like master craftsmen, capturing rain in sophisticated reservoir systems, reading the subtle signs that predicted the arrival of storms, and treating water with the reverence it deserved in a land where it could mean the difference between feast and famine. The forests that covered this landscape were nothing like the orderly woodlands you might stroll through on a weekend hike. These were jungles with personality, dense, layered, and filled with more species than a medieval bestiary. Cecropia trees spread their umbrella leaves like giant parasols, while mahogany and cedar grew straight and proud, their trunks so vast that 20 people holding hands might not encircle them. Vines draped from tree to tree like nature's own suspension bridges, and somewhere in the canopy above, howler monkeys announced the dawn with calls that could be heard for miles. At ground level, the forest floor was a carpet of fallen leaves slowly returning to soil, punctuated by the occasional splash of colour from flowering plants that seemed to glow in the filtered sunlight. Orchids clung to tree trunks like jewelled brooches, while smaller trees and shrubs created a maze that only the most experienced travellers could navigate. This wasn't wilderness in the way we usually think of it. It was more like a vast three-dimensional garden that had been growing and changing for thousands of years. And threading through this green tapestry were the Maya themselves, who understood their environment with the intimacy of partners in a very long marriage. They knew which trees produced the best timber for construction, and which bark could be pounded into paper. They could read the forest like a library, identifying hundreds of plants that provided food, medicine, dyes, and tools. They understood that the jaguar's roar meant different things depending on the season, and they could predict weather patterns by watching the behaviour of butterflies. This deep environmental knowledge wasn't just practical, it was spiritual. The Maya saw their landscape not as a collection of resources to be exploited, but as a living community of which they were just one part. Every hill was a potential dwelling place for gods, every cave a portal to other worlds, every tree a potential ancestor. The very ground beneath their feet was sacred, formed from the bones and flesh of previous creations that had been swept away when the gods decided to try again. Understanding this worldview is crucial to understanding Maya civilization. These weren't people who saw themselves as separate from or superior to their environment. They were participants in an ongoing conversation between human intelligence and natural wisdom, between the needs of growing communities and the rhythms of seasons and centuries. Their cities weren't imposed upon the landscape. They grew from it, like particularly magnificent flowers in an already extraordinary garden. As you drift deeper into sleep tonight, picture this world. Vast forests breathing with the patient rhythm of geological time, limestone platforms honeycombed with hidden rivers, mountains wearing crowns of clouds, and scattered throughout this paradise, the first stirrings of one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The Maya were about to teach the world new ways of thinking about time, space, mathematics, and the delicate dance between human ambition and environmental wisdom. Let yourself float back through time, past the Spanish conquest, past the great classic Maya cities, past centuries and millennia, until you reach a moment roughly 4,000 years ago, when the first Maya-speaking people began to settle in this green paradise. Picture them arriving not as conquerors or colonists, but more like gardeners discovering the perfect plot for the most ambitious landscaping project in human history. These early Maya weren't the sophisticated astronomers and mathematicians they would eventually become. They were farmers and foragers, people whose greatest technologies were sharp obsidian blades and the patient knowledge of when and where to plant corn. But they carried within their communities something precious, a way of looking at the world that would eventually flower into one of humanity's most remarkable civilizations. The transformation from nomadic bands to settled villages happened gradually, like watching a slow-motion dance between human ingenuity and natural abundance. Somewhere around 2000 BCE, these early Maya made a discovery that would reshape their world. They figured out how to domesticate teosinte, a wild grass that looked nothing like modern corn but contained within its genetic code the potential to become humanity's most important crop. Imagine the patience this required. Teosinte produced tiny seeds, barely larger than rice grains, protected by cases so hard they could crack teeth. Most people would have dismissed it as a poor food source and moved on to easier pickings. But the Maya saw potential where others saw problems. Generation after generation, they selected plants with slightly larger seeds, slightly softer cases, slightly more convenient growth patterns. They were essentially having a conversation with corn itself, each growing season another exchange and a dialogue that would continue for thousands of years. This agricultural revolution wasn't just about food, it was about time. Once the Maya could count on corn harvests to feed their communities, they could afford to have some people do things other than search for daily sustenance. Some could specialize in making better tools, others could experiment with new building techniques, and a few could spend their time watching the sky and wondering about the patterns they saw there. The earliest Maya villages were modest affairs that would look almost cozy by modern standards. Houses were built from local materials with the kind of practical wisdom that comes from intimate knowledge of local conditions. Walls were made from wooden poles chinked with mud and stone, while roofs were thatched with palm leaves or grass in overlapping patterns that could shed even the most determined tropical downpour. These weren't architectural masterpieces, but they were perfectly adapted to their environment, cool in the heat, dry in the rain, and easy to repair when the occasional hurricane reminded everyone who was really in charge. What made these early settlements special wasn't their buildings, but their social organisation. Unlike many ancient societies that were strictly hierarchical from the beginning, early Maya communities seem to have been remarkably egalitarian. Archaeological evidence suggests that most families lived in similar houses, ate similar food, and had access to similar tools and luxuries. It was a society where leadership was probably based more on knowledge and consensus than on inherited power or accumulated wealth. But even in these early centuries, hints of the Maya genius were beginning to appear. They were experimenting with techniques for shaping stone, learning to read the subtle signs that predicted good farming weather, and developing increasingly sophisticated ways of organising their communities. Most importantly, they were beginning to develop the intellectual frameworks that would eventually support their incredible achievements in mathematics, astronomy, and architecture. The Maya creation story, which wouldn't be written down until much later, probably has roots in these early centuries. According to their mythology, the gods tried several times to create beings worthy of worship, first making humans from mud, who dissolved in the rain, then from wood, who lacked souls and were destroyed by a great flood. Finally, they created humans from corn dough, and these proved both durable and properly grateful to their creators. This story isn't just charming mythology, it reflects the Mayas' deep understanding of their relationship with corn and, by extension, with the natural world that supported them. They saw themselves not as masters of their environment, but as participants in an ongoing creation story where humans, plants, animals and gods were all connected in an intricate web of mutual dependence. As centuries passed, these early Maya communities began to develop some of the cultural characteristics that would define their civilization. They started creating more elaborate pottery, decorated with designs that would evolve into the complex iconography of later Maya art. They began building their first ceremonial structures, modest platforms and plazas where communities could gather for religious ceremonies and social events. Most significantly, they began to develop their understanding of time as something cyclical rather than linear. While many cultures see time as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, the Maya began to conceive of time as a series of interlocking wheels, where patterns repeated but never exactly replicated themselves. This insight would eventually lead them to create some of the most sophisticated calendars in human history. By around 1000 BCE, Maya society was beginning to show signs of the complexity that would characterize its later development. Some communities were growing larger and more specialized, with clear evidence of social stratification and occupational diversity. Trade networks were developing that would eventually connect Maya cities across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. And most intriguingly, the Maya were beginning to experiment with their first attempts at monumental architecture. These early buildings weren't the towering pyramids that would later astound Spanish conquistadors, but they represented something revolutionary. The organized effort of entire communities working together to create something that served no immediate, practical purpose. These structures were built for ceremony, for worship, for the creation of sacred spaces where humans could interact with the divine. They represented the moment when Maya society had produced enough surplus food and social organization to support pure human ambition, the desire to create something beautiful and meaningful that would outlast its creators. As you settle deeper into sleep, imagine these early Maya communities, small clusters of thatched roof houses scattered throughout the endless green of the jungle, smoke rising from cooking fires at dusk, children playing games that would teach them the skills they'd need as adults, and everywhere the patient work of building a civilization from the ground up. One corn kernel, one stone block, one shared insight at a time. Picture yourself floating high above the Maya world sometime around 600 CE, and prepare to be astonished. What had once been an endless green carpet of forest is now dotted with cities that seem to have grown from the jungle itself. Pyramid temples rise above the canopy like stone mountains dreamed into existence by particularly ambitious gods, their limestone surfaces gleaming white in the tropical sun. Plazas spread between buildings like perfectly manicured clearings, and everywhere you look, there are signs of a civilization operating at the height of its powers. This is the classic period, when Maya civilization reached what archaeologists like to call its peak. Though that word hardly does justice to what the Maya achieved. It wasn't just that they built bigger buildings or supported larger populations, though they did both. It was that they had created something entirely unprecedented. A collection of city-states that combined urban sophistication with sustainable agriculture, monumental architecture with precise scientific observation, and political complexity with genuine artistic achievement. Tikal, rising from the rainforests of Guatemala, was perhaps the most magnificent of these urban centres. Imagine a city that housed somewhere between 50,000 and 100,000 people at its peak, all of them living in a carefully planned urban environment that worked in harmony with the surrounding forest. The city's central ceremonial complex featured pyramids that reached heights of over 200 feet, taller than a 20-story building and visible from miles away through the jungle canopy. But Tikal wasn't just impressive for its size, it was remarkable for its sophistication. The Maya had solved problems that would challenge urban planners today. How do you provide clean water for tens of thousands of people in a tropical environment? Tikal's engineers created an intricate system of reservoirs, channels and settling pools that collected rainwater during the wet season and stored it through the dry months. The largest of these reservoirs could hold millions of gallons of water, and the entire system was designed with such precision that archaeologists are still discovering new components. How do you feed a large urban population without destroying the surrounding environment? The Maya developed what might have been the world's first sustainable agricultural system. Instead of clearing vast fields for monoculture farming, they created what archaeologists call forest gardens, carefully managed areas where useful trees, shrubs, and ground plants grew together in productive harmony. They raised the fields in swampy areas using a technique called raised field agriculture, creating elevated plots that provided excellent drainage while building incredibly fertile soil from composted aquatic plants. The city itself was a masterpiece of urban design that would make contemporary city planners weep with envy. Different neighbourhoods were connected by raised stone causeways that remained passable even during the wettest months of the rainy season. Public spaces were designed to accommodate both daily activities and massive ceremonial gatherings. Residential areas ranged from modest compounds for ordinary citizens to elaborate palace complexes for the ruling elite. But even the humblest homes had access to clean water and adequate drainage. And then there was Palenque, nestled against the foothills of the Chiapas highlands like a jewel set in green velvet. Where Tikal impressed through sheer scale, Palenque achieved greatness through elegance and artistic refinement. The famous Temple of the Inscriptions, built as a tomb for the ruler Kinich Jana Bakal, represents perhaps the pinnacle of Maya architectural achievement, a building that functions simultaneously as religious temple, royal mausoleum, and artistic masterpiece. Palenque's artists and architects had developed techniques for creating spaces that felt both monumentally impressive and intimately human. The palace complex, with its unique tower that may have served as an astronomical observatory, created courtyards and galleries that would have been perfect venues for the court ceremonies that were central to Maya political life. Light and shadow played across carved relief sculptures with a precision that suggests the builders understood exactly how their creations would look at different times of day and different seasons of the year. Copan, in what is now Honduras, represented yet another approach to Maya urbanism. This city became famous for its incredible artistic achievements, particularly in sculpture and hieroglyphic writing. The hieroglyphic stairway at Copan contains over 2,500 individual glyphs, making it the longest Maya inscription ever discovered. But beyond its role as an ancient library, Copan was notable for its integration with the surrounding landscape. The city's ball court, where Maya played their ritual ball game, was positioned with such precision that the sun's movement during the day created changing patterns of light and shadow that probably had ceremonial significance. Each Maya city-state was unique, but they all shared certain characteristics that set them apart from other ancient urban centres. They were remarkably green cities, where buildings and plazas were integrated with carefully maintained groves of trees and gardens. They were also incredibly clean. Maya cities had sophisticated waste management systems and maintained public spaces with a level of civic pride that would be admirable in any era. The cities were also centres of learning and artistic creation, on a scale that rivaled anywhere in the ancient world. Maya scribes and artists worked in palace scriptoriums, creating books from bark paper and decorating buildings with murals that combined religious symbolism with historical narrative and pure artistic expression. These weren't just functional urban centres. They were conscious attempts to create beautiful spaces where human beings could live, work, and worship in environments that inspired rather than oppressed. Perhaps most remarkably, these cities weren't created through slave labour or imperial conquest, in the way that many ancient urban centres were built. Archaeological evidence suggests that Maya cities grew through the voluntary association of farming communities, craft specialists, and ruling elites who found mutual benefit in urban cooperation. The magnificent buildings were constructed by communities working together during the agricultural off-season, when farming demands were lighter and people had time for monumental projects. By 600 CE, dozens of these remarkable cities dotted the Maya landscape, each one a unique experiment in how human beings might live together in large, complex societies. They were connected by trade routes that carried not just goods, but ideas, artistic styles, and technological innovations across hundreds of miles of jungle and mountain. A merchant travelling from Palenque to Copan would have found familiar architectural styles, similar religious practices, and inscriptions written in the same hieroglyphic system, but also distinctive local variations that made each city a unique cultural centre. These weren't just cities, they were dreams made manifest in stone and mortar, testimony to what human beings can achieve when they combine practical intelligence with spiritual vision and artistic ambition. As you drift towards sleep, Imagine yourself walking through one of these ancient urban centres at dusk, when cooking fires began to twinkle in residential compounds, and the last light of day painted the limestone pyramids in shades of gold and rose. Imagine you're sitting with a Maya astronomer on the top of a pyramid temple sometime around 700 CE, watching the sunset while she explains her latest calculations about Venus cycles. The sky above you is beginning to fill with stars that seem close enough to touch in the clear tropical air, and in her hands are bark paper books filled with numbers and glyphs that record centuries of careful observation. This Maya scholar can tell you precisely when Venus will next appear as the morning star, when the next solar eclipse will occur, and how many days have passed since the current world began. She can calculate these things more accurately than any astronomer in Europe will be able to do for another 500 years, and she'll explain all of this not as abstract mathematics, but as part of a grand cosmic story where numbers and narratives, science and spirituality are all aspects of the same profound truth about how the universe works. The Maya approached knowledge differently than we often do today, where we tend to separate science from religion, mathematics from storytelling, and practical skills from spiritual practices. The Maya saw all knowledge as interconnected aspects of understanding creation itself. Their numbers were sacred, their stories were scientifically precise, and their practical achievements grew from spiritual insights about the nature of reality. Consider their mathematics, which was arguably more sophisticated than anything being done in Europe at the same time. The Maya were among the first peoples in the world to develop a true concept of zero, not just as the absence of something, but as a number in its own right that could be used in calculations. Their number system was vigesimal, based on 20s rather than our familiar base 10 system, which actually made certain types of calculations easier and more elegant. But Maya mathematics wasn't developed primarily for trade or engineering, though it certainly served those purposes. It was created to understand time itself. The Maya were obsessed with temporal patterns in the way that some people today are obsessed with sports statistics or stock market fluctuations. They tracked cycles within cycles within cycles, creating calendars that could predict events not just years, but thousands of years into the future. Their most famous calendar, often called the Long Count, measured time from a creation date in 3114 BCE and could track individual days across spans of over 5,000 years. But that was just one of several interlocking calendar systems they used simultaneously. The sacred calendar, or Zolkin, was a 260-day cycle that combined 20-day names with 13 numbers in combinations that were used for divination and ceremony. The solar calendar, or Hab, tracked a 365-day year with 18 months of 20 days each, plus 5 extra days that were considered especially dangerous. These calendars worked together like gears in an incredibly complex celestial machine. Every day had multiple names and numbers depending on which calendar you consulted, and the combinations created patterns that repeated on different scales. Some every 52 years, others every 18,980 years. A Maya calendar priest could tell you not just what day it was, but where that day fit into cosmic cycles that connected the present moment to the very creation of the universe. This mathematical precision served a practical purpose. Maya farmers needed to know exactly when to plant their crops, when to expect rains, and when to prepare for dry seasons. Maya rulers needed to schedule ceremonies at astrologically auspicious times, and Maya traders needed to coordinate their activities across hundreds of miles of jungle. But beyond these practical applications, Maya calendars were expressions of a worldview that saw time not as an arrow flying toward an unknown destination, but as a spiral staircase where similar events occurred at higher and higher levels of complexity. Their astronomical observations were equally sophisticated. Maya astronomers tracked not just the obvious cycles of the sun and moon, but the more subtle movements of Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and other celestial bodies. They knew that Venus takes exactly 584 days to complete its cycle from morning star to evening star and back again, and they had calculated this more accurately than European astronomers would manage until the age of telescopes. They also understood eclipse cycles and could predict both solar and lunar eclipses years in advance. This wasn't just academic curiosity. Eclipses were considered potentially dangerous events that required proper ceremonies to ensure that the sun or moon would return safely. Maya rulers often scheduled major military campaigns to coincide with astronomical events, believing that cosmic conditions could influence the outcomes of earthly conflicts. But perhaps most remarkably, the Maya understood that their astronomical observations were imperfect and needed constant correction. They knew that their 365-day solar year was slightly too short, and had developed methods for adjusting their calendars to account for the accumulation of small errors over long periods. European calendars of the same period were less accurate and required frequent arbitrary adjustments that the Maya system handled automatically. Maya writing was equally sophisticated, representing one of only 4 or 5 writing systems that were independently invented in human history. Maya glyphs combined logographic symbols, representing whole words or concepts, with phonetic symbols, representing sounds, creating a flexible system that could express everything from mundane administrative records to complex philosophical and astronomical concepts. Maya books, written on bark paper and coated with lime plaster, covered subjects ranging from historical chronicles to astronomical tables to medical prescriptions. Sadly, Spanish conquistadors and missionaries destroyed most Maya books, considering them works of the devil. Only 4 complete Maya codices survive today, but these give us glimpses of a literature that was probably as rich and varied as that of any ancient civilization. The Maya conception of the universe was both scientifically sophisticated and deeply spiritual. They envisioned creation as a series of interconnected layers, with the earth floating like a turtle shell on a primordial sea, surrounded by a multi-layered heaven where various gods resided. Time moved in cycles, with each major cycle ending in destruction and renewal, as the gods experimented with new forms of creation. Humans, made from corn dough in the current creation, had a responsibility to maintain the universe through proper ceremony and ritual. Maya rulers weren't just political leaders, they were intermediaries between human and divine realms, responsible for ensuring that cosmic order was maintained through their actions and ceremonies. This worldview produced a unique approach to knowledge that modern scholars are still trying to fully understand. Maya scribes and priests were simultaneously scientists, historians, mathematicians, astronomers, and theologians. They saw no contradiction between precise observation and mythological narrative, between practical calculation and spiritual insight. As you settle into sleep, imagine yourself in a Maya scriptorium, surrounded by scholars working by the light of pine torches, carefully drawing glyphs that encode centuries of accumulated wisdom about astronomy, mathematics, history, and the fundamental nature of reality itself. Picture books filled with numbers that track the movements of planets, and stories that explain why those movements matter, all preserved in a writing system that was among humanity's greatest intellectual achievements. Let the morning mist in your mind's eye part to reveal a typical day in a classic Maya city, perhaps sometime around 750 CE. The sun is just beginning to filter through the forest canopy, and you can hear the daily symphony beginning. Howler monkeys announcing the dawn from the treetops, the soft slap-slap of women shaping corn tortillas, the scrape of obsidian blades against stone as craftsmen prepare for their day's work, and the gentle murmur of early market conversations. You're standing in a residential compound that houses an extended Maya family, perhaps 20 or 30 people spread across 3 generations, all living in interconnected buildings arranged around a central courtyard. The architecture here tells a story of practical wisdom accumulated over centuries. The houses are raised on low stone platforms that keep floors dry during the rainy season, with walls of stone and mortar supporting roofs thatched with palm fronds laid in overlapping patterns that can shed the heaviest tropical downpour. The day begins, as it has for countless generations, with the preparation of corn. This isn't just breakfast. It's a sacred act that connects the family to the gods who created humans from corn dough. The woman of the house rises before dawn to begin the process of making masa, the corn dough that forms the basis of almost every Maya meal. First, she boils dried corn kernels with lime, a technique that not only softens the corn but makes its nutrients more accessible to human digestion. The Maya discovered this process independently, and it's still used today in traditional Mexican cooking. While the corn boils, she tends to the cooking fire, feeding it with carefully selected hardwoods that burn hot and clean. Maya cooking fires were marvels of efficiency, designed to provide maximum heat with minimum smoke, important in houses where the kitchen might be just steps away from the sleeping areas. The hearth itself is typically composed of 3 stones arranged in a triangle, a design so practical that it's still used in rural Guatemala and Mexico today. As the corn cooks, other family members begin their daily routines. The men might head to the family's agricultural plots, which could be anywhere from a few hundred yards to several miles from the residential compound. Maya farming was incredibly sophisticated, adapted to make the most of local conditions. In areas with good drainage, they used raised beds that could be intensively cultivated year after year. In swampy areas, They created raised fields that turned seasonal wetlands into some of the most productive agricultural land in the ancient world. But Maya men didn't just grow corn. A typical family plot might include dozens of different food plants, beans that climbed up corn stalks and fixed nitrogen in the soil, squash that spread along the ground and provided both food and storage containers, chili peppers that added flavour and helped preserve food, and fruit trees that provided everything from avocados to cacao beans. This polyculture approach wasn't just more sustainable than monoculture farming, it also provided better nutrition and greater food security. Maya women, meanwhile, were equally busy with activities that required just as much skill and knowledge. After grinding corn into mesa on stone metates, grinding stones that were often family heirlooms passed down through generations, they would shape the dough into tortillas or tamales, flavouring them with beans, meat, vegetables, or even chocolate for special occasions. But food preparation was just one aspect of women's work. Maya women were also responsible for textile production, which in the ancient Maya world was both a practical necessity and a high art form. Using backstrap looms that could be set up anywhere, Maya weavers created textiles so fine that Spanish conquistadors compared them favourably to the best European silks. The cotton or agave fibres were often dyed with colours extracted from local plants, insects, and minerals, creating textiles that served as markers of social status, regional identity, and artistic achievement. Children in Maya households learned through participation rather than formal instruction. A 5-year-old might help sort beans or feed chickens, while older children gradually took on more complex responsibilities. Boys learned farming techniques, construction skills, and perhaps specialised crafts from their fathers and uncles. Girls learned food preparation, textile production, and household management from their mothers and aunts. But both boys and girls learned the basics of Maya mathematics, astronomy, and calendar calculation, knowledge that was considered essential for proper participation in Maya society. Education also included learning to read at least some Maya glyphs, though full literacy was probably limited to scribes, priests, and nobles. Most Maya families would have known enough glyphs to read calendrical dates, recognize the names of gods and rulers, and understand basic religious and administrative texts. This level of literacy was actually quite remarkable for the ancient world, where reading and writing were often restricted to tiny educated elites. The Maya workday was structured around the natural rhythms of tropical life. People rose before dawn, when the air was cool and the forest was quiet. The most strenuous work was done in the morning and late afternoon, with a long rest period during the hottest part of the day. This wasn't laziness. It was intelligent adaptation to a climate where working through the midday heat could be genuinely dangerous. Markets were central to Maya daily life, serving not just as places to buy and sell goods, but as social centres where news was exchanged, marriages arranged, and community decisions discussed. A typical Maya market was a riot of colour, sound, and smell that would overwhelm most modern shoppers. Vendors displayed pyramids of chili peppers in every shade from deep red to bright yellow, baskets of cacao beans that served both as flavouring and currency, jade ornaments that caught the light like trapped sunbeams, and textiles whose intricate patterns told stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic events. The diversity of goods available in Maya markets testifies to the sophistication of their trade networks. Obsidian blades from Guatemala, jade from the mountains of Honduras, quetzal feathers from highland cloud forests, salt from coastal lagoons, and seashells from both Pacific and Caribbean coasts all found their way to markets hundreds of miles from their sources. Maya merchants travelled on foot along jungle paths and stone causeways, carrying goods in large baskets supported by tumplines across their foreheads, a carrying technique that distributed weight so efficiently that a single porter could transport loads that would challenge a pack mule. Evenings in Maya communities were times for social activities that reinforced community bonds and transmitted cultural knowledge. Extended families gathered around cooking fires to share meals and stories, with older relatives recounting traditional tales that preserved historical memory and moral instruction. These weren't just entertainment. They were the primary means by which Maya communities maintained their cultural identity across generations. Religious observances were woven throughout daily life in ways that would seem natural to the Maya, but might surprise modern observers. Every significant activity began with small ceremonies acknowledging the gods and spirits who governed different aspects of life. Farmers offered prayers and small gifts to the rain god before planting. Craftsmen blessed their tools before beginning important projects, and families performed daily rituals to honour their ancestors and maintain spiritual protection for their Homes, the Maya day ended as it began, with ceremony and gratitude. As cooking fires burned low and families prepared for sleep, they might offer thanks to the gods for the day's blessings and protection, burn incense to purify their living spaces, and recite prayers that connected their daily activities to the larger cosmic order that gave meaning to Maya life. As you drift towards sleep yourself, imagine the gentle sounds of a Maya evening, the soft conversations of families settling in for the night, the distant call of night birds in the forest, the whisper of wind through palm thatch roofs, and, underlying it all, the quiet confidence of a people who had learned to live in harmony with their environment and with each other. Picture yourself floating above the Maya world sometime around 900 CE, and notice that something has changed in the forest below. The great cities that once gleamed white through the canopy are beginning to show signs of abandonment. Some pyramids are already being reclaimed by vines and young trees. Plazas that once hosted thousands of people for religious ceremonies now stand empty except for the occasional deer or jaguar, picking its way carefully across ancient stone paving. This is one of archaeology's most fascinating mysteries, the so-called Maya collapse, though that word suggests something more dramatic and sudden than what actually occurred. The Maya didn't disappear overnight like characters in a fairy tale. Instead, their civilization underwent a gradual transformation that archaeologists are still trying to fully understand. The changes began subtly, like a symphony gradually shifting from major to minor key. In some cities, fewer new monuments were erected. In others, construction projects were left unfinished, as if the workers had simply put down their tools one day and walked away. Trade routes that had connected Maya cities for centuries began to show less traffic. The careful maintenance that had kept urban water systems functioning started to slack off. By around 900 CE, many of the great classic Maya cities had been largely abandoned, their populations scattered to smaller settlements or migrated to new regions entirely. It was as if the Maya had decided that urban life, which had served them so well for over 1,000 years, was no longer worth the effort it required. What caused this dramatic shift? Archaeologists have proposed numerous theories, and the truth probably involves a combination of factors rather than any single catastrophe. Climate data suggests that the Maya world experienced a series of severe droughts during the 8th and 9th centuries, some lasting for decades. For a civilization that depended on carefully managed water systems, these droughts would have posed enormous challenges. Imagine trying to maintain a city of 50,000 people when your reservoirs are running dry and the rains that usually refill them keep failing to arrive. Maya engineers had designed their urban water systems to handle normal variations in rainfall, but they hadn't planned for the kind of extended dry periods that apparently occurred during this time. As water became scarce, urban populations would have been forced to disperse to areas where smaller-scale farming and water collection were more viable. But climate change alone probably wouldn't have caused such widespread urban abandonment. Maya cities had survived droughts before and had developed sophisticated methods for water conservation and management. Something else must have made their urban centres less resilient than they had been in earlier centuries. One possibility is that Maya cities had simply grown too large and complex for their own good. By the 8th century, some Maya urban centres supported populations that strained even their sophisticated agricultural and water management systems. When environmental stresses occurred, these large concentrations of people may have become unsustainable. There's also evidence for increasing warfare between Maya city-states during this period. Earlier Maya conflicts had been relatively limited affairs, more like elaborate tournaments than wars of conquest. But by the late Classic period, Maya warfare seems to have become more destructive, with cities being attacked not just for prestige or tribute, but for complete conquest and destruction. This escalation in violence may have been both a cause and a consequence of the other stresses affecting Maya society. As resources became scarcer due to drought and overpopulation, competition between cities intensified. As warfare became more destructive, it became harder for cities to maintain the cooperative relationships that had allowed Maya civilization to flourish. Political factors also played a role. The elaborate royal courts that had governed Maya cities required enormous resources to maintain. Kings and nobles needed magnificent palaces, elaborate ceremonies, and costly trade goods to demonstrate their divine authority and maintain political legitimacy. As economic stress increased, these costs may have become increasingly burdensome for ordinary Maya farmers and craftsmen. Archaeological evidence suggests that during this period, the gap between Maya elites and commoners was growing wider. While nobles continued to build elaborate palaces and fill their tombs with jade and gold, ordinary Maya households show signs of economic stress and reduced access to luxury goods. This growing inequality may have undermined the social cohesion that had made large Maya cities possible, but perhaps most importantly, the environmental knowledge that had allowed the Maya to create sustainable urban centres in tropical forests was being forgotten or ignored. As cities grew larger and more complex, their inhabitants may have become increasingly disconnected from the natural systems that supported them. The careful balance between human needs and environmental capacity that had characterized earlier Maya civilization seems to have been disrupted. However, it's crucial to understand that what archaeologists call the Maya collapse wasn't the end of Maya civilization, it was a transformation. While the great cities of the classic period were being abandoned, Maya communities were adapting and evolving in new directions. Some moved to areas that were less affected by drought. Others developed new forms of political organization that were more resilient to environmental stress, and many simply returned to the smaller scale, more sustainable ways of life that had characterized earlier periods of Maya history. In the northern Yucatan, Maya civilization experienced what archaeologists call a renaissance during the post-classic period. Cities like Chichen Itza and later Mayapan became major centers of trade, learning, and political power. These northern cities developed new architectural styles, new forms of political organization, and new relationships with other Mesoamerican civilizations. The Maya of the post-classic period were different from their classic predecessors, but they weren't lesser. They had learned from the experiences of the classic cities and developed more flexible, adaptable approaches to urban life. Instead of the highly centralized city-states of the classic period, post-classic Maya society was organized around looser confederations of cities and towns that could better weather political and environmental crises. Trade became increasingly important during this period, with Maya merchants establishing commercial networks that extended from central Mexico to Panama. Maya traders, traveling in large ocean-going canoes, carried goods along the Caribbean and Pacific coasts, connecting Maya communities with other Mesoamerican civilizations and adapting to new technologies and ideas from across the region. The Maya also continued their scientific and intellectual achievements during the post-classic period. Astronomers at Chichen Itza created new observatories and refined their understanding of celestial cycles. Scribes continued to develop Maya writing and created new types of books that preserved historical, astronomical, and religious knowledge. Artists developed new styles that combined traditional Maya themes with influences from central Mexico and other regions. Perhaps most importantly, Maya communities during this period developed a more decentralized, resilient approach to civilization that helped them survive challenges that might have destroyed more rigid societies. When Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, they found not a collapsed civilization but a diverse, adaptable collection of Maya communities that had been successfully managing the challenges of tropical life for over 3,000 years. The Spanish conquest was devastating for Maya communities, but it wasn't completely destructive. Many Maya communities retreated to remote areas where they maintained traditional ways of life, with minimal outside interference. Others adapted to colonial rule while preserving essential aspects of Maya culture, language, and identity. In the dense forests of the Petén region of Guatemala, some Maya communities remained effectively independent until the late 19th century. These communities maintained traditional agricultural practices, continued to use Maya calendars and writing systems, and preserved religious practices that connected them to their ancient heritage. The transformation of Maya civilization during the late Classic and post-Classic periods offers important lessons about resilience and adaptation. The Maya response to environmental and social stress wasn't to desperately cling to unsustainable practices, but to thoughtfully adapt their society to changing conditions. They demonstrated that civilizations, like living organisms, can survive by changing rather than by remaining static. This ability to adapt while maintaining cultural continuity helps explain why Maya civilization has persisted for over 4,000 years. Today, millions of people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages, practice traditional agriculture, and maintain cultural practices that connect them to their ancient heritage. They are living proof that the Maya didn't disappear, they evolved. As you continue drifting towards sleep, imagine this great transformation. Cities gradually returning to forest, families making difficult decisions about where to build new lives, communities adapting their ancient wisdom to new circumstances, and, throughout it all, the patient work of cultural preservation that ensured Maya civilization would survive to inspire and inform future generations. In the gentle quiet of your bedtime contemplation, let yourself consider one of history's most remarkable phenomena: how a civilization that supposedly collapsed over 1,000 years ago continues to influence the world in ways both profound and, surprisingly, practical. The Maya legacy isn't something locked away in museums or buried under jungle vines. It's woven into the fabric of modern life in ways you encounter almost daily without realizing it. Every time you bite into a piece of chocolate, you're participating in a tradition that the Maya perfected over 2,000 years ago. The cacao tree, which the Maya called the food of the gods, was first domesticated in the Maya world. But the Maya didn't just discover chocolate, they elevated it to an art form. They created dozens of different ways to prepare cacao, from bitter ceremonial drinks reserved for nobles and priests to sweet treats that were probably not too different from modern hot chocolate. Maya chocolate preparation was so sophisticated that Spanish conquistadors initially couldn't figure out how to recreate it. The Maya had learned to ferment cacao beans to develop their full flavour, to roast them at precisely the right temperature, and to combine them with vanilla, chili peppers, and other flavourings in proportions that created complex, nuanced beverages that were both delicious and nutritionally rich. When you see single-origin chocolate in upscale stores today, you're seeing a return to Maya principles of chocolate making that emphasize the unique characteristics of cacao from specific regions. The mathematical concepts the Maya developed continue to influence how we think about numbers and time. Their invention of zero as a placeholder and mathematical concept was one of the most important intellectual achievements in human history. This innovation, developed independently from similar discoveries in India, made possible the kind of complex calculations that underlie everything from computer programming to space exploration. Maya calendar systems, with their precise tracking of multiple overlapping cycles, provided intellectual frameworks that still influence how anthropologists, historians, and even computer scientists think about time and periodicity. The Maya understanding that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines has become increasingly relevant in an era when we're beginning to recognize that human activities follow cyclical patterns that need to be understood and managed sustainably. Modern agricultural science has rediscovered many Maya farming techniques and found them remarkably sophisticated. The raised field agriculture that the Maya used to farm in wetlands is now being studied as a model for sustainable farming in areas threatened by climate change and rising sea levels. Maya polyculture techniques, growing multiple crops together in mutually beneficial combinations, are being adapted by organic farmers and permaculture practitioners around the world. The Maya understanding of forest management has also proven remarkably prescient. Modern ecologists studying the forests of Central America have discovered that many areas that appeared to be virgin wilderness are actually the result of thousands of years of careful Maya forest management. The Maya had learned to enhance natural forest productivity by selectively encouraging useful species, creating forest gardens that were more productive and diverse than unmanaged natural forests. This knowledge is now being applied in conservation projects throughout the tropics. Instead of trying to preserve forests by keeping people out of them, conservationists are learning to work with indigenous communities who have maintained traditional ecological knowledge that can inform sustainable forest management. The Maya approach to living within natural systems rather than trying to dominate them has become a model for sustainable development in tropical regions around the world. Maya architectural techniques continue to inspire modern builders and architects. The corbel arch technique that the Maya perfected, creating arches and vaults by gradually projecting stones inward until they meet at the top, is being studied by architects interested in creating earthquake-resistant buildings using local materials. Maya understanding of how to construct large buildings that could withstand both tropical storms and seismic activity has applications in modern earthquake and hurricane engineering. The Maya approach to urban planning, which integrated cities with natural water management systems and maintained green spaces throughout urban areas, has become a model for sustainable city design. Urban planners studying Maya cities have been impressed by their sophistication in managing stormwater, providing public spaces, and creating neighbourhoods that functioned as integrated communities rather than just collections of individual buildings. Maya astronomical knowledge continues to inform our understanding of ancient science and to provide alternative perspectives on humanity's relationship with the cosmos. Maya astronomers' precise observations of planetary cycles, their accurate predictions of eclipses, and their sophisticated understanding of calendar calculation demonstrate that scientific knowledge can develop along different paths than those followed by European traditions. This has implications beyond historical curiosity, as modern science increasingly recognizes the value of traditional ecological knowledge Maya astronomical and mathematical traditions provide examples of how indigenous knowledge systems can complement and enhance Western scientific approaches. Maya calendar specialists working today in Guatemala and Mexico maintain knowledge that spans thousands of years and provides insights into long-term environmental and social cycles that short-term scientific observation might miss. The Maya writing system, once considered too complex to be fully deciphered, has become a model for understanding how human communication systems develop and change over time, transmitting information. Maya literature, as we've come to understand it through deciphered texts, has enriched our understanding of ancient American intellectual traditions. Maya poetry, historical narratives, and scientific texts demonstrate levels of literary sophistication that rival anything produced in the ancient world. The Popol Vuh, the Maya creation story that was preserved through the colonial period, has become recognized as one of the world's great mythological texts, offering insights into Maya philosophy and cosmology that continue to influence writers, artists, and thinkers around the world. Perhaps most importantly, Maya civilization provides a powerful example of how human societies can develop along pathways different from those we're familiar with in European and Asian civilizations. The Maya created urban centers without wheeled vehicles or large domesticated animals, developed sophisticated mathematics without a base 10 number system, and maintained complex societies for thousands of years using sustainable agricultural practices in tropical environments. This alternative model of civilization has become increasingly relevant as modern societies grapple with questions about sustainability, environmental management, and social organization. The Maya example demonstrates that high levels of cultural achievement, sophisticated technology, and complex social organization don't require the exploitation of natural resources or the domination of natural systems that characterized many other ancient civilizations. Today, over 6 million people in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras continue to speak Maya languages and maintain cultural practices that connect them directly to their ancient heritage. These modern Maya communities aren't living museums preserving ancient ways. They're dynamic cultures that continue to adapt traditional knowledge to contemporary circumstances. Maya communities today are leaders in sustainable agriculture, forest conservation, and cultural preservation. They maintain traditional calendar systems alongside modern timekeeping, practice traditional medicine alongside modern healthcare, and use traditional ecological knowledge to inform contemporary environmental management. They represent living proof that the Maya legacy isn't just historical, it's a continuing contribution to human knowledge and wisdom. As you settle into the final moments before sleep, consider that the Maya story isn't really finished. It's still being written by communities throughout Central America who maintain ancient traditions while adapting to contemporary challenges. The pyramids rising from jungle canopies, the sophisticated mathematics encoded in ancient calendars, and the sustainable agricultural practices developed over millennia all continue to offer insights and inspiration to anyone willing to listen to. The whispers of ancient wisdom that still echo through the forests of Maya country. In these quiet moments before sleep carries you away from the Maya world and back to your own time, let yourself rest in the knowledge that you've just completed a journey through one of humanity's most remarkable experiments in living. The Maya weren't just another ancient civilization that rose and fell like so many others. They were pioneers in sustainable living, mathematical thinking, and the delicate art of creating complex societies that could thrive within rather than despite their natural environments. Tonight, as you've travelled through time and jungle, you've witnessed the birth of cities that grew like magnificent trees from tropical soil, seen mathematical concepts develop that still influence how we understand the universe, and watched agricultural techniques emerge that modern science is only now beginning to fully appreciate. You've walked through markets filled with goods carried hundreds of miles through jungle paths, listened to astronomical observations that were more accurate than anything Europe would achieve for centuries, and observed daily life in communities that had learned to balance individual ambition with collective wisdom. The Maya story is ultimately about adaptation and resilience. When their great classic cities could no longer be sustained, the Maya didn't simply disappear, they evolved. They created new forms of social organization, developed new relationships with their environment, and maintained the essential elements of their culture through changes that would have destroyed less flexible civilizations. This capacity for thoughtful adaptation has allowed Maya culture to survive for over 4,000 years, making it one of the longest continuing civilizations in human history. The same intellectual traditions that produced the mathematical concept of zero and calculated the movements of planets with extraordinary precision continue today in Maya communities that maintain traditional calendars, practice sustainable. Perhaps this is the most important lesson the Maya offer to our contemporary world, that sustainability isn't about returning to some imagined simpler past, but about developing the wisdom to create complex societies that work in harmony with nature, systems rather than in opposition to them. The Maya demonstrated that human beings can build cities, develop sophisticated technologies, and create great art without destroying the environments that sustain them. As you drift into dreams, you might find yourself walking through a Maya forest garden, where useful trees, food plants, and medicinal herbs grow together in productive harmony. Or perhaps you'll dream of astronomers on pyramid tops, calculating the precise moment when Venus will next appear as the morning star. Maybe you'll find yourself in a Maya scriptorium, watching scribes carefully draw glyphs that encode both practical information and sacred stories. These dreams connect you to a continuous human story, one that includes the Maya farmer who developed new varieties of corn, the Maya engineer who designed water systems that functioned for centuries, the Maya mathematician who first understood that 0 could be a number, and the Maya artist who combined practical knowledge with spiritual vision to create beauty that still moves us today. The forest that covers much of the ancient Maya world continues to grow and change, but it still holds the echoes of their achievements. Pyramids rise through the canopy like stone mountains, their limestone blocks slowly returning to the earth from which they came. Raised agricultural fields, abandoned for centuries, have become unique ecosystems where ancient human wisdom continues to shape natural processes. And in communities throughout Central America, Maya languages continue to be spoken, Maya calendars continue to mark the passage of sacred time, and Maya knowledge continues to offer insights into sustainable ways of living. Tomorrow, when you wake and perhaps glance at your calendar to plan your day, remember that you're using a system refined by Maya mathematicians who understood that time moves in cycles rather than straight lines. When you enjoy chocolate with your breakfast, remember that you're participating in a tradition that the Maya elevated to high art. When you hear about sustainable agriculture or forest conservation, remember that you're encountering ideas that the Maya pioneered and perfected over thousands of years. The Maya legacy isn't something distant and historical. It's woven into the fabric of contemporary life in ways both obvious and subtle. Their mathematical innovations underlie computer systems, their agricultural techniques inform sustainable farming practices, their astronomical observations contribute to our understanding of ancient science, and their examples of sustainable urban design inspire modern city planners. Most importantly, Maya civilization demonstrates that there are many different ways to create complex, sophisticated societies. The paths they followed, emphasizing cyclical rather than linear thinking, developing technology that worked with rather than against natural systems, creating urban centers that enhanced rather than degraded their environments, offer alternative models for how human beings might organize themselves in their relationships with the natural world. Conversation between intelligence and environment, between individual ambition and collective wisdom, between the needs of the present and the requirements of a sustainable future. Rest well, knowing that the forests of Maya country continue to grow and change, that Maya communities continue to adapt ancient wisdom to contemporary challenges, and that the echoes of their achievements continue to whisper through time, offering guidance and inspiration to anyone thoughtful enough to listen.